Chapter 993. But how could it be him? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Could it be that his brain was pierced? The person in the room was Lu Cha, who he saw at the door of Shun Hua's house that night. Lu Cha's father was said to be a vice president of Heavenly Earth. However, there were many vice presidents in Heavenly Earth, not just one. Yang Ming was not very clear about how many vice presidents Guo Jianshao had set up. However, in the room, there was not only Lu Cha. There was another guy that Yang Ming had seen at Suya's concert. One of his men seemed to want to sell tickets to him. According to Bao Somli, this guy was the son of Vice President Chu of Mingyang Entertainment. What were these two fellows going to do when they got together? However, to say that Lu Cha was too bold was not necessarily the case. The son of Vice President Chu was obviously not a good person. When the two of them got together, they could do anything. In the room, the ferocious macho man walked in and said respectfully to Lu Cha and the young man, "Brother Cha, Brother Kai, I have caught them." "Then bring them in." The young man who was called Brother Kai was called Chu Kai. He was indeed the son of Mingyang Entertainment's Vice President Chu, but he was a classmate with Lu Cha. The relationship between the two was good. "I'd like to see what the girl who made you so infatuated with her looks like." But, Brother Kai, when the elevator stopped on the second floor, a man and a woman accidentally broke in, said the ferocious macho man carefully. "What about a man and a woman? Just drive him out." Before the ferocious macho man finished speaking, Lu Cha waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and bring them in. I am impatient." "Brother Cha, the key problem is that these two people know Shenhua. They are clamoring for us to let Shenhua go. We don't comply. They said they want to talk to you," explained the ferocious macho man. "Idiot, just beat them up and drive them away." Lu Cha didn't care about it at all. He said very impatiently, "But they said that they wanted to call the police. I had no choice but to catch them first," said the ferocious macho man. "Wait, you bring them in and let me have a look." Chu Kai was more cautious than Lu Cha and ordered the ferocious man. The fierce macho man nodded and went out. Lu Cha said to Chu Kai disapprovingly, "Chu Kai, why do you care about those two guys? You should find a way to help me deal with Shenhua." "Don't worry, I will definitely let you ride Shenhua today," Chu Kai said confidently, but a cold smile appeared on his face. "I'm just impatient." Lu Cha laughed dryly. "I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want new problems to arise. Didn't you hear those two people say they want to call the police? If you call the police, your good thing will be ruined," Chu Kai said. "You are so thoughtful." Lu Cha nodded and said quickly. Of course, the dialogue and expressions of the two people were all seen by Yang Ming. Yang Ming saw it clearly. He felt strange. This Chu Kai obviously didn't seem to be helping Lu Cha sincerely. Instead, he seemed to want to harm him. However, with Lu Cha's IQ, it seemed that it was difficult to find this. As for the rest, Yang Ming probably understood. This Lu Cha didn't give up on Shenhua. He probably talked to Chu Kai, and Chu Kai gave him such a bad idea. He let him kidnap Shenhua and force himself on her. The ferocious macho man had come out from inside at this time. When he saw Yang Ming and the others still standing there, he was relieved and said to the other two, "Take them in. Go." The buck-toothed macho man and the silent macho man pushed Yang Ming and the others into the room. Yang Ming greeted them. What a coincidence. We meet again." Lu Cha and Chu Kai were obviously stunned when they saw Yang Ming. Even Chu Kai didn't expect to meet Yang Ming here. Seeing Yang Ming's carefree attitude, the buck-toothed macho man was furious. He went up and wanted to hit the back of Yang Ming's head, but he didn't expect that before his hand touched Yang Ming's body, he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen. A strong force came and sent him flying. Yang Ming's feet stood in the same place as if they had not moved. The buck-toothed macho man didn't even see which foot Yang Ming used to kick him. He was shocked. He was also a veteran of fighting. Naturally, he understood the weight of this kick. Originally, the strength of the reverse kick was much smaller than the head-on kick. The accuracy wasn't so accurate, but Yang Ming did it in one go. He didn't hesitate at all and directly kicked him away. The other two macho men saw that Yang Ming kicked the buck-toothed macho man away, and they were about to make a move. Chu Kai's face changed, and he quickly stopped them. "Stop. The two macho men listened to Chu Kai's words and stopped, but they were not sure if they would be Yang Ming's opponent. Brother Yang, it's a misunderstanding. Hee, it's just a misunderstanding. Chu Kai smiled and greeted Yang Ming as if nothing had happened. He took Yang Ming's hand and asked about his well-being. Yang Ming sneered. Misunderstanding? You want to catch my brother's girlfriend? Is that also a misunderstanding? This Chu Kai gave Yang Ming some headaches. For the time being, there was no good way to deal with him. After the concert, Yang Ming learned from Bao Sanli that this Vice President Chu could be said to be an old man around Bao Sanli, and he had some relatives with Di Lei, so Yang Ming did not pursue his responsibility at the time. This Chu Kai was his son. In any case, even if Yang Ming wanted to make a move on Vice President Chu, he had to find the right opportunity. Otherwise, he would dishearten a group of veterans, and Bao Sanli would not be able to handle it. But this time, it was an opportunity to teach Vice President Chu a lesson. It depended on how Chu Kai would do it. But now it seemed that Chu Kai had obviously changed his plan and was ready to admit defeat. I investigated Vice President Chu and Chu Kai. This Chu Kai would definitely investigate me. After all, I was also in the limelight at Shuya's concert. My identity is not a secret. As long as I do a little investigation, I will know. This Chu Kai must also know my identity, so he can't admit defeat as soon as he sees me. After all, the weight of Ming Yang heavy industry in Bao Sanli's eyes was much more important than his father, Vice President Chu. Although I saw a few words between Chu Kai and Lu Cha with my X-ray vision, there was no evidence. That was just what I saw. If I wanted to deal with a person like Chu Kai without conclusive evidence, I may give him an excuse and let people talk about me. Oh, Brother Yang, you were talking about Shanhua. Chu Kai said with some helplessness. This is also my fault. I didn't control Lu Cha. Lu Cha liked Shanhua and wanted to invite her to dinner, but Shanhua didn't come. Lu Cha was agitated and did something irrational. I have just taught him a lesson. Is that so? Asked Yang Ming with a sneer. Yeah. In fact, Lu Cha didn't have any other meaning. He just wanted to invite Shanhua to dinner, but his approach was a bit extreme. Chu Kai explained, Isn't it Lu Cha? Quickly admit your mistake. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Lu Cha was not a pure idiot. He saw his father's attitude toward Yang Ming at the door of Shanhua's house that night. Lu Cha also knew that he couldn't afford to offend Yang Ming. Lu Cha's backer was his father, Lu Chan. Since Lu Chan couldn't afford to offend Yang Ming, then Lu Cha couldn't afford to offend Yang Ming. Therefore, when he saw Chu Kai's polite appearance, he gave up the idea of doing something bad to Shanhua. Previously, he was provoked by Chu Kai, and he was a little confused. Now he calmed down and was a little scared. Shanhua was Yang Ming's sister-in-law. If he really did something to her, he would probably be done for. When he heard Chu Kai calling him, Lu Cha quickly said, Brother Yang, I was really impulsive before. I couldn't get an appointment with Shanhua. I was hot-headed, so I used force. Brother Yang, Shanhua, can you forgive me? If you really can't, you can call the police to arrest me. I should be considered a kidnapping. Although my father and Uncle Shan are good friends, I made a mistake, and I can't cover it up. Shanhua, you call the police. Let me go to jail. Looking at Lu Cha's performance, Yang Ming was very amused. Are you pretending to be pitiful? In the past, pretending to be pitiful was my specialty. Aren't you a little too fake? However, Shanhua had never seen this situation. Seeing Lu Cha so remorseful, she had some sympathy. Brother Yang, why don't we just forget about it? Let's spare him. After all, his father and my father. Yang Ming snorted coldly and glanced at Lu Cha disdainfully. However, since the person involved, Shanhua, had spoken, Yang Ming did not need to continue to pursue it. Even if he wanted to pursue it, it should not be now. Yang Ming didn't want Shanhua to know too much about him. Some things should be done secretly. Moreover, Yang Ming still couldn't see through this Chu Kai. He didn't know what he wanted to do. Since he found some clues, he would continue to investigate. Sooner or later, he would find something. Then forget it. After all, we are actually on the same side. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, It will be a joke if this spreads out. Who is my father? You should also know. We are all brothers, so I won't pursue this matter today. Brother Yang, listen to what you said. I will teach Lu Cha a good lesson. Chu Kai responded quickly. Yang Ming nodded and said, if there's nothing else, I will go first. Brother Yang, let's eat together before we leave. Lu Cha was also a little scared and said flatteringly. Yang Bai waved his hand. No, I just finished eating. After that, he said to Shen Hua and Jing Xiaolu, let's go. When Yang Ming left the room, Lu Cha took a deep breath and sat on the sofa. He couldn't speak for a long time. He was really a little scared. Chu Kai shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that halfway through the plan, Yang Ming actually appeared. He really miscalculated. Chapter 994. Shenhua was fine except for being frightened. When she got in the car, Shenhua's mood returned to normal. How did they catch you? Asked Yang Ming. I went out to play with Yang Xiaobo. As Shenhua said this, her face turned red. Then, she continued, I just went out and was going to take the subway. Before I got to the subway station, these 3 people rushed out of a van and caught me. Later, I met you in the elevator of the heavenly earth. Yang Ming nodded and continued, then do you believe that Lu Cha looked for you just to eat? Shenhua was not a 3-year-old child. She hesitated and shook her head. I don't know, but they seem to be afraid of you. They probably won't do such things again. Yang Ming smiled and said nothing. Shenhua was like most girls. She was very soft-hearted. It was normal to think this way. However, when he saw Jing Xiaolu sitting in the front passenger seat, he raised his mouth slightly. Yang Ming shook his head. Looking at her disdainful look, if this happened to Jing Xiaolu, it would be good if she didn't beat Lu Cha to a pulp. He had to admit that Jing Xiaolu was a decisive person, but it may also be related to her growing environment. If she didn't bully others, she would be bullied by others. At the place where he agreed to meet with Shenhua, Yang Xiaobo was a little anxious. He didn't see Shenhua for a long time. Suddenly, he saw Yang Ming's car stop next to him. Shenhua jumped out of the car and was stunned. She said, Big brother Lu Hua, how did you meet? Hee, I saw Shenhua waiting for the car on the road. She probably waited for a long time, so I gave her a ride. Yang Ming said with a smile. This was what he said to Shenhua in the car. He wouldn't tell Yang Xiaobo about this for the time being, so that he wouldn't worry after hearing it. It turned out to be like this. Yang Xiaobo said with a smile, Big brother, then you go and do your work. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? We are a family. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't stay much. After a few words with Yang Xiaobo, he drove away. I thought something happened to you. You scare me to death. When Yang Xiaobo saw that Yang Ming's car was far away, he reached out and hugged Shenhua as he spoke with concern. What could possibly happen to me? Besides, with your big brother escorting her, nothing can happen to her. Shenhua said with a smile. Let me ask you something. How many girlfriends does your big brother have? The one in the car today isn't the one we saw last time. This, Yang Xiaobo was not very easy to explain. He wasn't very clear about his brother's matters. Big brother is romantic. It's okay to have more girlfriends, right? Nothing. Shenhua glared at him and said, Do you also want to find a few more? Me? How is that possible? Yang Xiaobo quickly shook his head. I'm not as powerful as my elder brother. Besides, you are enough for me. That's more like it. Shenhua smiled sweetly and took Yang Xiaobo's hand. The two of them walked side by side to the cinema. Yang Ming, is that Lu Cha also a company official? There were no outsiders in the car, so Jing Xiaolu asked. His father is Lu Chan. He is a vice president of Heavenly Earth. Yang Ming did not hide it. Jing Xiaolu already knew a lot of things, so it was not a big deal to know more. Miscarriage. Jing Xiaolu was stunned and suddenly laughed. No way. This name is too fierce. Miscarriage. Wah! It's quite funny. When Jing Xiaolu said this, Yang Ming suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the name Lu Chan. He didn't know what his mother was thinking when she gave birth to him. I know that Chu Kai, his father, is Chu Mingyang. He is the vice president of our company. I have seen Chu Kai come to the company, but I don't think Chu Kai will have any impression of me, said Jing Xiaolu. She was just a small employee, so Chu Kai naturally would not pay attention to her. You know quite well. Yang Ming laughed after listening. Indeed, Jing Xiaolu was right. Chu Kai's father was indeed called Chu Mingyang. Yang Ming. Jing Xiaolu hesitated and suddenly said, "Do you want to use this matter to purge the company?" After Yang Ming heard Jing Xiaolu's words, his heart suddenly went thump. He looked at Jing Xiaolu with some surprise. "Why do you say that?" "I'm just guessing." Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, "With your character, you won't let go of the people who angered you so easily, right? Back then, I was a girl. You poured porridge on my head, and we had a small conflict because of the seeding problem, and the two of them intended to kidnap and molest your sister-in-law. Can you let them go so easily? So I guess it's not that you don't want to touch them, but you have some scruples. You are afraid that you will affect the whole situation. So you are waiting for the right opportunity to do it again. Otherwise, if you just teach the two brats a lesson, you won't be able to purge the company." Yang Ming was completely surprised this time. He looked at Jing Xiaolu with some astonishment. He didn't expect this girl's insight to be so strong. He originally thought that she was just a delinquent girl. He didn't expect her to say such a thing. Yang Ming did think so too. Some malignant tumors in the company must be purged. Jing Xiaolu was half right, but the other half was what Yang Ming saw before he entered the room. It was Chu Kai's expression. Yang Ming wanted to figure out what Chu Kai was planning, so he couldn't start too early. However, Yang Ming probably wouldn't have thought of this if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Yang Ming probably wouldn't have thought of it, so it was very rare for Jing Xiaolu to think of this. "How did you know?" Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu. This time, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. "How is it? I'm not bad, right? I'm not as useless as you think, right?" Jing Xiaolu said proudly. "Do you need me to give you some advice? Let me tell you, I'm a qualified military counselor." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "I thought you would only give advice on some emotional matters. Those are trivial matters." Jing Xiaolu shook her head and said, "In fact, what I'm best at is figuring out the psychology of others. When I cheated the rich guys of their money, I was constantly figuring out their psychology so that they would be willing to give me money." "Okay, do you think I'm a rich guy?" Yang Ming said, dumbfounded. From a certain point of view, you are indeed a rich guy." Jing Xiaolu nodded solemnly and said, "I helped you analyze your relationship, so you spent money to buy clothes for me and treat me to a meal. Isn't that also a kind of big deal?" Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. "I give in to you. This is also fine. According to what you said, I can't be a sucker in the future." "I'm just kidding," Jing Xiaolu said. "Why are you so stingy?" "Hey, I'm talking to you." What are you talking about? Don't you want to continue shopping?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "I'll continue to be cheated by you." "Yang Ming, do you think I'm very good?" Jing Xiaolu continued to strike while the iron was hot. "You take me in. I will give you advice on big and small matters in the future. I will give you a hand. What do you think?" Yang Ming sighed. "I didn't expect you to be so smart, but you should use your intelligence more on work. Don't always think about being someone's mistress. What's so good about being a mistress? Can you be happy?" "Yes." Jing Xiaolu nodded affirmatively. "I'll definitely be very happy. Forget it. I won't talk about this with you. It doesn't make sense." Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. In the past, Yang Ming was known as a person who was full of bullshit, unreasonable, and legendary. Now, he had nothing to do with Jing Xiaolu. It will make sense sooner or later. Jing Xiaolu raised her eyebrows and said, "When you feel that you can't leave me, you won't say that anymore." Jing Xiaolu didn't expect Yang Ming to be so smart. In the beginning, she didn't dare to show that she was too smart. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be disgusted because the book said that men hated women who were smarter than them. However, when she saw that Yang Ming seemed to have everything under control, Jing Xiaolu slowly let go. Occasionally, she showed her cleverness in front of Yang Ming. But really, Yang Ming really looked at her in a new light. Jing Xiaolu felt that she seemed to have grasped another path to success. The women around Yang Ming didn't seem to be able to help him. She guessed that she should be exposed to more of his core secrets. In this way, if Yang Ming became dependent on her, thinking about it, Jing Xiaolu felt happy and more confident in her heart. Yang Ming listened to Jing Xiaolu's words and just smiled. He didn't say anything. Talking to Jing Xiaolu was undoubtedly a waste of energy. The car drove in the direction of the commercial street and stopped in the parking lot of the commercial street again. What do you want to buy in the afternoon? I don't know. I have to look to know. Jing Xiaolu stretched and got out of the car. Yang Ming also got out of the car. He just asked casually just now. He didn't really want to know what Jing Xiaolu wanted to buy, because Yang Ming also knew that when women went shopping, they basically didn't have anything specific to buy. They would see it wherever they went. The desire to buy was also randomly generated and not fixed. Yang Ming, I saw a few beautiful clothes in the morning. At that time, I thought they were too expensive, but now I want to buy them. Is that okay? Jing Xiaolu walked 2 steps and suddenly turned back and asked. Yang Ming's forehead was sweating, and there were black lines everywhere. What did you do in the morning? Too expensive? I'm not spending your money. Why do you think it's expensive? He was so angry, but he was too lazy to argue with Jing Xiaolu. He said faintly, whatever. Huh, Yang Ming, you're so good to me. Jing Xiaolu hugged Yang Ming excitedly and kissed Yang Ming's face. Chapter 995. Yang Ming touched the cheek that was kissed by Jing Xiaolu. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She did it deliberately, but it didn't look like it. She didn't do it deliberately, but it seemed premeditated. AI, this Jing Xiaolu, everything is possible. I'm sorry. Jing Xiaolu saw Yang Ming's stunned look and smiled. This is to express my gratitude. It doesn't mean anything else. Don't misunderstand. It's okay. I didn't misunderstand. Yang Ming waved his hand and said helplessly, I know. Western etiquette. It's good that you know. Jing Xiaolu giggled and said without blushing, I'm afraid that you will think that I have ulterior motives. In fact, I don't. Don't think too much. I didn't think too much. Let's go. Hurry up and buy whatever you want. Yang Ming wiped the sweat on his forehead and thought, obviously, you are taking advantage of me. Why does it seem like I'm taking advantage of you? It was still the same shops in the morning. Jing Xiaolu walked around one by one. Yang Ming really couldn't do anything. Women's shopping methods were really different. Obviously, they liked something, but they had to compare and try it repeatedly. Then, they looked at it many times before they decided to buy it. In this regard, Yang Ming analyzed that they probably didn't enjoy the pleasure of buying things, but the feeling of shopping. This time, Yang Ming was not stupid. He immediately paid for the things that Jing Xiaolu liked, so she didn't have to walk around again. Seeing Yang Ming's nervous look, Jing Xiaolu couldn't help but smile, but she was a little lost. When can I go shopping with Yang Ming again, like today? Most of the things she bought now were things that were tried in the morning, so the speed was also very fast. The styles were all chosen. She just had to try to see if they fit. Jing Xiaolu was holding a lot of clothes and was checking out with Yang Ming at the cashier's counter, but she saw a man and a woman rushing over here with a murderous look. They held an MP4 in their hands and scolded as they walked. Where's the manager in your shop? Hurry up and fucking come out, or I will smash your shop and fuck your mother. A waiter hurried over and asked carefully, Sir, madam, do you have any questions? Problem? Damn it, this is a big problem. The man pushed the waiter away and continued to walk in the direction of the payment counter. As he walked, he continued to shout, Where's your boss? Hurry up and get him to come out. Otherwise, I'll call someone to smash the store. Sir, why don't you tell me what happened first so that I can call the boss? The waiter caught up with the man and said hurriedly, How did the video of my girlfriend buying clothes in your house and changing clothes in the fitting room get posted online? If I didn't go online, I wouldn't have known. Once I went online, I was shocked. This is a fucking black shop and a brothel. The man cursed. As soon as the man said this, the other customers who were buying things in the store immediately went into an uproar. They exclaimed loudly, Really? I just went to the fitting room. Could it be that I was also filmed? These customers put down the clothes in their hands and surrounded the payment counter. The waiter saw that the situation immediately became serious and was a little scared. Sir, you can't talk nonsense. Our family has been running a shop here for 5 years. There's nothing to say about credibility. How can you say that we secretly filmed it? You know very well whether it was filmed or not. Don't talk so much nonsense. Call your boss out. We're not done. The man slammed the table of the payment counter and shouted loudly. Sir, Everything has to be based on evidence. You don't have any evidence, and you're talking nonsense here and affecting the business of our shop. We can call the police." The waiter quickly warned. "Evidence? Of course there is evidence." The man raised the MP4 in his hand and said, "I've already downloaded the video and sent it to this MP4. Call your boss out. We're not done with this." "Is that so? If there is evidence, then show it to everyone." The waiter felt that this man was lying. He was also an old man in this shop. He had never heard of a camera in the shop. I can't show it to you." The man hesitated and said, "Call your boss first." When the waiter saw the man stuttering, he was even more sure that this guy was here to find trouble. "Since you have evidence, why don't you show it to everyone?" Therefore, he became more confident and said coldly, "Mister, you have evidence, but you don't want to show it. Forgive me for being unable to do anything. I am very suspicious of your purpose of coming here. Is it to find trouble? Fuck your mother." When the man heard that the waiter dared to bully him, he immediately became angry. "So what if I don't show it to you? If I say there is, then there is. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Go to your boss. Do you really think that I don't dare to smash your shop? You just change your clothes inside, right?" Yang Ming glanced at Jing Xiaolu and asked. I changed." Jing Xiaolu frowned and nodded. "I don't know if there's really a camera in it." "Then you—" Yang Ming didn't want to continue watching this farce. It had nothing to do with him, but now that it was related to Jing Xiaolu, things were not the same. Although Jing Xiaolu was not someone close to Yang Ming, she was at least a friend, so since Yang Ming saw it, it was impossible for him to ignore it. "It's okay. I just took off my coat. I didn't take off my underwear." Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, "In this regard, I have always been very careful." Jing Xiaolu had been in a mixed society since she was a child. She had probably seen this kind of thing a lot. She always carefully protected herself, which was a good advantage. "Then do whatever you want. If you dare to smash my shop, you have to compensate according to the price." The waiter said coldly without fear. At this time, a middle-aged fat man walked over quickly and asked while walking, "What's the matter? What happened?" "Manager Wong." The waiter looked up and saw the fat man. He quickly said, "This is the case. This customer said that she was trying on clothes in the fitting room in our shop. She was secretly photographed and posted on the internet." "Oh." Manager Wong nodded and then said, "Who said it?" "I'm the manager here. My surname is Wong. What's going on?" "You are the manager." The man glanced at Manager Wong and said, "Just in time. I'm looking for you. Let's go to your office and talk. If you have anything to say, just say it here." Manager Wong's face sank. "You are making a lot of noise here and scaring away the customers. If I don't explain it here, how can I do business in the future?" "Oh, you mean that I was not secretly photographed, but deliberately came to find trouble?" The man glared and sneered. "I didn't say that. However, after you made a scene here, what do you mean by going to the office? It's better to make it clear and let everyone see who is responsible." Manager Wong said, unwilling to be outdone. "Damn it. Since you want to make a fool of yourself, then don't blame me for being impolite." The man gritted his teeth and said, "Originally, I wanted to find you to settle this matter privately, but since you want to make a big deal out of it, if you want to watch, then watch. I'm going all out." You can't do it here." The woman beside the man saw that he was about to turn on the MP4 and quickly shouted to stop him. "Just do it here. What are you afraid of? However, let's say the ugly words first. After I play it here, our matter won't be so easy to solve." The man said, "No problem. If you can really take out effective evidence that you were secretly photographed, we will do what you say. If you want me to compensate you 1 million, I will accept it." Manager Wong had never installed any cameras in the fitting room. Moreover, he had just asked other people in the shop to check, but they didn't find anything unusual. That was why he was so confident when he spoke. "That's what you said." As the man spoke, he took out the MP4 and pressed the play button. The surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. However, the woman's appearance was clearly seen. It was the girlfriend of the man who had flipped out. At this moment, the woman was already covering her face and standing behind the man, not daring to make sound. However, the man was extremely angry. "Look for yourselves. Is this your fitting room? Here, Here, and here are all marked. I have already checked. There is no doubt that this is your fitting room. Manager Wong's face changed. Although the video wasn't very clear, he could still recognize the fitting room in his shop. However, he pondered for a moment and said, "This is the fitting room in our shop. However, I am very suspicious. How can a normal person go to try on clothes and do a striptease in it? Why do I think it looks like a show? This isn't deliberately recorded by you to blackmail us, right?" The man's face changed. He was suddenly speechless by Manager Wong's words. His face was red, and he was a little angry. "I admit that it's wrong for my girlfriend to dance in there, but no one said that dancing is not allowed in the fitting room. In short, I am very suspicious of your motives. However, since you don't believe me, let's go to the fitting room and take a look. If we can find the camera, I will still say the same thing. I will compensate you 1 million. Manager Wong said confidently. "Let's go." The man snorted and said, "Wait." Yang Ming stood up and stopped in front of Manager Wong with a smile. "What do you want?" Manager Wong was stunned, but he didn't expect that there would be another customer standing up. "Just now, my friend also tried on clothes in the fitting room. If we find the camera, will you also compensate me some money?" Yang Ming asked coldly. Looking at Chung Yao Jin, who came out halfway, Manager Wong was suddenly inexplicable, but there was no way. He thought that Yang Ming also wanted to take advantage of the situation. So he said, "Whatever. If we find a camera, I will give you however much money you want." "I want this shop of yours. Are you going to give it to me?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. When Manager Wong saw Yang Ming say this, he was suddenly speechless. "This has nothing to do with you. Please don't get involved. Be careful that I call the police and say that you are blackmailing." "Call the police?" Yang Ming was suddenly amused. Originally, he was bored. Today, Jing Xiaolu helped him again, so Yang Ming decided to find some compensation for her. No matter how many photos were taken of Jing Xiaolu, at least she was a victim, so Yang Ming had no problem asking for some money. However, this Manager Wong's words were a bit unpleasant. Yang Ming sneered and said, "Call the police?" "Okay, you can call the police now. Do you need me to help you?" Manager Wong saw that Yang Ming was not scared off, and his heart was a little confused. Seeing that Yang Ming was fearless, he must be a person with some background. He wasn't the kind of person who could be easily fooled, so he clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, if we find the camera, I will also compensate you 1 million. What about us? We just tried it." The other people who bought the clothes didn't want to do it, and they all shouted. Manager Wong had confidence in himself anyway, so he simply said impatiently, "If you find it, each person will compensate 1 million. Everyone gave up and followed Manager Wong into the fitting room, but the space in the fitting room was limited. It could only accommodate 2 people at the same time. So, the man who first made trouble went in with Manager Wong. Everyone was waiting anxiously outside. Only Yang Ming was fearless. After a while, the man came out in frustration, but Manager Wong was full of smiles. "How is it? You have checked it yourself, right? It is impossible for us to have a camera here. I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, I will call the police to arrest you." Although the man was unwilling, after his own investigation, there was indeed no camera in the fitting room. When people saw the man's expression, they knew that he didn't find anything. Most people also had the mentality of watching a farce. Seeing that there was nothing else at the moment, they all dispersed. They also thought that this man was just casually looking for trouble, so they didn't take it seriously. "Are you done checking?" Yang Ming walked forward with a smile. He glanced at Manager Wong and said, "It should be my turn to go in and see, right?" Manager Wong didn't expect Yang Ming to be so persistent, so he sneered, "You go." Yang Ming didn't care about Manager Wong's tone. Instead, he lifted his leg and entered the fitting room. He looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on the clothes hook in the fitting room. Yang Ming smiled and reached out. He pulled hard and took off the clothes hook. At the end of the clothes hook, he pulled out a miniature camera. It was very delicate and small. It was only the size of a thumb. With the disguise of the clothes hook, it was difficult to find. "What is this?" "Manager Wong, don't tell me that this is an electric clothes hook?" Yang Ming raised the thing in his hand and said, "This Manager Wang's cold sweat suddenly came out. What the hell is going on? Which son of a bitch installed a camera in here? Fuck your mother. I'll let you pretend. I'll let you pretend. The originally depressed man suddenly seemed to have eaten stimulants again. He grabbed Manager Wang's collar and began to slap him. You put another one on me? It's quite hidden, but it can't fool the master. Are you done for? You've been exposed, right? Okay, stop hitting. Yang Ming patted the man's shoulder. Call the police. Oh. The man could see that he was very grateful to Yang Ming. Yang Ming asked him to stop, so he immediately stopped. He nodded and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Then, let's call the police. Soon, the police arrived. The camera and Manager Wang were brought back to the police station. Yang Ming and the man also went with them. When taking the statement, Yang Ming learned that the man was called Zhang Zhishan, which was only one word different from Lu Zhishan. As for how to compensate, it was naturally a follow-up problem. As for Manager Wang's store, the police had contacted the Department of Industry and Commerce to temporarily seal it. They would make a final decision after the investigation results. Coming out of the police station, Zhang Zhishan held on to Yang Ming and refused to let him go. He wanted to invite him to dinner. There's no need to eat. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I still have other things to do. Don't, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would I be humiliated by others, but I wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Zhang Zhishan sighed. You're still the best. If I don't thank you, I won't feel comfortable. You're not a local? Yang Ming asked curiously. No, actually, I came here to find someone. I had nothing to do, so I surfed the internet in an internet cafe. I didn't expect to accidentally see a video of me and my girlfriend when I came here to travel and buy clothes last summer. So I downloaded it and prepared to seek justice. Zhang Zhishan said, So that's the case. Then I won't delay your search. Yang Ming smiled and said, I really have something to do in a while. Then, you leave your phone number with me. I'll call you when I'm done, said Zhang Zhishan. Seeing that Zhang Zhishan was so insistent, Yang Ming had no choice but to leave his phone number with Zhang Zhishan. Right, buddy, what's your name? I don't know your name yet. Zhang Zhishan asked as he saved. In the police station before, most of the police officers knew Yang Ming, so Yang Ming's statement was naturally very simple. Zhang Zhishan's statement took a long time, and the main victim was him. Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu were actually nothing. Yang Ming didn't hide it. What? Zhang Zhishan was shocked and suddenly shouted, You are Yang Ming. Chapter 996. When Yang Ming heard Zhang Zhishan calling him, he was stunned. He asked curiously, What's wrong? Do you know me? Zhang Zhishan shook his head and said, I don't know you, but I was entrusted by someone to find you. I want to give you something, and entrusted by someone? Give me something? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Who entrusted you to find me? Do you have friends in Yunnan? Asked Zhang Zhishan. Yunnan? Friends? Yang Ming frowned. How can I have friends in Yunnan? Suddenly, Yang Ming was shocked. He thought of a person and suddenly blurted out, Lan Ling. Then it seems that it should be right. Zhang Zhishan nodded and said, Originally, I wanted to check your ID card. I have Miss Lan's ID number here, but you said Miss Lan's name all of a sudden, so it can't be fake. Yang Ming suddenly blushed with shame. When did Lan Ling get to know these two people? The man was big and rough. Although he was a bit reckless, he wasn't an evil person. However, the woman was really unflattering. She looked gentle and quiet. Why did she suddenly run to the fitting room to do a striptease? However, it was none of his business. Yang Ming couldn't ask so much. You should look at the ID card, so as not to make a mistake. Yang Ming said, However, you should also have something to prove your identity, right? Yes. Zhang Zhishan nodded. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. You should be familiar with the handwriting on this, right? Yang Ming took the piece of paper handed over by Zhang Zhishan. He saw that his name and ID number were copied on it. From the handwriting, it was undoubtedly Lan Ling's. Yang Ming's eyesight was better than the average person, and he was very sensitive to Lan Ling's handwriting, so he was sure that it shouldn't be fake. Yang Ming handed his ID card to Zhang Zhishan. After Zhang Zhishan finished checking, he returned the ID card to Yang Ming. He nodded and said, There won't be a mistake. You really are Yang Ming. All right, then the thing that Lan Ling asked you to give me. Yang Ming tried his best to sound calm, but it was difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. There had been no news of Lan Ling for a long time. Now that she had sent someone to give him something, how could Yang Ming not be excited? It's here. Zhang Jishan carefully took out a small box from his arms and handed it to Yang Ming. He said, Miss Lan asked me to pass this to you. Thank you. Yang Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart and took the small box. He wanted to open it on the spot, but because there were outsiders present, he could only give up and carefully put it away in his arms, afraid that he would break it. You're welcome. Zhang Jishan smiled honestly. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. But Mr. Yang, you're really amazing. Even the camera couldn't hide from your eyes. I'm just more careful. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, Why did you suddenly call me Mr. Yang? It sounds awkward. You're Miss Lan's friend. I naturally have to be respectful, and Zhang Jishan said until here. He hesitated for a while and said, Mr. Yang, don't you want to take a look at the thing that Miss Lan gave you? Oh, this, I will look at it when I go back. Yang Ming was a little puzzled. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? I still have something else to do today. I will treat you to a meal another day. After Yang Ming finished, he waited for Zhang Jishan to say goodbye to him. After all, the words were very obvious, but Zhang Jishan still stood in front of him, unmoved and not saying goodbye. Yang Ming was a little helpless. His words were very obvious. Why was Zhang Jishan still unmoved? So he had to say, then that's it. I will go first. Seeing that Yang Ming was going to leave, Zhang Jishan was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a long time and said, Mr. Yang, where are you going? I will accompany you. You accompany me? Yang Ming said, You don't have to accompany me. Brother Zhang, I know you are very enthusiastic, but I really have something to do. I can't accompany you. Let's eat together another day, okay? No. Mr. Yang, why don't you take a look at the thing that Miss Lan gave you first? There's a letter that Miss Lan wrote to you. Zhang Jishan said hesitantly. Yang Ming wondered, my wife wrote a love letter to me. What does it have to do with you when I read it? Why do I feel that you are more anxious than me? What is going on with this Zhang Jishan? Is it a scam? Seeing Yang Ming's strange expression, Zhang Jishan had to say, Mr. Yang, in fact, you will understand when you read the letter that Miss Lan gave you. I am a bodyguard that Miss Lan sent to you. What? Yang Ming suddenly opened his mouth wide after listening. He looked at Zhang Jishan incredulously and said, You said that you were the bodyguard that Lan Ling found for me? Zhang Jishan nodded and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, I am the bodyguard that Miss Lan sent to you to protect your safety. My code name is 007. 007? Yang Ming fainted. Damn, James Bond? Not James Bond. Zhang Jishan shook his head. I am 007. There were suddenly in black lines on Yang Ming's head. This Lan Ling, where did she find such a clown to be her bodyguard? Is there a mistake? Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. Mr. 007, look at me. I don't need your protection. Zhang Jishan smiled bitterly. Mr. Yang, I was sent by Miss Lan. She asked me to follow you, so I must follow you. Don't make it difficult for me. You will understand when you read the letter that Miss Lan wrote to you. She asked you to follow me. Why are you so obedient? Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. Is she your mother? However, after saying it, he regretted it. She is your mother. Am I not your father? If I had a son like you, wouldn't I be pissed off? You are the best, and your girlfriend is also the best. Ugh, you can say that. After Zhang Jishan listened to Yang Ming's words, he thought it was a serious matter and nodded. What? What did you say? Yang Ming's eyes widened. He almost couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. Miss Lan, actually, speaking of this, Zhang Jishan glanced at Jing Xiaolu next to Yang Ming and didn't continue to speak. Xiaolu, you go back to the car and wait for me for a while. There were some things that Yang Ming didn't hide from Jing Xiaolu, but there were some things that he couldn't let her know, especially Lan Ling's matter. Some things involved voodoo and other secrets. Yang Ming didn't want more people to know. Jing Xiaolu didn't say anything. Although she was curious, She also knew that Yang Ming and Zhang Jishan must have something secret to talk about. Yang Ming didn't hide many things from her, except now. So Jing Xiaolu also knew that this must be Yang Ming's privacy. She wouldn't be an annoying person. So after nodding, she walked quickly to Yang Ming's car parked at the entrance of the police station. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu had gone far, Zhang Jishan said, "Actually, I am Miss Lan's seventh apprentice. Miss Lan is my master. Master, that is to say a teacher is like a father. But Miss Lan is a woman, so it's not too much to say that she is my mother." Hey, Yang Ming's shock today was simply incomparable. Lan Ling still has apprentices? And it sounds like a lot. This guy is the seventh, which means that Lan Ling has at least 7 apprentices. No wonder this guy's code name is 007. You see, Mr. Yang, I can't disobey my master's orders, so don't make it difficult for me. Just take me, Zhang Jishan said pitifully. Take me. When Yang Ming heard Zhang Jishan say these 3 words, he suddenly felt a chill, and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. If I really let this guy follow me, I will be a joke every day. You see, I don't need your protection. Why don't we have a fight? If you win, I will let you stay. If you lose, then go back quickly. Yang Ming thought for a long time, but he couldn't find a reason to refuse, so he had no choice but to say so. Mr. Yang, then I am definitely not your opponent. Zhang Jishan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then why are you still protecting me? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Jishan inexplicably. My expertise is voodoo. Zhang Jishan's previous playful expression suddenly returned to a serious expression. Master said that there may be someone here who is bad for you, and the other party is a person who is good at voodoo. Master is afraid that you will be in danger, so she sent me and my girlfriend to protect you. Master said that although your body is immune to most voodoo, there's some powerful voodoo that you can't resist. Voodoo, Yang Ming suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Thinking of the person who was sent by Yun Guangdou to put voodoo on him, Yang Ming suddenly felt a little scared. Yes, in terms of skill, most people are not my opponent. Even if I can't beat them, I am more than enough to protect myself. Only voodoo is something I don't understand, and I can't use ordinary methods to deal with it. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also understood Lan Ling's good intentions. This girl, thousands of miles away, but she never forgot about my safety. However, what surprised Yang Ming was that it seemed that in this short 4 months, little Ling Ling's progress was very fast. She even became a master. Your girlfriend is also Lan Ling's disciple. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Jishan's girlfriend and asked. Yes. Zhang Jishan nodded and explained, since Mr. Yang is one of us, then I won't hide it anymore. Xiao Qi is actually not the kind of person you think. In the video you saw, it was because Xiao Qi asked someone to put voodoo on her. When a voodoo breaks out, the person will take off their clothes and do some weird actions. Chapter 997. Voodoo. Yang Ming was surprised. He looked at Zhang Jishan's girlfriend, Xiao Qi. He thought to himself, so that's the case. No wonder such a quiet person would suddenly do such an outrageous action. This Zhang Jishan, I really don't know what words to use to describe him. He seems to be a little stupid. How can his girlfriend's video be played in front of so many people? However, thinking that this video had already spread on the internet, it actually didn't matter. It was just that it was in front of Xiao Qi, so Xiao Qi's face was a little bad. Yes, Zhang Jishan nodded and said, that day, Xiao Qi found that her body was not right, so we quickly found a store and pretended to buy clothes. When Xiao Qi just entered the fitting room, the voodoo was activated. As a result, so that's the case. Yang Ming nodded. The person who installed the camera is really hateful. Yeah, so I want to find them. Fortunately, I had your help. Otherwise, we have no evidence to prove that there is a camera in this store. Zhang Jishan shook his head and said, Mr. Yang, can you let me follow you now? I really have something to do today. How about this? Where do you live? I will go to you at night. You see, I won't do anything during the day. Yang Ming had no choice. Since Lan Ling sent him, it was for his own good. Yang Ming could only let Zhang Jishan stay. However, he had to admit that Zhang Jishan was indeed a little stupid. Mr. Yang, how about I follow you from afar? Zhang Jishan hesitated and said, Master asked me to always follow you to protect you. If there is any abnormality, I have to report to Master. Fuck. Report? You still want to report? Are you kidding me? I'm going to pick up a girl now. If you report to Lan Ling, isn't this harming me? Although that little girl is not very jealous, she is still a woman. She cares so much about me, but I am here with another woman. If she hears about it, how could she feel good? All right. Yang Ming was shocked. He asked Zhang Jishan, you said that you can report to Lan Ling. Do you mean that you are in contact with her? You can contact her? I can contact him. Zhang Jishan replied. How do we contact him? Can you do it now? Can you contact Lan Ling? Yang Ming was very excited. He grabbed Zhang Jishan's shoulder and asked, Mr. Yang, I can't contact him now. Zhang Jishan said with some difficulty. Then you mean? Yang Ming hurriedly asked. I also send messages to Master. Every day when she has time, she reads them and gives me instructions to reply. Zhang Jishan said. It turns out to be like this. Yang Ming sighed. Zhang Jishan's method of contacting Lan Ling was no different from his. However, it was no wonder. There was no cell phone signal where Lan Ling was. She could only receive a signal at a specific location. It was normal to receive a text message once a day. Mr. Yang, then I will follow you? Zhang Jishan still didn't forget the task that Lan Ling gave him. How about this? You just came here, and you are not familiar with it. You can buy a map and familiarize yourself with it. Then, I will buy you a car. When I go out, you can follow behind me from a distance. Yang Ming thought about it and said, since Lan Ling sent Zhang Jishan, she naturally had her own thoughts. Whether it was to monitor him or to protect him, it was all because of her love for him. Yang Ming couldn't refuse. Therefore, since he couldn't drive him away, he would just order him around. Moreover, he was an awesome person who could use voodoo. In the future, if he saw someone he didn't like, he didn't have to do it himself. He could just let Zhang Jishan kill him directly. Zhang Jishan was still hesitant. Then it's settled. Yang Ming patted Zhang Jishan's shoulder and said, Didn't we exchange phone numbers? I will look for you at night. Okay then. Zhang Jishan had no choice. Since Yang Ming insisted, he had to do it. However, he still reminded, Mr. Yang, if you have any trouble, just call me immediately. Got it. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. Yang Ming smiled and said. Zhang Jishan took Xiao Qi and left first. Yang Ming wiped the sweat on his forehead. It's really hard to communicate with such people. Lan Ling must have known that Zhang Jishan was a reckless man, so she sent him here. Only such a person would be the most loyal and the least scheming. Back in the car, Jing Xiaolu was a little curious. Yang Ming, who were they? They're bodyguards sent by one of my wives. Yang Ming didn't hide it. If it was exposed in the future, it would be worse. It was better to admit it directly. Anyway, Yang Ming didn't mention anything about voodoo. Bodyguards? Jing Xiaolu said, Do you still need a bodyguard? You don't seem to need a bodyguard with your skills, right? Besides, President Bao is the general manager of the Ming Yang Security Company. Why is it so hard to find a bodyguard? And I'm not belittling others. I really think that Zhang Jishan is a bit simple-minded. Of course, I don't need anyone to protect me. Yang Ming deliberately lowered his voice and said to Jing Xiaolu, To tell you the truth, they're actually spies sent by my wife. They're responsible for monitoring me to see if I am dating a girl behind her back. Then, do you have one? Jing Xiaolu was dumbfounded. It turned out to be like this. No wonder that person wanted to talk behind my back. Isn't this already a misunderstanding? Yang Ming sighed. Look at you. You always make trouble for me. This is great. There was nothing between us, but it was misunderstood. Haha, that's good. Jing Xiaolu said with a smile. It's good that it was a misunderstanding. You already have several girlfriends. You don't need one more. Yang Ming shook his head and didn't continue this topic. Right, such a thing happened just now. You haven't finished buying your clothes, right? Why don't we go back and continue? Let's call it a day. I'm a little tired. Although I still have a few clothes that I want to buy. I'm really unwilling. You promised me to buy whatever I want, Jing Xiaolu said with a sigh. Since you want to buy so much, then go and buy it. Anyway, you have a car. It's convenient. Yang Ming looked at Jing Xiaolu's appearance. He didn't know if she was pretending or really felt that it was a pity. After today's incident, I really don't want to move anymore, Jing Xiaolu said with a sad face. But I don't want to miss this good opportunity. You can't do this, and you can't do that. Then what do you want? Yang Ming said helplessly. How about this? When I'm on vacation next time, how about you accompany me to go shopping again? Jing Xiaolu pretended to have a bright idea, but in Yang Ming's view, she seemed to have premeditated. Yang Ming was speechless. If he promised her, she would be even more insatiable. No, I don't have time. TSK, I just want to help you study the progress between you and that girl out of obligation. I want to see if you have any doubts. I will help you solve your doubts. Since you don't want to, then forget it, Jing Xiaolu said indifferently. Solve my doubts? Yang Ming was stunned. Then he smiled and said, well, if I really want to ask something, then I will ask you out. What kind of person are you? You just look for me if you have something, but you don't look for me if you don't have anything? You are really hypocritical. Jing Xiaolu snorted and said, I despise you. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Why do I feel like a heartless person? It seems like I have done something wrong. I only feel like this when I am with Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming said helplessly. Okay. When you're on vacation next time, if I am free, I will accompany you to buy things, but you have to hurry up. If you dawdle like today again, I will not accompany you. Don't worry, Jing Xiaolu nodded, but she thought in her heart, clothes, the styles change very quickly. The next time, it will probably be spring. The clothes I see this time should be taken off the shelves. If there's no one to sell, then don't blame me. It is inevitable to choose again at that time. Yang Ming naturally didn't know about Jing Xiaolu's cunning mind. Otherwise, he would be furious to death. Where are you going? I will send you back first, Yang Ming said. I have to go to the pharmacy to get some medicine for my grandmother first. The medicine in the hospital is too expensive. Fortunately, the doctor is kind. He gave me a prescription and told me to buy it at the pharmacy. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, You can send me to the pharmacy. Your grandmother is sick, and you still buy so many clothes by yourself? Yang Ming felt that Jing Xiaolu was a bit heartless. Jing Xiaolu sighed and said, It is an old illness. It was the root of the illness when I was young. At that time, I didn't treat it in time. Now I have to lie in bed and keep taking medicine. So serious? Yang Ming thought it was an urgent illness. He didn't expect it to be such a chronic illness. This kind of illness was the most torturous and the most expensive. It was also hard for a girl like Jing Xiaolu. He already knew about Jing Xiaolu's life from Guxinyao. She lost her parents since she was a child. She and her grandmother depended on each other. Now, knowing that Jing Xiaolu's grandmother was still sick in bed and had no income, Yang Ming began to sympathize and admire Jing Xiaolu from the bottom of his heart. What kind of perseverance was needed to shoulder such a heavy burden? A person still had to pay tuition fees to go to school and earn money to buy medicine for her grandmother. This was a bit too heavy for a young girl. Looking at Jing Xiaolu's giggling and brainless appearance, it was actually not the case. Through today's detailed contact, Yang Ming had discovered that Jing Xiaolu was not a simple girl, but a very assertive, insightful, and strong girl. In today's society, it was a miracle that Jing Xiaolu could still maintain her innocence. However, it could be seen from the side that Jing Xiaolu's wisdom was extraordinary. In fact, it's nothing. Jing Xiaolu smiled and said, The doctor said that there is no danger to my life. It is just a cloudy and rainy day. My legs and feet are uncomfortable. I can't do strenuous work usually, but I am healthy. Yang Ming sighed slightly and said, Is there any hope of curing? Yes, but it is very small. Jing Xiaolu shook her head. Then why not? Is it a matter of money? Yang Ming had money. If it was really a matter of money, Yang Ming did not mind lending a helping hand. In short, the two were now considered to be relatively compatible friends. That's not it. If I really want to do the surgery, I have to collect enough money for the surgery. Jing Xiaolu said, "It's just that the doctor said that my grandmother is old and not suitable for surgery. Although there is hope to cure, there is also a high possibility of failure. Then, my grandmother will be completely paralyzed. Now, at least she can walk around and play cards with the neighbors. If she is completely paralyzed, what should she do?" Yang Ming nodded after listening. It turned out to be the case. If this is the case, then it is better not to treat. I think so too. After all, my grandmother is old, is not suitable for surgery. The doctor said that it is better to treat it conservatively and drink some Chinese medicine to relieve the pain, said Jing Xiaolu. Which pharmacy do you want to go to? You should have a fixed pharmacy to get the medicine, right? Yang Ming asked as he started the car. Go to the Defa community. My family lives there. There's a pharmacy opened by an acquaintance at the door. He gives me a discount, said Jing Xiaolu. Defa community? Yang Ming had never heard of it. However, it was not surprising. Although Yang Ming was a native of Songjiang, there were many communities now. Many old communities were renamed after the establishment of property management companies. So, Yang Ming did not know where it was. He opened the navigation and set the navigation. The address of the Defa community was really there. Actually, you don't need to use the navigation. I will tell you how to get there, said Jing Xiaolu. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Ming put away the navigation. I thought you didn't know the way. You don't know the way. No matter how stupid I am, it is impossible for me not to find my own home, said Jing Xiaolu. The Defa community was quite easy to get to. There were basically no small roads from here. It was a flat road that led directly to the entrance of a community that looked old. It's there, the Defa pharmacy. Jing Xiaolu pointed to a prescription with a red cross hanging not far away. Yang Ming parked the car in front of the pharmacy and got off with Jing Xiaolu. Xiaolu, you are here to get the medicine for your grandmother again. The owner of the pharmacy was also in this community. He had been a neighbor with Jing Xiaolu's family for decades, so he was particularly enthusiastic when he saw Jing Xiaolu. I am here to get the medicine for my grandmother. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Why are you back so early today? Don't you need to work? The pharmacy owner asked as he began to get the medicine for Jing Xiaolu. Is it the same prescription as last time? Chapter 998. It's the same as last time. Jing Xiaolu nodded and said, Today is a holiday. I went shopping with my friends and came back early. Hee, with your boyfriend? The pharmacy owner saw Yang Ming coming in with Jing Xiaolu. He smiled and said, Don't you want to introduce him to Ani Zhang? This. Jing Xiaolu was a bit embarrassed. Yang Ming was not her boyfriend. She could threaten him once, but she couldn't threaten him every time. Otherwise, Yang Ming would be disgusted. Seeing Jing Xiaolu's awkward look, Yang Ming smiled and took the initiative to go forward. Ani Zhang, right? My name is Yang Ming. I am Xiaolu's classmate. Yang Ming neither admitted nor denied it, leaving enough face for Jing Xiaolu. However, Ani Zhang didn't think much about it. She thought Jing Xiaolu was shy, so she smiled and said, Hee, not bad, Xiaolu. You also have a stable job. Ani Zhang is happy to see that. This time, you have a boyfriend again. Your grandmother must be very happy to know. Ani Zhang was also very clear about Jing Xiaolu's previous appearance, but she was helpless because of Jing Xiaolu's growth environment. Auntie Zhang couldn't help even if she wanted to. Most of the people living in this community were not rich. Ani Zhang didn't expect to make much money by opening this pharmacy. It was enough to provide some discounted and cheap drugs to the neighbors. The rest was enough to cover the family's pocket money and expenses, so Ani Zhang didn't have much money on hand. She couldn't help Jing Xiaolu's family. At most, she would give Jing Xiaolu a discount when buying medicine. Auntie Zhang also knew about Jing Xiaolu's previous behavior. She often cheated men's money and mixed with some people in the underworld. Although she could see that Jing Xiaolu was not taken advantage of, Auntie Zhang also couldn't stand it. But since Jing Xiaolu went to work in a big company a while ago, Jing Xiaolu changed completely. She washed away the heavy makeup on her face and became a pure girl. Now, seeing that she found a satisfactory boyfriend, How could Ani Zhang not be happy? The reason why he was certain that Yang Ming was Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend was because Jing Xiaolu had never brought any man back with her before, but this time was an exception. Ani Zhang, he and I are really just ordinary classmates, Jing Xiaolu said shyly. This made Yang Ming very surprised. Did Jing Xiaolu change her personality? Yang Ming was not used to it. Ha! And Zhang laughed. She obviously didn't believe him. Annie Zhang asked, Xiaolu, is this also on account? When I get my salary at the end of the month, we'll settle it together. Jing Xiaolu nodded. She usually used her bonus to buy some household items and saved up her salary to pay for her grandmother's medical expenses. Although she didn't have a surplus, she calculated everything in an orderly manner. How much? Yang Ming looked up and asked. Jing Xiaolu was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming incredulously. In her opinion, Yang Ming wouldn't care much about her affairs. It was better to draw a clear line with her, but she didn't expect Yang Ming to take the initiative to pay for her. Ani Zhang was also stunned. Then she smiled and said, Let me calculate. When Ani Zhang saw Yang Ming's appearance, she had no doubt in her heart. The two of them must be dating. Otherwise, is this Yang Ming a fool? He still wants to pay for Jing Xiaolu? A total of 1,368 yuan. Auntie Zhang calculated and said. Yang Ming nodded and took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet. He handed it to Auntie Zhang and said, Pay 2,000 yuan first. The rest of the money will be kept here. Xiaolu will still come to get the medicine in the future. Seeing that Jing Xiaolu didn't object, Auntie Zhang accepted the money. Her family wasn't very good. The store also needed cash flow. It was good to get some money back as soon as possible, so she didn't refuse. When they were out of the pharmacy, Jing Xiaolu asked Yang Ming in surprise, Why did you pay for me? I said that no matter what you buy today, I will pay for it. Yang Ming smiled and said, Of course, it refers to what is within my ability. If it is beyond this ability, then I can't do anything. Yang Ming actually had some sympathy for Jing Xiaolu. This girl didn't have it easy. If he could help, he would help. Even if they couldn't be lovers, he should help even if they were friends. TSK boring. Jing Xiaolu shook her head and said, I thought you changed your mind and wanted to support me. Don't joke around. Yang Ming frowned. We are already downstairs of your house. Why are you still not serious? If you don't want me to pay, then you can pay me back when you get your salary. I don't want it. Do you think I'm a fool? Jing Xiaolu said, It's good that you pay for me every time. I can save money to buy cosmetics. Cosmetics? Come on. Your face looks better if you don't put anything on. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. What? The cosmetics I used before were too low grade. They were all a few yuan on the street. Can it look good on them? When I have money, I will buy a few hundred yuan. Jing Xiaolu said with some yearning. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile when he heard Jing Xiaolu's words. You know that a few yuan is not good, but you still put on. Isn't that a problem? Stop it. Jing Xiaolu was a little annoyed. She thought, Isn't that because I don't have money? Which girl doesn't love beauty? If I don't have money, what should I buy? He sent Jing Xiaolu to an old-fashioned 3-story building. Jing Xiaolu said, It's here. I'm going home. And goodbye. Yang Ming stopped the car and said. Jing Xiaolu got out of the car and stood outside the car with her hand on the door. She shook her hand at Yang Ming. Yang Ming said helplessly, Okay, don't say goodbye. The only warmth in my car will be gone by you later. Jing Xiaolu suddenly leaned over and quickly kissed Yang Ming's face. Yang Ming was stunned. He was about to get angry, but he heard Jing Xiaolu say faintly, Thank you, Yang Ming. Today is the happiest day in my life. It feels good to be pampered. After that, she closed the door and ran quickly to the corridor. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Ming saw that Jing Xiaolu was serious, so he hesitated and sighed slightly. He was a little moved in his heart. The contrast between the previous Jing Xiaolu and today's Jing Xiaolu was too big. However, I don't seem to be pampering her, right? Accompanying her shopping and buying things for her was entirely out of gratitude for her help in analyzing the feelings. After leaving Jing Xiaolu's house, Yang Ming looked at the time on the phone. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After a while, Zhao Ying would probably be finished with class. Yang Ming felt that he should call Zhao Ying in advance to make an appointment, so that she wouldn't have time later. Thinking of this, Yang Ming dialed Zhao Ying's phone. After the phone was connected, it rang a few times, but it was hung up. Yang Ming was stunned and dialed again. This time, it was even worse. It rang once and was hung up. Yang Ming wondered again. Why didn't Zhao Ying answer the phone? Suddenly, he was shocked. Could it be that Zhao Ying was angry? Thinking of what he said when he chatted with Zhao Ying yesterday, Yang Ming suddenly began to feel nervous. This girl wouldn't hold a grudge, right? And it is very likely. Yesterday, when she saw me eating noodles with Wang Xiaoyan, she must be unhappy in her heart, so she deliberately didn't answer my call at this moment. Yang Ming hesitated and dialed Zhao Ying's phone again, but this time it was worse than the last time. Zhao Ying actually turned off her phone directly. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and touched his chin. This is really difficult. However, Zhao Ying turned off her phone. What else could Yang Ming do? In desperation, he could only go directly to the school. If there was anything, he could say it face-to-face when he saw Zhao Ying. Yang Ming drove in the direction of the school. On the way, the phone rang with a text message notification. When Yang Ming was waiting for the signal light, he picked up the phone and glanced at it, but he found that it was Zhao Ying's number. Yang Ming quickly opened the text message and read it. I'm in class. What are you doing? Calling me once is not enough. You still want to call me a second time. My classmates are looking at me. After reading Zhao Ying's text message, Yang Ming suddenly had a feeling of being dumbfounded. It seems that I think too much and complicate things. Now that I think about it carefully, it is also true. Although Zhao Ying saw me eating noodles with Wang Xiaoyan, she didn't directly expose it. This means that Zhao Ying's heart is not willing to put this matter on the table. So Zhao Ying will not use this as a reason to be angry with me. Yang Ming quickly replied with a text message. Sister Ying, I came back from Macau and brought you some gifts. Are you free later? After the text message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. It was probably because Zhao Ying turned off her phone, so Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Instead, he went to the school first, found a self-study room, and prepared to complete his task of filling in the memory tree. Generally, there were many self-study rooms in universities. If this university was not too small and there were too few teaching buildings, he could find a lot of free self-study rooms. Yang Ming once heard a college student's self-study room song. The situation of not being able to find a seat was actually quite rare. Unless it was before the final exam, there would be a phenomenon of national self-study. Now, there were not many people in the self-study room where Yang Ming was. There was only a man and a woman. They were probably lovers. They were whispering to each other in the back of the classroom. Yang Ming didn't care. He simply found a desk and sat down. He took out a pen and paper and was ready to fill in the memory tree. Just as he was ready to write, he heard a female moan behind him. The moaning was particularly ecstatic. Yang Ming looked back, but he saw that the boy was touching the girl's body, ignoring Yang Ming. Yang Ming felt a chill, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his head. Why are college students so open now? Yang Ming thought that he was open enough. When he was in high school, he fell in love. He even asked Chen Mingyan to help him in the movie theater. But after all, he was afraid that others would see it. These two were good. They had already entered the realm of selflessness. Yang Ming was upset. How can I perform? My originally pure thoughts have become full of obscenity. My longing for Zhao Ying has also become longing for her breasts. Motherfucker, this is not good. Yang Ming coughed twice, but found that the two behind him didn't have any reaction at all. He didn't know if they were too engrossed and couldn't hear the movement around them, or they didn't feel anything wrong at all. Yang Ming had no choice but to cough twice. This is a self-study room, right? Can't these two pay attention to the impact? At least you have to pretend to be a pure man and woman relationship, right? Could it be that you want to touch the door in the classroom? Yang Ming's two coughs were a little too loud. The man and woman who were touching each other behind finally heard it. Their movements also stopped. Yang Ming thought that the two knew their mistakes and were ready to turn over a new leaf. But he didn't expect that the conversation between the two almost made Yang Ming faint. Dear, look at how hardworking the person in front is. He still comes to self-study in the middle of winter. He is so sick that he keeps coughing, but he still insists on learning. He can compete with us," said the boy. "Yes, dear, I think so too. We are diligent enough to come to self-study every day. There is someone better than us," the girl also said. Yang Ming sweated. He thought, "I am thick-skinned enough. Is there anyone who is thicker than me? It's really the best." Yang Ming couldn't stand it anymore. He was ready to get up and leave. "Motherfucker, can I change to another classroom?" But he heard the girl say again, "The student in front, if you are sick, don't come to self-study. You can study for 1 or 2 days. Rome wasn't built in a day." Yang Ming saw that the girl's breasts were still in the hands of the boy, but she could say such words. He was speechless. Today, he finally saw what is called a ruthless person. "I originally thought that I was a very lascivious person. It turns out that I am so pure." Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little proud. "It turns out that I am a very pure person." Yang Ming packed up the things on the table and quickly escaped from the classroom. He really couldn't stand it. Yang Ming looked back at the adulterous man and woman in the classroom. He suddenly realized, no wonder there were only 2 of them in this classroom. Even if there were fewer people in other classrooms, there would be more than 10 people. Yang Ming was cautious this time. He had no experience in self-study for the first time. With the previous lesson, Yang Ming observed for a long time. He found a classroom with a strong reading atmosphere and walked in. Yang Ming found a quiet place and sat down. He could finally study his memory tree in peace. Where should I start? Yang Ming closed his eyes and began to think about how he met Zhao Ying. Well, in fact, he had feelings for Zhao Ying. It should be a long time ago. When Zhao Ying was still his math teacher, before she gave him tutoring, Yang Ming had some feelings for Zhao Ying. Compared to Qin Ming Yin, Zhao Ying was more mature and plump, which made Yang Ming have a special infatuation with her. Chapter 999. AI, this is a headache. This kind of thing naturally can't be written in the memory tree. Otherwise, if Zhao Ying sees it, she will definitely think that my thoughts are dirty, and it may even have the opposite effect. Then, let's start from the first time I went to Zhao Ying's office and squeezed Jing Gang to send flowers. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's thoughts were like a fountain, and he began to write a love story. From the beginning of the first remedial class to that moonlit night, the 2 ate noodles together, faced the gangster together, the moment when they were about to kiss, until they met again after graduation. The coffee shop chat, pretending to be her boyfriend, Yang Ming found that he really had a talent for writing. This was thanks to the novels written by a guy named Fishman too, that his writing level had improved greatly. It was as if he had the help of God. After Yang Ming finished writing, he carefully checked it again and carefully closed the memory tree. Of course, there were still some blanks left for Zhao Ying to fill in. Yang Ming packed up the things on the table and was ready to leave the self-study room. Most of the students in this self-study room were focused on learning. No one cared about Yang Ming coming and going. They didn't even look at him. Out of the classroom, Yang Ming was bored, so he just walked around the campus. When he passed by the teacher's building, Yang Ming suddenly thought, will Xiaoqing be in school? So, he walked into the teacher's building and walked to Xiaoqing's office. When he came to the office, Yang Ming knocked on the door. Sure enough, Xiaoqing's voice came from inside. Please come in. Yang Ming was happy. It seemed that this trip wasn't in vain. He pushed the door and entered, but he saw Xiaoqing working on something on the computer. Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming closed the door and walked quickly to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing thought it was a teacher in the department, but she didn't expect it to be Yang Ming. She was stunned and turned her head. Yang Ming, why are you here? You haven't started school yet, right? Yeah, I was bored, so I came to visit a classmate in school. She hasn't finished her class yet, so I came here to see if you were at work. Yang Ming came to Xiaoqing's side, hugged her from behind, and said softly. Xiaoqing's body trembled. After all, this was the office, not at home. Every time Yang Ming was intimate with her in the office, it gave her a very strange feeling. It was both nervous and exciting, but this feeling was really wonderful and a bit addictive. Quickly let go. What if someone comes in? Xiaoqing twisted her body and said. After hearing this, Yang Ming smiled indifferently. I have already closed the door. You are. You're not serious at all. If Godfather finds out one time, won't he be pissed to death? Xiao Qing said helplessly. The relationship between herself and Yang Ming was a pain in Xiao Qing's heart forever. There is no way to disclose it, and she could only do it secretly for the rest of her life. Although she knew Yang Ming first, it seemed that she wasn't as good as Sun Jie. At least Sun Jie could be with Yang Ming openly without any scruples. If he finds out, then he finds out. We aren't siblings. What are you afraid of? Yang Ming didn't care. You think too much. There is nothing in the world. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter if I think too much or too little. I am really afraid that others will look at me differently. Xiao Qing sighed. Yang Ming nodded and expressed his understanding. He also knew what kind of past Xiao Qing had. When she got married, the groom ran away. How ironic was this? If it were a person with poor psychological quality, suicide was possible. And he was Xiao Qing's brother in name. If he was with Xiao Qing, outsiders would definitely say something unpleasant. Yang Ming didn't care, but what about Xiao Qing? Yang Ming could not think about her. I know. Don't worry. I will be careful. Yang Ming said, Sister Xiao Qing, how is Godfather and Godmother recently? Yang Ming had a lot of things to do during this time. Except for going to Lu Weishan's house during the Chinese New Year. He hadn't gone again for almost a month. Mom and Dad's health is not bad. It's just that Lu Qianqi's birthday is coming soon. Their mood is a bit down. Xiao Qing sighed. Lu Qianqi. Yang Ming was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard his godfather mention that Lu Qianqi was his godfather's son. He suddenly became silent. Right, Sister Xiao Qing, you tell me. What is going on with Lu Qianqi? I noticed that Godfather and Godmother are very taboo about this topic, so I haven't dared to ask. I also know Brother Lu Qianqi. He also graduated from our Songjiang Industry University. Unlike Godfather, Lu Qianqi's hobby is bioengineering. At a young age, he is already a little famous in the biological field. Lu Qianqi's paper on bacteria also won an international award. He is a dazzling new star in our country's biological science field. Xiao Qing said. His fiancée is his assistant. She also has great achievements in biology. The couple is young, but their reputation in academia faintly surpasses Godfather. Unfortunately, on the eve of the wedding, both of them mysteriously disappeared at the same time. Mysterious disappearance. Yang Ming was suddenly somewhat inexplicable. Why is it like a movie? How could a person suddenly disappear? Yang Ming said, baffled. Didn't the police report? Was there no news later? The police report was reported. Such a well-known scientist disappeared. The pressure of the police is also very great. Xiao Qing shook her head and continued. However, a lot of police forces were used at that time, but they still couldn't find Lu Qianqi's whereabouts. This person seemed to have disappeared from the world. There was no more news. At first, everyone thought that it was a kidnapping, but they didn't receive any calls or messages from the kidnappers. Later, they realized that things were unusual. Even some of the country's special departments participated in the investigation. They even suspected that Lu Qianqi was captured by foreign hostile forces, but there was no result. It turned out to be like this. This was the first time that Yang Ming heard the whole story. He didn't expect Godfather to have such a powerful son who disappeared so strangely. No matter how strong the old man was, there would be times when he was sad. Yeah, so in the past few years, we haven't mentioned this in front of Godfather. We hope that Godfather can forget these unpleasant and sad past. But how can this kind of thing be forgotten? Xiao Qing said, every year on Brother Lu Qianqi's birthday, Godfather will go to the police station again to see if there are any new clues. Although he also knows that there is basically no hope, if there is news, the police will inform him immediately, but Godfather still. Yang Ming nodded. This feeling of losing a loved one was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. I hope Brother Lu can come back. Well, let's not talk about this. Try not to mention it in front of Godfather in the future, so that Godfather won't be sad. Xiao Qing said. I know. Yang Ming said, I'm not so stupid. If you have time, go back and accompany Godfather. Godfather is old. and he accepted you as his godson. It is also a comfort. Xiao Qing said, well, it's almost time. I have a graduate student meeting today. I have to go. Don't you want to wait for your classmate? You can stay in my office. Just lock the door when you leave. Okay, then you can go. Yang Ming nodded. If Zhao Ying received the message, she would definitely call back or reply to the message. There was no news now, which proved that she was still in class. Xiao Qing tidied up the things on the table, then took a coat from the closet and put it on. She went out the door. When she was changing clothes, she didn't avoid Yang Ming. After all, the relationship between the two could be said to be close. Xiao Qing didn't mention a word about the day when she was with Sun Jie and Yang Ming. Since she didn't want to say it, Yang Ming naturally wouldn't say it. Yang Ming felt that if Xiao Qing didn't say it, it meant that she acquiesced to this practice. It wouldn't be good if she said it. After Xiao Qing left the office, Yang Ming sat in Xiao Qing's seat and played on the computer. He opened QQ, but there was a QQ number on it, and the password was saved. Yang Ming was a little curious. Isn't this Xiao Qing's QQ number? Thinking of this, Yang Ming wanted to log in to see who was on Xiao Qing's QQ. It wasn't that Yang Ming suspected Xiao Qing, but Yang Ming's curiosity was mischievous. Yang Ming clicked on the login, and the QQ was quickly logged in. He glanced at the status and found that he was online. Yang Ming quickly set himself to invisible. If someone talked to him, he couldn't reply. However, Yang Ming's hand was still a step late. DDDD. There was a prompt for a new message on the computer. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He could only click on the chat window. The person who spoke was a woman, and her online name was Xiao Jie. Damn girl, aren't you at work? Why did you open QQ? Said Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie? Yang Ming was stunned. Looking at her tone of speaking to Xiao Qing, could it be the vixen, Sun Jie? Thinking of Sun Jie's chest, Yang Ming smiled lasciviously and clicked on her information. The information was written very plainly with only a few strokes. There was nothing special, but Yang Ming still found a flaw. This Xiao Jie's email address was actually the pinyin of Sun Jie. Haha, it really is Sun Jie. After confirming her identity, Yang Ming decided to tease her. So, he imitated Xiao Qing's tone and sent a message over. I just finished my work. I was exhausted, so I just came up to have a look. But you, a general manager, still have time to chat online? I went up and went invisible in an instant. You even caught me. After sending this sentence, Yang Ming stared at the computer screen nervously, waiting for Sun Jie's reply. In order to further confirm the identity of the other party, Yang Ming tested it again. Chapter 1000. It didn't take long for Xiao Jie to reply. What's wrong with the general manager? There are others. The general manager is just a commander. Yeah, I'm so free. I'm reading a novel while drinking coffee. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It turns out that the topics between women are like this. After thinking about it, he sent a message over. You're so free. I'm so busy. I have already told you not to do that job. How good would it be to come and help me after you quit? Xiao Jie said. Right, Yang Ming just came to me. Yang Ming began to enter the topic. He wanted to hear what Sun Jie and Xiao Qing talked about him. He came? He want to find you? Is he looking for you to do it? Ha! Xiao Jie sent a grinning emoji over. Go to hell. If he wants to do it, he is looking for you. Yang Ming quickly replied with a message, but he regretted it after replying. Xiao Qing usually doesn't talk like this, right? Just as he was nervous, Xiao Jie replied, I hope he is looking for me. I'm just afraid that you'll be jealous. Hee hee. Why would I be jealous? Why don't we do it together? Didn't you feel good that time? I knew it when I heard you moan so loudly. Yang Ming chuckled and replied. He thought, it turns out that Xiao Qing and Sun Jie are so lascivious. The dialogue between women really can't be judged with common sense. Okay, who is afraid of who? I think you were addicted to the taste. You want to talk about me? Said Xiao Jie. Yang Ming was very happy in his heart. Damn, it turns out that Sun Jie doesn't reject it. That's great. This vixen really has the potential for development. She is usually serious to outsiders, but she is flirtatious to me. She is the best candidate for a wife. After knowing Sun Jie's thoughts, Yang Ming didn't dare to talk more. If he was exposed, he would be finished. Anyway, there was already a significant gain. He couldn't be too greedy. So he said, "It's almost time. I have to meet with the new graduate students in a while. Let's not talk about it first." Right? You said that I only remembered when we met with the new graduate students. I forgot. What should I do? Said Xiao Jia. Forgot? What forgot? Have you forgotten what it has to do with me? Yang Ming was a little confused. What do you mean you're going to do? It's fine as long as I don't forget. Xiao Jia was silent for a while. Yang Ming thought that she thought he had left. Just as he was about to log out of QQ, Xiao Jia sent another message, which made Yang Ming tremble with fear. Yang Ming, you're pretty good at acting. Damn, it can't be right. He was exposed just like that. Yang Ming's head suddenly sweated. How did Sun Jia know? Was he trying to trick him? Thinking of this, Yang Ming forced himself to calm down and said, "What, Yang Ming? Yang Ming left a long time ago. Do you miss him that much?" "Yang Ming, don't play dumb with me. I know it's you," said little Jia. What was going on? Could it be that he had exposed some flaws? Yang Ming was shocked. He quickly looked at the previous chat history, but no matter how he looked at it, there was nothing wrong. Moreover, Sun Jia had always been normal before. It seemed that she didn't doubt him. Why did she suddenly start to doubt him? She must have taken the last sentence herself. Yang Ming carefully looked at his last sentence. What do you mean you're going to do? It's fine as long as I don't forget. There's nothing wrong with this, right? In terms of tone, there was nothing special. Xiao Qing could also speak in this tone. Why did Sun Jia doubt me? After thinking for a long time, Yang Ming couldn't figure it out. He had to bite the bullet and said, "Sun Jia, what are you talking about?" "What, Yang Ming? What do you mean by acting like it? I'm in a hurry to meet with a new graduate. Let's talk next time." "You're meeting with a new graduate? Are you kidding me?" Sun Jia sent a contemptuous expression. Yang Ming was helpless. It seemed that Sun Jia really doubted him. It wasn't a trick. He had to say, "Well, dear Miss Sun Jia, I'm just joking. TSK, do you think I don't know your little tricks? Don't you just want to have a threesome? Try to find out what I mean." Sun Jia sent a knife emoji over. "Hee hee, but how do you know that I'm not Xiao Qing?" Yang Ming quickly changed the topic and asked. "The reason is very simple. I'm now Xiao Qing's student. I should go to the new graduate meeting in a while, but I forgot," said Sun Jia. Damn. Yang Ming slapped his thigh and was dejected. He didn't expect Sun Jia to actually become Xiao Qing's student. It was really impossible to guard against. "So your teacher Zhao's student, haha." Yang Ming smiled and sent a message over. "I know what you're thinking now. A student and a teacher together, right?" Sun Jia said bluntly. However, these words are really tempting. Yang Ming's heart was itching. This Sun Jia is really a top-quality fox spirit. Great minds think alike. What she thinks is what I think. Cough, cough. I'm such an upright person. How can I do such a vulgar thing? However, it's okay to try it occasionally. Life? It's about boldly exploring and trying to move forward. Yang Ming said seriously. Sun Jia sent a supercilious emoji. "I'm leaving. You can explore by yourself. I have to meet a client tonight. I don't have time to study this with you. Go, go." Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm afraid you won't let it go," Yang Ming thought. After turning off QQ, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Why am I so unlucky? It's all my fault for replying that sentence. If I didn't reply, wouldn't it be fine? However, Yang Ming made a mistake because of nervousness. That was, he didn't clear the QQ chat history. So, this chat history became a time bomb. Although many people didn't have the habit of looking through the chat history, there were always accidents in the world. After turning off QQ, Yang Ming went to his own QQ. Then, he added Sun Jia and Xiao Qing's QQ numbers to his own QQ. After looking at it, he didn't know anyone online, so Yang Ming directly turned off the computer. After sitting in Xiao Qing's office for a while, he locked the door and came out. I guess Zhao Ying should be out of class at this moment, right? Walking on campus, it didn't take long for him to receive a message from Zhao Ying. Yang Ming quickly pressed the read button. Class has just ended, but there are still some other things at school. It may be a little later. How about we call it a day? Yang Ming quickly replied, It's okay. I'm already at school. Contact me after you're done. Okay then, Zhao Ying replied. After receiving an accurate reply, Yang Ming calmed down. He found a bench and sat down. He looked at the people coming and going in the school. It was close to the start of school. There were many students returning to school on campus. Yang Ming was very surprised to be able to become a member of the university campus. Originally, he thought that he definitely couldn't be admitted to university, but he didn't expect to encounter a series of coincidences that made him a college student. In the blink of an eye, the first half of the first semester of freshman year passed. It was like a trance. In this half of the semester, many things happened. Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, Chen Mingyan, Zhao Ying, Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, and the joys and sorrows. Wang Jitao, the powerful opponent who always found trouble with him, now seemed to be not worth mentioning. Yang Ming sighed. Life is really wonderful. In contemplation and sighing, time passed unknowingly. When Yang Ming's cell phone rang again, the sky was already dark. Yang Ming took out his cell phone. It was Zhao Ying calling. Sister Ying, are you done with your work? Yang Ming picked up the phone, and it just ended. Zhao Ying said apologetically, Yang Ming, I'm sorry to let you wait for so long. Are you still at school? I'm still here. How can I leave if I don't wait for you? Yang Ming smiled and said, You don't have to be so polite with me. Where are you? I'll find you. I'm at the graduate building number 3. How about this? You wait for me at the school gate. Let's meet at the school gate. Zhao Ying thought and said, There are too many people here, and the sky is dark. I'm afraid that we will be separated. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the school gate. Yang Ming responded and hung up the phone. The two people arrived at the school gate almost at the same time, but Zhao Ying's eyesight wasn't as good as Yang Ming's. When she was looking around, Yang Ming quietly came behind her and patted her from behind. Yeah, Zhao Ying was shocked and quickly turned around. When she saw that it was Yang Ming, she was relieved. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death? Hee hee, I didn't expect Sister Ying to be so timid. Yang Ming laughed. What's there to be timid about? The next time I pat you like this, you will be shocked too. Zhao Ying complained. You're an adult, but you're still like a child. Sister Ying, you're not my teacher now. Don't talk to me like this. Yang Ming said seriously. After Zhao Ying heard it, she suddenly laughed and said, Why did you suddenly want to look for me? Why didn't you call before? Although Zhao Ying wanted to know what the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan was, she couldn't ask. Otherwise, if Yang Ming asked her how she knew, how could she explain it? Could it be that she saw it secretly? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? It would make her seem like a jealous person. Therefore, Zhao Ying could only pretend that she didn't know and make herself look natural. I was shopping with my friends today and saw a small gift, so I bought it for you. Then, I couldn't wait to give it to you. Yang Ming's face was very thick, so he didn't blush when he said this. Why are you giving it to me? I'm not Chen Mingyan. Zhao Ying was happy. When Yang Ming was shopping and saw something good, the first thing he thought of was her. Chapter 1001. Hee hee, Sister Ying, if you are willing, you can also be Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming smiled. Even a fool could understand the hint in his words. However, although Zhao Ying understood it, she wasn't sure. She just blushed and said, How can I be Chen Mingyan? You only know how to talk nonsense. I'm not Jin Gang, who can change shape. Ugh. Yang Ming laughed twice and then said, Sister Ying, you haven't eaten yet. Let's find a place to eat first. Zhao Ying nodded slightly. Her face was flushed with shyness. However, under the moonlight, Zhao Ying wasn't embarrassed. She felt that Yang Ming shouldn't be able to see her face. Where are we going to eat? Zhao Ying asked in a low voice. I don't know, but I heard that the bird flu is quite serious recently. I don't know if the things outside are hygienic or not. How about this? Sister Ying, let's go to the supermarket to buy something and eat at your house. How about that? Yang Ming said with a serious look. Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming said it seriously. She wanted to laugh in her heart. Bird flu. Wouldn't it be fine if you don't eat chicken and duck? You still talk so much nonsense. You want me to cook, and you come up with so many excuses. However, she didn't refute. Instead, she said, Okay, but my cooking is not good. Don't think it's not delicious. I have never been a picky eater. Sister Ying, You know that I eat in the heavenly earthly paradise. I eat in the street stalls. I eat in the school cafeteria, and I eat in Sister Ying's kitchen. Yang Ming laughed. When he saw that Zhao Ying agreed, he was suddenly happy. Yang Ming just wanted to create an opportunity to be alone with Zhao Ying. In a big hotel or a small street restaurant, there was no such atmosphere. You only know how to talk nonsense. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Zhao Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said with some anger, "You were like this in high school. I don't know how many girls you have deceived with this mouth." Hee hee. Then is Sister Ying one of the people who was deceived? Yang Ming said shamelessly. Anyway, Yang Ming's principle was to be thick-skinned. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Zhao Ying's heart suddenly trembled, and then she snorted, "I won't be fooled so easily." It's not easy, but it's possible, isn't it? Yang Ming caught on to the small loophole in Zhao Ying's words. "Don't talk nonsense. I am your teacher." After being teased by Yang Ming like this, Zhao Ying's mind suddenly became chaotic. Even her speech was a little sluggish. "Teacher? Really?" Yang Ming pretended to be deep in thought and frowned. Yang Ming said such brainless words. Zhao Ying was nervous. She didn't know what Yang Ming's really meant. "That's not right." Yang Ming suddenly shouted, but it scared Zhao Ying. How could Zhao Ying bear with such a shock? Her heart almost couldn't bear it and stopped beating. "What isn't right?" Zhao Ying asked with a trembling voice. "You are my classmate now." Yang Ming pretended to finally understand and said, "We are in the same school. You are just my senior sister. No matter what, you are not a teacher." Zhao Ying was speechless. "You thought for a long time, and you just understood this reason? I thought you were thinking about something. You scared me to death. So, you just said that you were my teacher. What do you mean?" Yang Ming asked. "Nothing." Zhao Ying's heart was in a mess because of Yang Ming. She didn't have the heart to think about it. She simply shook her head and responded. Yang Ming wanted to say something further, but this beautiful atmosphere was destroyed by someone else. "Dee, a car horn sounded, and there was a complaining voice. "You too. If you want to date, then date. Don't block the school's entrance. Hurry up and get out of the way." Yang Ming looked up and saw that it was the school cafeteria's food delivery truck that was going to enter the school. He and Zhao Ying were standing at the entrance, blocking the truck. "Damn," Yang Ming cursed. "You could have transported the food at any time, but you had to transport it at this time." Yang Ming pulled Zhao Ying to the side, and the atmosphere was destroyed. "The food delivery truck is badass," Yang Ming cursed. Zhao Ying had returned to normal. She looked at the food delivery truck that had gone far away and smiled. "We blocked their road. Of course, they're not willing. Let's go. Let's go to the supermarket to transport the food," said Yang Ming. Zhao Ying smiled and got in the car with Yang Ming. Yang Ming started the car and drove in the direction of the supermarket. The various small grocery stores in the 1990s were now replaced by large supermarkets, but it was indeed more convenient. The goods were more than the small grocery stores. What made Yang Ming uncomfortable was that many supermarkets were foreign brands. Although they sold domestic products, the profit went into the pockets of the foreigners. Therefore, Yang Ming would rather take a detour and choose to shop in the domestic brand supermarkets. Yang Ming parked the car in the parking lot of the supermarket. He and Zhao Ying got out of the car and walked into the supermarket. "Do you want to push the cart or take the shopping basket?" At the entrance of the supermarket, Zhao Ying hesitated and asked, "Take the cart. Buy more." Yang Ming pushed a shopping cart in his hand without any explanation. "Why do you want to buy so much? We can't eat it." Zhao Ying was a bit puzzled. "If we can't eat it, we can eat it next time. In the future, I will often go to your house to eat. Anyway, Wang Xiaoyan has moved away. You are the only one. It is convenient for us to talk." Yang Ming smiled. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. When Wang Xiaoyan was mentioned, Zhao Ying's heart suddenly felt like a big stone was pressing on it. She was very uncomfortable and a little sad. The words that she wanted to say before couldn't be said. She responded faintly, "Whatever." "Sister Ying, what's wrong with you?" Yang Ming was stunned, and then suddenly remembered that he had just mentioned Wang Xiaoyan. He suddenly regretted. "Why was my mouth so annoying? Of all the people, Why did I have to mention Wang Xiaoyan? Wasn't this looking for trouble? I'm fine. Zhao Ling felt that she had forgotten herself. She quickly turned her head and gave Yang Ming a smile. I was just thinking that if you come to eat every day, wouldn't I be tired to death? Usually, I would just buy something to eat. I didn't say that I come every day. It's just occasionally. Seeing that Zhao Ying had returned to normal, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. You can't always deal with it outside. Occasionally, you need to improve your diet. Don't worry. Leave this difficult task to me. I will go to your house often. That way, you can enjoy a big meal yourself. Zhao Ling shook her head helplessly and walked to the fresh food area of the supermarket with Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care what it was. As long as he felt that it was pleasing to the eye, he would throw it into the cart. Zhao Ying couldn't help it. She stopped Yang Ming a few times, but Yang Ming still did what he wanted. Zhao Ying had to let him do it. In the end, she really couldn't stand it anymore. She said, "Okay, Yang Ming, if you buy more, the refrigerator won't be able to hold it. Do you want my house to become a vegetable market?" Yang Ming smiled and gave up. He calculated that he could eat at least 4 or 5 times. In other words, he could go to Zhao Ying's house 4 or 5 times. Yang Ming, wait for me. I'm going to buy something else. Zhao Ying hesitated for a moment and stopped talking. Buy something? Let's go. Let's go together. It just so happens that I want to buy something else. Yang Ming nodded and said, "That's fine. Let's go separately," said Zhao Ying. "Why do we have to go separately? It's better to go together. This supermarket is quite big. What if we get separated again?" Yang Ming said with some confusion. "Besides, we are not in a hurry, but—" Zhao Ying hesitated. She didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, she had to give up. She thought, forget it. Anyway, it's not too shameful. The two walked to the daily necessities area. Yang Ming felt that Zhao Ying didn't understand something, so he had been paying attention to Zhao Ying's actions. Seeing that her eyes stayed in the women's products area, he suddenly realized, is Zhao Ying going to buy something like sanitary pads? No wonder she said that we have to go separately. "Sister Ying, do you want to buy sanitary pads?" Yang Ming asked indifferently. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and was used to it. Zhao Ying was shocked, but she quickly denied it subconsciously. No, I just want to buy a shampoo." After Zhao Ying finished speaking, her face turned red. The words just now were just said unconsciously. Zhao Ying bit her lip and glared at Yang Ming. "You are bad." "How am I bad?" Yang Ming said very innocently. "I just asked casually, hey, Sister Ying, isn't this the first time I went to your house and saw the tampons in your house? At that time, I didn't see it clearly, and you threw it away." Yang Ming pointed at the tampons on the shelf and asked in surprise. Zhao Ying was suddenly embarrassed. She remembered the past. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. She quickly pulled Yang Ming and whispered, "Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? It's understandable that you didn't understand before, but now you—" Zhao Ying wanted to say, "You have done it with your girlfriend, but you still don't understand the use of these things? Aren't these tampons?" Yang Ming was stunned and asked. "Forget it." Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming didn't look like he was acting, so she had to give up. Because tampons weren't as popular as sanitary pads, it wasn't too strange that Yang Ming didn't know. "What, forget it?" Yang Ming continued to ask. "Isn't it? You go and ask Chen Mingyan. Don't ask me," Zhao Ying said in a bad mood. However, she thought of Wang Xiaoyan. The tampons last time were given to her by Wang Xiaoyan. Now, I guess Wang Xiaoyan should be able to use them, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Ying sighed. She couldn't figure it out. How did Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan get together? Or did I really misunderstand them? Chapter 1002. Yang Ming, you said that Wang Xiaoyan is your neighbor? She is in the Huashang district, right? Zhao Ying finally couldn't hold it in and asked. Yang Ming was shocked. He secretly thought, what should come finally came. How should I answer? Yang Ming really had a headache. Logically, the relationship between him and Wang Xiaoyan couldn't be exposed because the identities of both of them were very special, and the two of them did have more of a cooperative relationship. "Don't you also live in the Huashang district?" asked Yang Ming. After that, Zhao Ying's mother, Wang Guifan, bought a house for Zhao Ying in the Huashang district, and Yang Ming paid for it, so Yang Ming was naturally very clear. I haven't moved yet. Zhao Ying shook her head. I still live in the original place. Why don't you move over? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Ying to still live in the original place. She didn't live in a new house, but she lived in a rented house. What is this? I always feel that there is an unreal feeling. I feel that the house is not mine. Zhao Ying sighed and shook her head. You bought the house to hide from my mother's eyes and ears. Now you can take it back. I can't take your house for no reason. How is it for no reason? You're my sister, right? Yang Ming smiled and said, You can't deny this. There is nothing wrong with a brother buying a house for his sister. Yang Ming was very puzzled about what Zhao Ying was still struggling and hesitating in her heart. There was only a thin layer of paper between the two of them, but Zhao Ying still couldn't make up her mind. She always retreated at the critical moment. Just like just now, he had used words to hint several times, but Zhao Ying avoided it. This made Yang Ming very helpless. It was also the reason why Yang Ming didn't dare to confess casually. Don't talk about this. Zhao Ying felt that her heart was beating so fast that she couldn't bear it. She took a deep breath and said, I'm going to buy something. After that, she ran away quickly. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying's back as she ran away, and he could only smile bitterly. What is Zhao Ying's resistance? Is it because of her shyness? Or is it Wang Xiaoyan? Or is it Chun Mingyan? Thinking of Chun Mingyan, Yang Ming suddenly remembered that during the temple fair, Chun Mingyan was furious at Zhao Ying and scolded Zhao Ying as a vixen. Yang Ming had a bit of a headache. This is not easy to handle. Chun Mingyan was a traditional girl. Although she could tolerate Lin Jiyun and Zhou Zhejianao, she might not tolerate Zhao Ying. Because Zhao Ying was their teacher in high school, Chun Mingyan couldn't accept the fact that her teacher became a sister. Perhaps the first one to jump out and make things difficult would be her. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly had a headache. Perhaps Zhao Ying also had a headache, right? In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ying had already bought the shampoo she needed, but she had already paid the bill at the checkout counter in the supermarket and put it into a small bag. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. This isn't a shameful thing. Why do you have to do this? Let's go. I'm done buying. Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming, who was in a daze, and said with a smile, Oh, okay. Seeing that Zhao Ying didn't want to talk about the previous topic, Yang Ming no longer said it. Anyway, he had prepared the memory tree. Zhao Ying would understand his thoughts sooner or later. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying pushed a cart of ingredients like a young couple who came to the supermarket to shop. Yang Ming enjoyed this feeling, and Zhao Ying seemed to be enjoying it too, but neither of them said it out loud. After paying the bill, the two of them worked together to move these ingredients into the car. Although Yang Ming could carry these alone, the feeling of the two of them working together was different. Each of them carried one bag of things, and there was a faint tacit understanding between them. After getting in the car, Yang Ming started the car and silently drove to Zhao Ying's original residence. The familiar streets, the familiar community. It was almost a year later when they came here again. Yang Ming remembered the scene when he first sent Zhao Ying home. It was still vivid in his mind as if it was yesterday. Why? Don't you recognize this place? Seeing Yang Ming in a daze, Zhao Ying patted Yang Ming's shoulder and smiled. Get out of the car. The car in front can't go in. We can only walk in. Did you forget? Oh. Yang Ming got out of the car and carried the big bag of ingredients with Zhao Ying and walked in the direction of the community. Why isn't there a voice-controlled light installed here? Yang Ming looked at the dark corridor and couldn't help but frown. How dangerous is it for you to come back every day? You can move to the new house tomorrow. It's okay. I'm used to it. Zhao Ying smiled and said, I have lived here for more than 2 years. It's not like you haven't been here before. At that time, I got off work later than now. Besides, when school starts in a few days, I will live on campus. Then you should move there. The house there is empty. You still rent a house. Aren't you rich and have nowhere to spend it? Yang Ming said in a good mood. Or you can take it that I rented the house to you, and you pay me the rent. Zhao Ying listened to Yang Ming and was very helpless. She couldn't really pay the rent to Yang Ming. She had no choice but to say, "Well, I will move there when school starts in a few days. Tomorrow, I will come over to help you move tomorrow morning. Or, I will sleep here tonight," Yang Ming said with a big face. Zhao Ying was speechless. She knew that Yang Ming's face was big, but she didn't expect it to be so big. "Oh, then it's settled. In fact, I'm also very tired." Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying didn't speak, so he said, "I will take it that you agree, no." Zhao Ying quickly exclaimed. However, after she finished speaking, she felt that her reaction was a bit too intense, so she eased her tone and said, What if Wang Xiaoyan comes back halfway? What to do? That's not easy to handle. If she comes back, we will have a threesome." However, she said, "I'm just kidding." Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know which sentence of Yang Ming's was serious, so she was confused. Yang Ming was so shocked that Zhao Ying didn't know if she would be scared to death by him. The two people went upstairs one after another. Although the corridor was very dark, it was like daytime for Yang Ming. Yang Ming walked in front and pulled Zhao Ying. They soon came to the door of Zhao Ying's house. Zhao Ying was about to open the door, but Yang Ming smiled and took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. How do you have the key to my house?" Zhao Ying was suddenly shocked. She looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. She thought, could it be that Wang Xiaoyan gave it to him? Thinking of this, there was a sour feeling. Wang Xiaoyan actually gave the key to this house to Yang Ming? The relationship between the two people must be unusual. "You gave it to me." Yang Ming smiled. "Why? Don't you remember? I gave it to you." Zhao Ying was stunned and asked stupidly. "Yeah, during the holidays, I came to get something. You asked the students in the school dormitory to give it to me." Yang Ming said. Only then did Zhao Ying remember that she had given Yang Ming a spare key. However, a lot of things happened later that made her forget about it, so she didn't ask for it back. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Yang Ming actually carried it with him. "Give it back to me. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. If you sneaked in, I wouldn't know," Zhao Ying said as she reached out. "I'm moving tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I give it to you or not." Yang Ming put the key back in his pocket. "Just in time. You go to class tomorrow. I will help you move." Zhao Ying was completely speechless this time. It seemed that she could not move. Yang Ming was going to force it. When she came back from school tomorrow, the house would be empty. "I don't have class tomorrow afternoon. Don't mess around in the morning. Wait for me to move together." Zhao Ying couldn't be helped. She could only compromise. Otherwise, some things belong to the landlord. "What if you take them away?" Okay. Then in the afternoon, I will help you find some free workers." Yang Ming thought, when I asked Bao Sanli to send some security guards over, isn't a bit overkill? The two of them enter the house. Zhao Ying sorted the ingredients and put them into the refrigerator, leaving only the things that could be used today. Then, she busied herself in the kitchen. Yang Ming had nothing to do, so he began to wander around the house. When he saw Zhao Ying busy in the kitchen, Yang Ming tiptoed into Zhao Ying's room. It wasn't the first time that Yang Ming came to Zhao Ying's room. However, when he came the first time, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. When he came the second time, he was caught by Wang Xiaoyan. This time, it was the most relaxed. Yang Ming took off his coat and threw it aside. Then, he lay lazily on Zhao Ying's bed. He smelled the fragrance, which made Yang Ming feel relaxed and happy. Last night, he and Wang Xiaoyan tossed and turned all night. He also spent a long time on the internet. Yang Ming hardly rested. At this moment, lying on the soft bed, Yang Ming felt sleepy. He fell asleep in a daze. Zhao Ying prepared the meal and called Yang Ming's name to come and eat. She called for a long time, but there was no movement. She had no choice but to go out of the kitchen and find Yang Ming personally. She pushed open the door of her room, but she saw Yang Ming lying on her bed, sleeping soundly. Zhao Ying was suddenly angry and amused. This Yang Ming, how can he be so careless? Isn't it like he is at home? She gently called Yang Ming a few times, but she didn't see him wake up. Zhao Ying had no choice but to sit in front of the desk, turn on the computer, and do other things while waiting for Yang Ming to wake up. In fact, when Zhao Ying opened the door and came in, Yang Ming had already woken up. As an assassin, Yang Ming's reaction ability was very fast. He was just pretending to be asleep. However, Yang Ming was indeed a little sleepy. He knew that Zhao Ying wouldn't harm him, so he closed his eyes peacefully. Chapter 1003. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Ming woke up again after sleeping in a daze. He looked up and saw that Zhao Ying was still sitting in front of the computer in front of the desk, dealing with some documents. Yang Ming stretched and sat up from the bed. He looked at Zhao Ying, who was engrossed. He suddenly had a bad idea. He tiptoed out of the bed and carefully came behind Zhao Ying. It turned out that Zhao Ying was analyzing a classic business case. Yang Ming suddenly reached out and covered Zhao Ying's eyes. Of course, what Yang Ming wanted to cover the most was Zhao Ying's chest, but he didn't dare to do so. Now, the relationship with Zhao Ying hadn't reached that point. It was okay to touch inadvertently, but it was a bit fucked up intentionally. Zhao Ying definitely wouldn't let him go easily. It was possible that she would directly drive him out. Yeah, Zhao Ying was shocked. She was shocked and cried out involuntarily. She had been studying alone in front of the computer every night for a while. She was used to it, so for a moment, she didn't think that Yang Ming was still in her house. When she remembered that Yang Ming was here, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said angrily, "Yang Ming, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death?" "No, I just want to see if you can still see after covering your eyes," Yang Ming said with a smile. "You," Zhao Ying said angrily. "If I cover your eyes, can you still see?" "Yes," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Yes? Really?" Zhao Ying was very angry. "That's fine. I will cover your eyes now. I want to see if you can see." As Zhao Ying said, she stood up and covered Yang Ming's eyes tightly with both hands. Then she said, "If you can't see, I won't move tomorrow." "Okay, then you ask me. What do you want me to see?" Yang Ming asked indifferently. "And just look at what is written on my computer screen," asked Zhao Ying. "Oh, your computer screen says Qin Shi Wine, the rise and fall of the Central TV Liquor King," Yang Ming said word by word. "It doesn't count." Zhao Ying let go of her hand and said resentfully, "I knew you had a good memory. You performed it once in school." Yang Ming smiled and remembered when he was in high school. Many teachers suspected that he had cheated. At that time, only Zhao Ying believed that his results were real. Although he had proven that it was because of his superior memory, Zhao Ying was able to trust him so much before, which made Yang Ming's heart feel warm. "Sister Ying, thank you." Yang Ming was very daring and couldn't help but say, "Thank me?" Zhao Ying was stunned and said strangely, "Yang Ming, why did you suddenly say this? Why are you thanking me?" "When you said memory, I remembered the general exam in high school. Other teachers said that I cheated. Only you believed me." Yang Ming recalled the past and was very emotional. You're talking about that time. If it was before, I would definitely think that you cheated. However, during that period of time, I personally tutored you. With the help of Chun Meng Yin, your results naturally improved by leaps and bounds. It was not strange, so I felt that it was your real results. Zhao Ying said, "What's more, your results were not very good. Who did you copy?" However, no matter what, I was still very moved at that time. Yang Ming nodded and said, "You're moved and you're still angry with me. I'm going to be angered to death by you." Zhao Ying saved the case in the computer and said, "I have already prepared the meal in the kitchen. As a result, you slept for more than 2 hours. Now that it is so cold, the food is already cold. Are you hungry? I'm going to heat it up now." And when you said that, I am really hungry. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Let's go. I will help you." "Forget it. The kitchen here is very small. If you go, you will be in the way." Zhao Ying waved her hand, picked up the apron on the hanger, and put it on. Yang Ming just took a look at the kitchen. It was indeed very small, so since Zhao Ying didn't want his help, he had to give up. Even if Yang Ming went, he probably wouldn't be able to help much. Instead, he would cause trouble. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying went out of the room together. Zhao Ying went into the kitchen, and Yang Ming sat at the dining table in the square hall and waited. After the rice was done, it had been placed in a rice cooker so it could be eaten after a little heating. However, the two dishes and the soup made by Zhao Ying were already cold. Zhao Ying brought the dishes and soup into the kitchen, turned on the fire, and began to work again. After a while, there was a burst of aroma in the kitchen. Yang Ming suddenly had a big appetite and saliva. I really didn't expect that Zhao Ying was also a master of home cooking. Being able to sleep in the bed and cook in the kitchen is the best among women. Zhao Ying has one of them. I don't know if she can sleep in the bed. This needs to be tested. It is a difficult task. I have to persevere to achieve this great dream, Yang Ming thought. Yeah. Suddenly, Zhao Ying's scream came from the kitchen, pulling Yang Ming back to reality from his lascivious thoughts. Yang Ming was shocked and quickly ran to the kitchen. Sister Ying, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming rushed into the kitchen and came to Zhao Ying's side. No, nothing. Zhao Ying blushed and whispered. There was a cockroach. I was shocked, cockroach. Where is it? I'll help you kill it. Did it hurt you? Let me check. Although Yang Ming was nominally looking for the cockroach, his eyes were glancing at Zhao Ying. Just now, he was still thinking about sleeping in the bed. Yang Ming was now thinking about sleeping in the bed. He couldn't calm down for a while. It's okay. Zhao Ying didn't know about Yang Ming's dirty thoughts. She thought that he was really looking for the cockroach, so she said, "It has already disappeared. It's useless to look for it." Then I won't look for it. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Anyway, I will move tomorrow. I will say goodbye to these cockroaches. Go and bring the dishes I made into the house first. But the last small pork ribs with cabbage needs to be stewed with some water for a while," Zhao Ying said. Yang Ming looked at the fragrant fresh mushroom slices and the steaming borscht. He suddenly drooled. He squeezed in and wanted to bring the dishes out. Zhao Ying said, "Why are you squeezing me? I almost fell into the pot." The space in the kitchen was very small. Zhao Ying put the hot dishes and soup on the chopping board inside. Yang Ming wasn't a gibbon. He naturally had to squeeze in to get it. Yang Ming said with grievance, "I'm serving the dishes, then you can't turn sideways?" Zhao Ying glared at Yang Ming and said angrily, "Why are you so stupid?" How could Yang Ming be stupid? He didn't turn sideways just now because his previous thoughts were too lascivious, causing his body to have a reaction. Now, he hadn't recovered yet. If he turned sideways, wouldn't he be leaning on Zhao Ying? However, since Zhao Ying asked him to turn sideways, then he couldn't blame himself. In fact, Yang Ming could turn his back and lean back to back with Zhao Ying, but Yang Ming deliberately didn't think in this direction. Yang Ming turned his body and squeezed in sideways. The erection of his body just brushed past Zhao Ying's buttocks. Zhao Ying naturally felt it, but because she turned her back, she didn't think much about it. She thought that Yang Ming was pranking her, so she said casually, "Yang Ming, what did you use to push against me?" Nothing." Yang Ming thought that Zhao Ying would suffer a hidden loss. He didn't expect that she could still ask. Looking at her, it seemed that she really didn't know what pushed against her. Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming didn't admit it, so she turned her head and glanced down. She didn't see anything special, but her eyes stopped on Yang Ming's pants, and her face suddenly turned red. This Yang Ming actually didn't forget to be mischievous for a while. She glared at him and said, "What are you thinking in your head? Why are you thinking of such a messy thing?" Sorry. Yang Ming looked at Zhao Ying innocently and said, "You want me to turn sideways. How can you blame me? Indeed, I want you to turn sideways, but don't think of such a messy thing in your head. How can it be like that?" Zhao Ying's face turned red as she scolded him. "Sister Ying, I really didn't mean it. This is a normal physiological phenomenon," Yang Ming said with a sad face. "Haven't you heard of morning erection? After waking up, there will be this natural physiological reaction. I just woke up, so naturally there will be a reaction. Can you blame me for this?" Zhao Ying was stunned. She felt that what Yang Ming said seemed to be reasonable. It seemed that this was really the case. Did I blame him wrongly? Her eyes glanced at Yang Ming's lower body again. She said, "Then why don't you hurry up and serve the dishes? What are you waiting for?" AI. Sistering, in fact, you don't have to be so angry. Yang Ming sighed and said, "The effect of force is mutual. You think that I took advantage of you. In fact, aren't you the one who took advantage of me? Moreover, when I first came to your house, you saw it. This time, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Ah. After Zhao Ying heard Yang Ming's words, she suddenly blushed. She couldn't help but remember the first time Yang Ming came and the situation in the bathroom. Her face was burning. Yang Ming took the dishes and soup and still smiled as he rubbed past Zhao Ying's body. Zhao Ying couldn't say anything, but there was a strange feeling that made Zhao Ying's heart beat faster. When Yang Ming passed by, Zhao Ying trembled. Chapter 1004. Zhao Ying clenched her teeth and resisted the strange feeling in her body. However, Yang Ming seemed to be doing it on purpose. Zhao Ying couldn't help but say, "Yang Ming, are you done? Why are you taking so long to serve a dish?" Yang Ming said pitifully, "Can you blame me? I'm carrying a plate in each hand. I'm afraid I'll spill it." Zhao Ying didn't know that Yang Ming could maintain a good balance even if he was carrying a few plates in each hand. She thought that he really couldn't hold it anymore, so she had to give up. Yang Ming dawdled for a long time. Finally, he carried 2 plates of fragrant soup out of the kitchen. He was secretly happy. It was so bouncy. Zhao Ying was uneasy because of Yang Ming. Her face was hot, as if she had a fever. Zhao Ying believed that if an egg was placed on her face at this moment, it would definitely be roasted. Zhao Ying finished the last dish. She took a few deep breaths and carried the plate out of the kitchen. However, she saw that Yang Ming was already sitting at the table and drinking the soup. Zhao Ying was a little annoyed. This guy didn't wait for her to eat. What kind of person was this? She had worked so hard to cook for him, but he acted as if it had nothing to do with her. In particular, what made Zhao Ying angry was that Yang Ming actually drank the soup directly from the soup plate. He didn't even serve it. She snorted and said, "Yang Ming, if you drink like this, how can I drink it?" Yang Ming was stunned. Then he remembered that Zhao Ying also wanted to eat together. He said awkwardly, "Isn't this too fragrant?" "I couldn't resist the temptation, so I tasted it. I didn't expect that I couldn't stop myself after tasting it. It's simply too delicious." After being praised by Yang Ming, Zhao Ying's heart was overjoyed. She didn't have much resentment for Yang Ming eating alone without waiting for her. However, she still complained, "Then why don't you think about it? I haven't eaten yet." "Then, let's eat together. It's not a big deal," Yang Ming said with a smile. 2 people drinking a bowl of soup. What's the big deal? Moreover, isn't Zhao Ying jealous that I eat a bowl of noodles with Wang Xiaoyan? Didn't he get it back this time? Eat together? Zhao Ying was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Who wants to eat your saliva?" It's not like we haven't eaten before. During the temple fair, we already ate each other, haha." Yang Ming laughed loudly. Zhao Ying's face was red. "You don't talk nonsense. That was unintentional." Okay. Consider it unintentional," Yang Ming said with a smile. "Hurry up and sit down to eat. It will get cold in a while. I think, before it gets cold, the food on the table will be eaten up by you." Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and complained. Sure enough, Yang Ming had already eaten half of the soup in such a short time. Yang Ming smiled indifferently and filled 2 bowls of rice. One bowl was more for himself, and the other bowl was less for Zhao Ying. The 2 people sat around the table and ate. Although Zhao Ying said that she disliked Yang Ming's saliva, she still picked up the spoon and drank the soup with Yang Ming. She drank quite a lot. Yang Ming saw it in his eyes, but he sighed in his heart. A woman's mind is really like what is described in the book. She doesn't mean what she says. "Sistering, I didn't expect you to cook so well. I haven't eaten enough." Yang Ming wasn't praising Zhao Ying, but he really felt that Zhao Ying was a master of cooking. "Really?" Zhao Ying said faintly. "Even if it's delicious, I won't cook it for you. Why? Yang Ming was stunned and asked with some puzzlement. No reason. Zhao Ying suddenly smiled. Do you think I'm a servant who cooks for you all day long? Haha. I didn't say that I will cook it every day, just occasionally improve my diet. It's a deal. Yang Ming said to himself. You are really thick-skinned. If you say it's a deal, then it's a deal. Really? Zhao Ying shook her head. She couldn't do anything about Yang Ming's rascal. Because Yang Ming slept before, it was about 8 o'clock in the evening after dinner. It was already late. Although Yang Ming wanted to stay and continue to flirt with Zhao Ying, he also understood that some things were useless. More haste, less speed. His relationship with Zhao Ying hadn't developed to the point of sleeping together. If Yang Ming forced himself to stay, although Zhao Ying wouldn't say anything, her impression of him would definitely plummet. She would think that he was a very casual person who wasn't serious about relationships. Therefore, instead of letting Zhao Ying ask him to leave, Yang Ming might as well take the initiative to say goodbye. Anyway, there was still a chance tomorrow night. He didn't miss this moment. So he stood up and said, Sister Ying, it's almost time. I will go back first. After you finish class tomorrow afternoon, call me. I will help you move. Seeing that Yang Ming still hadn't forgotten to move, Zhao Ying was also very helpless. She had to nod and agree. Well, wait until I finish class. I will call you. Then it's a deal. Yang Ming smiled and handed the bag he carried with him to Zhao Ying. Sister Ying, there are gifts I brought to you from Macau. There is also one that I bought for you in the morning on the business street. It is very meaningful. If you have time, you should study it more. Yang Ming naturally referred to the memory tree, but he couldn't say it too obviously. He could only hint more, hoping that Zhao Ying could discover the secret as soon as possible. Zhao Ying took the gift from Yang Ming. She felt sweet in her heart. Yang Ming still remembered her after all, and he didn't forget to buy a gift for her when he went out today. However, there was nothing special on the surface. She smiled faintly. Thank you. Then I will accept it. But you must look at it. That is my sincerity. Yang Ming reminded her with some concern. I know. Zhao Ying nodded, but she wondered in her heart. Isn't it just a gift? Can't I look at it when? Coming out of Zhao Ying's house, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He finally completed a very difficult task. As for whether Zhao Ying would look at it immediately, and whether she would discover the secret after looking at it immediately, Yang Ming didn't know. However, she would discover it sooner or later. Yang Ming wasn't worried about this. If it really didn't work, he could just hint again. He walked from Zhao Ying's house to his car. After getting in the car, Yang Ming didn't drive away immediately. Instead, he sat in the car, took out a small box from his arms, and studied it. This was something that Zhang Zhishan and Lan Ling had given him. Yang Ming's thoughts seemed to have crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. He saw Lan Ling's strange smile. She was smiling at him as if she was saying, Husband, I miss you. Yang Ming shook his head gently and quickly opened the small box. Inside the small box, there was an even smaller box and a folded piece of paper. Yang Ming first opened the letter and read it. Husband, I heard from Grandma that the enemy forces may find trouble with you. I am very anxious and sent Zhang Zhishan to protect you. Zhang Zhishan is one of my disciples. He is proficient in voodoo, but he is best at dispelling voodoo. Although he is a little silly, he can be trusted. With him by your side, I am very relieved. In addition, I will give you a small box. When you encounter a danger that you can't solve, open the box. There is a child voodoo in the box. The mother voodoo is with me. I will quickly receive the news and go to help you. Miss you. Kiss you. Love you. Torment you. Lan Ling. The last few words made Yang Ming's blood boil. Torment? She's referring to the bed. Haha, Lan Ling, this little beauty, she really loves me. Thinking of all the previous things, Yang Ming's heart was like a monkey in a gallop. Picking up the small box, Yang Ming looked around for a long time, but he couldn't see anything special. He looked inside with his X-ray vision. The inside was also dark. He didn't know what was inside. However, according to Lan Ling, this thing was a child voodoo. Once it was released, the mother voodoo on Lan Ling's side would get a reaction. That is to say, if I open this box now, Lan Ling will come quickly. This is quite a tempting idea, Although Yang Ming had many beautiful companions, his longing for Lan Ling had never decreased, especially in the middle of the night, when he thought of all the happy things in the past, the joys and sorrows. Yang Ming was very fascinated. Although Yang Ming wanted to open this box now and let Lan Ling return to his side, Yang Ming was still a rational person. He wouldn't do such an irrational thing. It was true that he missed Lan Ling, but didn't Lan Ling miss him too? This was the same. If Lan Ling could come back, she would definitely fly back immediately. There was no need for him to do anything. Yang Ming didn't want Lan Ling's painstaking effort to be wasted by him, so he solemnly put this box into his arms and decided to keep it close to him. He read the letter that Lan Ling wrote to him a few times. Although there weren't many words, the strong concern was overflowing. Since Lan Ling said that Zhang Zhishan was a reliable and capable person, then what else could Yang Ming say? Lan Ling sent this person to him, so he had his uses. Although he didn't want to have someone follow behind him every day, there was no other way. Yang Ming didn't want to be poisoned again. The previous experience was still fresh in his mind. If he didn't accidentally foresee Lan Ling's grandfather, Old Man Lan Hai, he would have been dead for a long time now. Although Lan Ling said that his voodoo could be immune to most voodoo, Zhang Zhishan also said that some powerful and special voodoo couldn't be immune. The voodoo that he was poisoned with last time was probably like this. Since it was decided, it was necessary to meet with Zhang Zhishan again to discuss future countermeasures. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Zhang Zhishan. Chapter 1005. Zhang Zhishan was also waiting for Yang Ming's call in the hotel at the moment. He didn't dare to have the slightest neglect. His mission was to protect Yang Ming. Lan Ling's instructions were the direction of his life. So when Zhang Zhishan returned to the hotel, he turned the ringtone of his mobile phone to the loudest and put it in front of him, waiting for the call to come in. A burst of urgent ringtones sounded. Zhang Zhishan quickly picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Yang Ming's number that he saved today. Zhang Zhishan was relieved. Yang Ming finally called. In fact, he already had this number. Lan Ling had already told him once, but he didn't know that the person he met today was Yang Ming, so he saved it again. If Yang Ming didn't call, Zhang Zhishan didn't know what to do. Although he had Yang Ming's phone, he was also afraid to disturb Yang Ming. As he was hesitating, Yang Ming's call came in. "Hello, Mr. Yang." Zhang Zhishan picked up the phone. "Brother Zhang Zhishan, where are you?" "I'm done here. Should I go to you now?" asked Yang Ming. "I'm at the student hotel near Songjiang Industry University. Master said that you live nearby and asked me to come here to find you." Zhang Zhishan said. "Oh, okay. Then you wait for me. I will come to you. Which room are you in?" Yang Ming knew about the student hotel. It was near the university. In the basement, room 1106. Zhang Zhishan said, "Okay, you wait for me. I will be there in about 20 minutes. After Yang Ming finished, he hung up the phone and rushed in the direction of Songjiang Industry University. Lan Ling probably thought that I lived in the original place, right? So she asked Zhang Zhishan to go there to find me. Soon, Yang Ming found the student hotel. There were only a few hotels near the university. When school started, the hotel staff came to the university to advertise. At that time, Zhangbin also brought back a few, claiming that he wanted to get a room with Zhao Sisi. Yang Ming also remembered the approximate location of these hotels in case of emergency. He didn't expect that it would really come in handy now. When Yang Ming entered the student inn, the lady boss greeted him with a smile. "Student, are you staying here or taking a break? How many people are there?" "I'm looking for someone." Yang Ming shook his head and said, 1106. "Oh, it's downstairs. You can just go down the stairs in front." Seeing that he wasn't here to stay, the lady boss didn't waste her breath. Yang Ming went down the stairs and found room 1106. He knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened. Zhang Zhishan poked his head out from inside. Seeing that it was Yang Ming, he opened the door. "Mr. Yang, you are here. Please come in." After Yang Ming entered the door, Zhang Zhishan closed the door and said, "Brother Yang, did you read the letter that Master wrote to you?" Yang Ming didn't speak, but he waved his hand and made a silent gesture. Although the small hotels near the university were generally very reputable, they wouldn't install things like bugs and cameras in the rooms. Because once it was discovered by the students, the reputation of the hotel would be completely ruined. News on campus spread the fastest. It wouldn't take long for the hotel to close down. But there were exceptions to everything. For example, there were cameras in the clothing store that he went to today. Yang Ming began to carefully search every corner of the room. Because the topic that he was going to talk about with Zhang Jishan was relatively secretive, Yang Ming had to be careful. Mr. Yang, don't worry. I have looked for it. This time, I have to be careful. Zhang Jishan saw Yang Ming's actions at the moment and knew that Yang Ming was looking for something like a camera. But after saying this, his face turned red. So what if I have looked for it? Didn't I look for it today and still couldn't find it? In the end, it was still discovered by Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. There was indeed no eavesdropping or peeping equipment in this room. Yang Ming was relieved and sat on the sofa in the room. Xiao Qi, go and get a drink for Mr. Yang. Zhang Jishan told his girlfriend. Don't bother. I just ate. I'm not thirsty. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, let's talk about business. Okay. Zhang Jishan was a simple person. He was honest and not hypocritical. Since Yang Ming didn't want to drink, he didn't insist. Instead, he sat next to Yang Ming and said, Mr. Yang, did you see the letter that Master gave you? I have seen it. Yang Ming nodded and said, however, before we talk, it is best to change some of the names. For example, you call me Mr. Yang. It sounds awkward. You can call me Yang Ming or Brother Yang. It seems that you are younger than me, right? Zhang Jishan nodded and said, well, then I will call you Brother Yang. I am 18 years old this year. I am 20 years old. You won't lose out by calling me Brother Yang. Yang Ming smiled and said, also, in front of outsiders, don't call Lan Ling Master. You should call her Miss Lan like before. Okay, I understand. Zhang Jishan agreed after listening. He also knew that in today's society, it was easy to misunderstand and doubt if he said something like master and disciple. So he nodded to show that he understood. Well, we can continue to talk about the topic just now. Yang Ming said, Lan Ling said that you are good at curing voodoo, right? Compare to sure. Miss Lan, I'm still far behind. Zhang Jishan smiled and scratched his head as he spoke. I didn't ask you to compare with Lan Ling. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I mean, compare with others. Among the apprentices, I'm still considered good. Zhang Jishan said, however, when it comes to voodoo, Xiao Qi is better than me. So Miss Lan asked me to come with her to help you. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, I got it. However, my current identity is just an ordinary college student. I'm not a rich young master. I can't go in and out with a bodyguard. So, you can follow me secretly, but don't let others see it. Yang Ming nodded. This is no problem. I know. Zhang Jishan said. Xiao Qi and I will protect you secretly. We are very sensitive to voodoo users. As long as there is no voodoo user, we won't do anything. Brother Yang, to tell you the truth, I'm not very good at ordinary fighting. Yang Ming listened and laughed. Of course, I don't need you for ordinary fighting. When I need you, I will call you. For example, you can help me kill others with voodoo. This is not very good. Master said that we can't use voodoo on innocent people. Zhang Jishan said with some difficulty. People who are against me are naturally not innocent people. Yang Ming said with a smile, isn't it? That is also true. Brother Yang is the person we protect. Those who are against Brother Yang are our enemies. It is reasonable to use voodoo to kill them. Zhang Jishan thought so and nodded. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to help you get a car, and then install a satellite locator on my car. So, you can accurately grasp my location at any time. It is also convenient to track me. Yang Ming thought about it and said. Zhang Jishan was very surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so thoughtful. He was still worried about these things, but Yang Ming took the initiative to give a solution. So he quickly said, that's it. Brother Yang, you are too thoughtful. This way, it is much more convenient for me. You are the person Lan Ling sent to me, so you are one of us. I can't treat my own people badly. Yang Ming smiled and patted Zhang Jishin's shoulder. Right, you're in Songjiang. Did you contact Lan Ling's grandmother? Yang Ming thought about it and asked. That is not true. I only contact Miss Lan. My task is to protect your safety. Miss Lan didn't ask me to participate in other things. Zhang Jishin shook his head and explained. It was good that Zhang Jishin didn't participate. With Zhang Jishin's current skills, he was definitely not the opponent of those enemies. Even Lan Ling's grandmother wasn't very confident, let alone them. Right, tomorrow I will ask my friends to help you find a few houses near where I often stay. It is convenient for you to track, but it may not be too big. It is only a few dozen square meters because my family is also living in an old house. It is not a big house. Yang Ming thought about it. Zhang Jishin couldn't always stay in the hotel. It was not convenient to do things. It was proper to arrange a place for him to stay. Yang Ming was going to ask Zhang Jishin to buy a small apartment in the Huashang district tomorrow. He would also buy or rent a house in his original neighborhood as a temporary place for Zhang Jishin to stay. That's great, Zhang Jishin said. A few dozen square meters is small. At least it is much better than the environment here. However, Brother Yang, you have to spend money. Miss Lan didn't give us much money. I still have money. The money that Lan Ling gave you can be your usual pocket money. So, I will give you a bank card. I will deposit some money for you every month. You can pay for the gas for the car. Yang Ming said. Zhang Jishin nodded and didn't refuse. He also knew that the relationship between Yang Ming and Lan Ling was unusual, so he didn't need to be polite with Yang Ming. In front of Yang Ming, it was the same as in front of Lan Ling. After the basic things were explained, Yang Ming was ready to get up and leave. However, Zhang Jishin proposed to send Yang Ming. Yang Ming hesitated and finally nodded. It was good to let him familiarize himself with the environment first. Therefore, Yang Ming and Zhang Jishin left the hotel one after another. Xiao Qi stayed in the hotel to look after the house. You drive. Familiarize yourself with the terrain of Songjiang. Yang Ming threw the car key to Zhang Jishin and instructed him. Chapter 1006. Zhang Jishin took the car key and got in the car. Although he wasn't very proficient at the beginning, he finally started the car and drove in the direction that Yang Ming said. After learning to drive, I haven't touched a car for several years. I have been to Miao Village, so I'm not very proficient in driving. Zhang Jishin scratched his head and explained. It's okay. You should be proficient in driving for a few days. Yang Ming nodded. It was similar to when he first learned to drive. There should be a period of adaptation for everything. Zhang Jishin was not familiar with the road, so he drove slower. Yang Ming didn't urge him. This trip was mainly to let him recognize the road. If he drove too fast and couldn't remember anything in the end, it was equivalent to driving in vain. The car passed through the gate of Songjiang Industry University and drove to the Huashang district not far away. At this time, the students in the school had already gone to bed. Most of the residents in the Huashang district were from nearby technology companies. They had already gone to bed, so it was quiet. Except for the passing cars, there were few pedestrians walking back and forth. Suddenly, Zhang Jishin slowed down a little. It was almost like he stopped on the road. What's wrong? Asked Yang Ming, puzzled. There is someone nearby. Zhang Jishin frowned and said softly. Someone? Who? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable after listening. He didn't know what Zhang Jishin meant by someone. There is someone who knows how to use voodoo. Zhang Jishin explained in a low voice. People who know how to use voodoo are very rare in the general metropolis. I didn't expect to meet one when I just arrived. After Zhang Jishin finished, he parked the car in the temporary parking line on the side of the road and quietly observed the surroundings. People who know how to use voodoo. Does it have anything to do with us? Yang Ming wasn't very interested in this. Instead, he felt that Zhang Jishin was a bit too sensitive. As long as the other party wasn't targeting him, it didn't have much to do with him for the time being. I don't know if it has anything to do with us, but if it appears nearby, we must be careful. Find out who it is. Know yourself and know your enemy to be victorious, said Zhang Jishin. Yang Ming didn't understand either. Since Zhang Jishin made it sound so serious, Yang Ming decided to just sit on the side and watch. After a long time, there was still no movement from Zhang Jishin. Yang Ming was a little puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, I say, Jishin, the person you said used the goo, hasn't he appeared yet? No, I just felt a familiar aura, but before he uses goo, I couldn't determine his exact location, Zhang Jishin said. Yang Ming nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He just stood there quietly. To be honest, Yang Ming was still very interested in the mysterious things like voodoo. Perhaps it was because of Lan Ling, or perhaps it was because of the voodoo in his body. However, although Yang Ming stayed there, he was not idle. Zhang Jishin used his senses to search, but Yang Ming used his special ability to search. He searched back and forth within a few miles to see if there were any suspicious targets. When Yang Ming saw a familiar figure, he was shocked. Chun Afu. Yes, it was Chun Afu. He saw Chun Afu hiding behind a display board near the bus stop not far away. He hid himself in the darkness, but it wasn't obvious. If you looked from the outside, you wouldn't notice that there was someone there. Why did this kid come out in the middle of the night? Yang Ming wondered. Could it be that he wants to come out and scare people again? Then the previous traffic haunted case, could it be this guy's doing? Chun Afu was good at scaring people by pretending to be a ghost. Yang Ming had caught him more than once, so it seemed that he had a criminal record. However, this traffic haunted case was quite strange. It couldn't be achieved by ordinary pretending to be a ghost. So Yang Ming was also very skeptical whether the person who did this was Chun Afu. That day, when I was with Xia Shui, the scene I encountered was very strange. According to the scene when I saw Chun Afu in the past, that kind of low-level pretending to be a ghost shouldn't have such a high-level effect. But Zhang Jishin just said that there was the smell of a person who used voodoo nearby. According to the results of my search, I only found Chun Afu alone. Then, connecting it to the strange scene when I was with Xia Shui that day, Yang Ming was shocked. Right, voodoo. That day, I felt like I was under some kind of witchcraft. According to my judgment of my body's reaction, it should be a kind of voodoo. Could it be that the voodoo person was Chun Afu? This bold idea made Yang Ming very surprised and shocked. It was no wonder that Yang Ming was very clear about Chun Afu's character after being classmates with him for 3 years. He belonged to the kind of guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He didn't have any special ability. He was just Wang Jitao's little follower. Now, he suddenly became a voodoo person. How could this not make Yang Ming shocked? However, this was just a guess. Yang Ming didn't get confirmation. Yang Ming also wanted to catch Chun Afu now to ask, but Zhang Jishin didn't seem to find his target here. Yang Ming didn't dare to act rashly. If my judgment is wrong, and the person Zhang Jishin is looking for isn't Chun Afu, then wouldn't I alert the enemy? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to wait for a while and see the development of the situation before making a decision. However, Yang Ming's eyes were locked on Chun Afu's body. He didn't leave for a moment. Yang Ming wanted to see what this guy was going to do. It didn't take long for Chun Afu to move. Chun Afu reached into his arms and took out a strange round utensil from his arms. Yang Ming was shocked. Voodoo bowl. This was something used to store voodoo worms. After Yang Ming was almost killed by voodoo that day, he went home and studied voodoo for a while. So, he could see the use of the thing in Chun Afu's hand at a glance. I got it. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but Zhang Jishin also reacted. He closed his eyes and seemed to feel something. Someone is going to use voodoo, but I can't determine his position yet. Yang Ming didn't have any doubts this time. Although it was a bit inconceivable for Chun Afu to learn how to use voodoo, at this moment, he did see Chun Afu take out a utensil used to store voodoo worms. At the moment when Chun Afu took it out, Zhang Jishin also felt it. So besides Chun Afu, who else could it be? Go, follow me to catch the person. Yang Ming patted Zhang Jishin and hurriedly ordered. Then, he opened the door and rushed out. He strode in the direction of Chun Afu. Zhang Jishin didn't understand who Yang Ming was going to catch, but his mission was to protect Yang Ming's safety. At this moment, He had already felt that there was a person who could use voodoo nearby, and Yang Ming ran out of the car alone. How could Zhang Jishan be at ease? He didn't bother to lock the position of the voodoo user. He followed Yang Ming and ran out of the car. Tonight was the deadline that Elder Yu gave to Chen Afu. If he couldn't get a freshly dead body for him, Elder Yu would kill Chen Afu as a sacrifice for cultivation. Therefore, Chen Afu couldn't care much. Even if there were police patrolling, even if he was in danger of being caught, he had to come out and commit a crime. Chen Afu studied the map of Songjiang for a long time. Finally, he set the crime location for tonight to be near Songjiang Industry University. Now the school hadn't started yet, so the pedestrians were particularly scarce at night. However, there would occasionally be vehicles passing by on the road, which was suitable for him to commit the crime. But even so, Chen Afu didn't dare to be careless. He stood here for a while. After confirming that there were no police nearby and there was no danger, he began to prepare to commit the crime. However, when Chen Afu just took out the voodoo powder from his arms, he felt the wind behind his collar. Chen Afu was shocked. He quickly turned around, but he found that his collar had been grabbed by someone. Behind him stood a person that Chen Afu didn't want to see even in his dreams. That was Yang Ming. Chen Afu's face suddenly changed and showed a horrified expression. Why are you grabbing me? Yang Ming was simply his nemesis. No matter when, as long as he met Yang Ming, it was definitely not a good thing. From the time when he complained in class to the later trip to the resort, in short, Chen Afu was very unlucky. Why am I grabbing you? Yang Ming smiled coldly. He stared at the thing in Chen Afu's hand and asked, You asked me why am I grabbing you? What are you holding in your hand? Yang Ming's sentence reminded Chen Afu that the thing in his hand was made of a special voodoo powder. It was scattered in the air. People who came in contact with it would have hallucinations and do some strange things. Thinking of this, Chen Afu was relieved. I have this magical voodoo powder in my hand. Why should I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Chen Afu quickly scattered the voodoo powder in his hand toward Yang Ming. Brother Yang, be careful. Zhang Jishan saw that Chen Afu suddenly attacked and quickly screamed to remind him. He was also a person who was proficient in voodoo, so when he saw the item in Chen Afu's hand, he understood that the person he was looking for was him. Although he didn't know how Yang Ming found this person before him, he only knew that the thing in Chen Afu's hand was very dangerous, so he quickly reminded him. However, it was already too late. Yang Ming had already come into contact with the voodoo powder sprinkled by Chen Afu. He was dizzy, and his mind suddenly changed into a scene. Yunnan, Miaojiang. A messy scene appeared in front of his eyes. However, these were only for a moment. Yang Ming's vision immediately became clear again. When he looked at Chen Afu again, he saw that he had been caught by Zhang Jishan. The small device in his hand was also taken away. Chapter 1007. That's right. It was this kind of feeling that made Yang Ming's heart suddenly gather together. When he was with Xia Shui that day, it was this feeling. First, he had a hallucination, then he woke up. It was really Chen Afu, this kid, who was messing around. I didn't expect to catch this kid by accident today. The voodoo powder in Chen Afu's hand was snatched away. He suddenly became dejected. This was the only weapon he relied on to win. Without such a weapon, he lost the capital to fight with Yang Ming. In terms of fighting, he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent at all. If he fought with Yang Ming, he estimated that he would be beaten to a pulp in less than 3 moves. Of course, this was Chen Afu's idealization. According to Yang Ming's current strength, 1 move could let him meet the King of Hell. Before Chen Afu came out of the house today, he had already prepared for the worst. At most, he would be caught by the police. However, even if he was caught by the police, it was better than being killed by Elder Yu. Chen Afu had seen Elder Yu's means. It was simply inhumane. Chen Afu would rather be shot to death than be sucked dry by Elder Yu. Don't hit me. I won't resist. Chen Afu said directly like a hoodlum. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile. Isn't this guy too timid? He still dares to come out and scare people with such courage? Yang Ming shook his head. He quickly carried Chun Afu into the car and threw him in the back seat. Yang Ming and Zhang Jishan sat in the front row. At the same time, they stared at Chun Afu sideways. Zhang Jishan wanted to speak, but Yang Ming waved his hand and signaled him not to speak first. Chun Afu, I didn't expect that we would meet again half a year after graduation. Yang Ming looked at Chun Afu and said with a sneer, but I have to admire you. Your method of pretending to be a ghost is getting better and better. You can even play with voodoo now? How did you know? Chun Afu was shocked. He thought that Yang Ming caught him because he disturbed Yang Ming at the foot of West Star Mountain in the suburbs. He didn't expect Yang Ming to know so much. Of course I know. I also know that the recent series of haunted cases were all done by you, right? Yang Ming didn't expect Chun Afu to be so soft. When he just asked, Chun Afu admitted it. He didn't say, what did you say? But how did you know? This was equivalent to admitting to Yang Ming's question. When Chun Afu heard this, his face suddenly turned pale. He lowered his head. He didn't expect Yang Ming to even know this. What do you want? Who taught you this voodoo method? Yang Ming didn't answer Chun Afu's question, but continued to ask. Chun Afu was shocked. I can't say this. Thinking of Elder Yu's terrifying appearance, Chun Afu's whole body was chilled. He couldn't betray Elder Yu. Otherwise, he would die miserably. Thinking of this, Chun Afu couldn't help but tremble. You don't want to say it, right? Yang Ming smiled and stared at Chun Afu. He didn't know why, but Chun Afu had a fear of Yang Ming from the bottom of his heart. Just like Elder Yu. He was afraid of Elder Yu, but he was also afraid of Yang Ming. Moreover, at the moment, he was facing Yang Ming, not Elder Yu. So, Chun Afu was a bit embarrassed. He didn't know if he should tell the truth or not. Okay, even if you don't say it, I probably know, Yang Ming said faintly. A person named Elder Yu taught you voodoo, right? Just now, while Chun Afu was struggling mentally, Yang Ming used his special ability to pry into Chun Afu's thoughts. As a result, he found such a clue. But it was just a clue. Yang Ming didn't know who Elder Yu was. He just saw such a name flash in Chun Afu's mind. You know it all? Chun Afu exclaimed. You already know it? I probably know it all, but I still want to hear it from you. Yang Ming tricked him. He let Chun Afu mistakenly think that he knew everything. In this way, Chun Afu's psychological defense would collapse instantly. In fact, Yang Ming really overestimated Chun Afu. How could this guy have any psychological defense? As long as Yang Ming scared him with a few more words, he would probably say everything. Now, Chun Afu thought that since Yang Ming already knew a lot, he didn't hide it anymore. He spilled the beans like a bamboo tube. He told his experience of pretending to be a ghost to scare people, and how he met Elder Yu in the hospital, worshipped Elder Yu as his teacher, and helped Elder Yu to scare people to death. Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Chun Afu to have such a legendary experience. Who is Elder Yu? What's his full name? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. Chun Afu replied with a stammer. You really don't know? Yang Ming bared his teeth and looked at Chun Afu with a scary look. Really? I really don't know. I don't dare to hide it, Chun Afu said quickly. Seeing Chun Afu's trembling appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. Yang Ming nodded and continued to ask, what does Elder Yu want to do with so many dead people? I'm not very clear about this. It is said that he is practicing some martial art. He needs the blood of people who have just died. What is it called? Chun Afu frowned. He seemed to be unable to remember. Sinister voodoo? Zhang Jishan suddenly interrupted and asked. Yes, it is sinister voodoo. It is sinister voodoo. Chun Afu nodded and said. Sure enough, then it won't be wrong. Zhang Jishan said to Yang Ming thoughtfully, Brother Yang, I basically know the general idea. Let's talk about it later. Yang Ming gave Zhang Jishan a look and let him be patient. After he finished interrogating Chun Afu, he would study other things. Can you contact Elder Yu? Yang Ming asked Chun Afu. Yes. Chun Afu nodded and said, as long as I frighten people to death, I will call him. After a while, he will come to collect the body, but it may not be him coming in person. I don't know about this. Yang Ming suddenly had an idea. I don't know if I can let Chen Afu call Elder Yu and lure him out. Zhang Jishan saw Yang Ming's expression. He seemed to know Yang Ming's idea and shook his head suddenly. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled, but it wasn't appropriate to ask at this time. He glanced at Chen Afu and directly cut Chen Afu's neck with his palm, knocking him out. Yang Ming said, "Is there anything wrong with letting him lure Elder Yu out?" "Of course, it's not appropriate." Zhang Jishan suddenly smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, if I guess correctly, this Elder Yu in Afu's mouth is Priest Yu Wu in our clan. He persecuted the old patriarch and took away the sacred object of the clan. Then, he didn't hesitate to lose his conscience and cultivate sinister voodoo in an attempt to unify our clan. Speaking of this, Brother Yang, you should understand how powerful this is. Even the old patriarch wasn't his opponent, and he was defeated by him. Miss Lan is now concentrating on cultivation just to deal with them. In other words, you're not the opponent of this Elder Yu?" Yang Ming nodded and finally understood Zhang Jishan's meaning. That was, this Elder Yu is quite powerful. He couldn't be caught by the strength of two people. Not only me, but even if I join forces with my master now, we may not be his opponent. Only the Founder's mother can fight with him. Zhang Jishan smiled bitterly. Founder's mother? You mean Lan Ling's grandmother? Yang Ming's heart suddenly moved. If Chen Afu was handed over to Lan Ling's grandmother, would she have a way to deal with Elder Yu? Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly felt that this was a good idea. Whether Lan Ling's grandmother could defeat Elder Yu or not, it was her own judgment. This was more reliable than him and Zhang Jishan going to catch Elder Yu together. Yes. Zhang Jishan nodded and said, "She is the Founder's mother. Then let's send this kid to Lan Ling's grandmother first and see if she has any ideas." Yang Ming said. Zhang Jishan nodded and said, "This is a good idea. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with it. After all, the involvement of this matter is too wide. It's not something I can solve." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go now to avoid new problems." Originally, Yang Ming wanted to send Chen Afu to Ma Xiaoyao, but Ma Xiaoyao asked him to help keep Chen Afu's identity secret. He didn't even let Lan Ling's grandmother tell, let alone Zhang Jishan in front of him. Therefore, Yang Ming thought of sending Chen Afu to Lan Ling's grandmother. Zhang Jishan followed Yang Ming's instructions and drove in the direction of the West Star Mountain Reservoir. After parking the car near the reservoir, Yang Ming carried Chen Afu and walked with Zhang Jishan to the stone tablet by the reservoir. This was a secret passage. Yang Ming was led by Lan Ling's grandmother last time. The two stood next to the stone tablet. Yang Ming didn't know how Lan Ling's grandmother activated the secret mechanism last time. He only remembered that she groped a few times on the stone tablet, and the mechanism of the secret passage activated. Therefore, Yang Ming learned from Lan Ling's grandmother and groped back and forth on the stone tablet. However, after groping for a while, the stone tablet still stood there motionless. However, it was no wonder. This West Star Mountain Reservoir was a tourist attraction. During the summer, there were tourists everywhere during the day. If this mechanism was so easy to activate, then wouldn't it have been activated thousands of times? There must be a pattern and technique that I don't know. Just as Yang Ming was at a loss, he heard a creaking sound suddenly beside him. The stone tablet began to move slowly to the side, revealing a cave below. It was the cave that Yang Ming saw last time. Chapter 1008. Yang Ming didn't know how Lan Ling's grandmother found out that he and Zhang Jishan were outside, but Lan Ling's grandmother was mysterious. Perhaps she had her own unique method. Zhang Jishan was startled by this sudden change. Why did the steel suddenly move and open up a hole? Originally, he thought that this was just a meeting place. Yang Ming and the others would meet here, but he didn't expect there to be such a change in the middle. Here, Zhang Jishan looked at the deep tunnel in front of him and asked uncertainly, "Brother Yang, are we going in here? And let's go in." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Hurry up. Although it is night, I am afraid that someone will come here." After that, Yang Ming took the lead and stepped into the tunnel with Chen Afu. Then he said to Zhang Jishan behind him, "You just follow me." Today, there was no light in the tunnel. Yang Ming could see at night, but Zhang Jishan couldn't. He was afraid that Zhang Jishan would fall, so Yang Ming let Zhang Jishan follow closely behind him. When the two completely entered the tunnel, the hole behind them slowly closed, and the stone tablet returned to its original state. In the tunnel, it also became darker than before. "Brother Yang, this place is really..." Zhang Jishan had never been here, so he was a little nervous. After all, he wasn't as bold as Yang Ming. He was only more proficient in voodoo, but when it came to actual fighting, he couldn't deal with cold and hot weapons. "No problem." Yang Ming smiled because he had already seen that Lan Ling's grandmother was waiting for him in the room where they met last time. Seeing that Yang Ming was full of confidence, Zhang Jishan was also relieved. He followed Yang Ming and quickly walked inside. However, the closer he got, the more relieved Zhang Jishan felt. This was because he had already sensed a familiar aura. It was unique to those who use goo, and it was a type that belonged to his lineage. Yang Ming led Zhang Jishan to Lan Ling's grandmother's room with ease. Zhang Jishan let out a sigh of relief at this time. When he saw Lan Ling's grandmother, he quickly kowtowed and said, "Zhang Jishan greets ancestor mother." "Zhang Jishan, get up," Lan Ling's grandmother said faintly. There was an indescribable dignity in her words. Even Yang Ming felt deep respect for her. However, Yang Ming and Lan Ling's grandmother were very familiar with each other. So he said, "Grandmother, we caught a person. He also knows how to use voodoo. He said that elder you taught him. I think it seems to be related to your enemy force, so I brought him." "Elder you?" Lan Ling's grandmother frowned and looked at Chun Afu on the ground. She asked with a dignified expression, "Yes, ancestor's wife." Zhang Jishan quickly explained his analysis and thoughts, as well as the process of capturing Chun Afu. "Sinister voodoo." Lan Ling's grandmother's face showed a hint of anger. "This priest you actually practiced such inhumane kung fu. If he mastered it, the Miao village will be in trouble." Yang Ming didn't know much about the grievances, but when he saw Lan Ling's grandmother and Zhang Jishan's worried expression, he knew that the matter was serious. "Grandmother, do you think we should use Chun Afu to lure Elder Yu out, and then we can kill him together?" Yang Ming hesitated and suggested, "Damn, if it doesn't work, we can just shoot him randomly. I don't believe that he won't die." Lan Ling's grandmother shook her head and said, "No, Priest Yu is a suspicious person. He is insidious and cunning, and the most important point is that I don't have the confidence to deal with him." It can't be. He is so powerful. Even grandmother isn't his opponent." Yang Ming was shocked. In the past, only the old man Lan Hai was more powerful than him. Lan Ling's grandmother said, but since he used a trick to harm Lan Hai, there was no news of Lan Hai. Now, to subdue him, we can only pin our hopes on Lan Ling. Yang Ming was a little surprised after listening. Lan Ling is so powerful. Lan Ling's grandmother nodded. She is concentrating on cultivating a secret voodoo. This is the Lan family's secret, but there are only a few people who can successfully cultivate it. However, Ling is talented and has a pure yin body. It is easier to succeed in cultivating it. Now is the critical moment. We can't complicate things. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming said after listening, "Then this guy is useless? I will just send him directly to the police." "Right, grandmother. Why don't you wake him up and ask him what he wants?" "Didn't you already ask?" Lan Ling's grandmother shook her head with a smile. "I have already said that High Priest Yu is a suspicious and cautious person. This kind of small fry can't know too many of his secrets." Yang Ming nodded. Indeed, if Elder Yu really told the secret to Chun Afu so easily, then he wouldn't be Elder Yu, and he wouldn't be able to scheme against Lan Hai. Since you want to send him to the police, then don't wake him up here, so that he won't know more. Lan Ling's grandmother said. "Okay," Yang Ming said, "I will take him away in a while. Zhang Jishan, you stay here. I have something to tell you." Lan Ling's grandmother said to Zhang Jishan. With Chun Afu, Yang Ming left the West Star Mountain Reservoir. He originally thought that Elder Yu was just an ordinary person, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even Lan Ling's grandmother was afraid of him. However, for this mysterious internal war of the Miao village, Yang Ming couldn't intervene. These people were different from ordinary people. Elder Yu was obviously practicing an evil kung fu, probably like the Dongfang booby in the novel. Ordinary people couldn't be his opponent. Although Yang Ming was powerful, he might not be the opponent of such a person. Therefore, since Lan Ling's grandmother had a careful plan, then he gave up the idea of acting on his own. While carrying Chenafu, Yang Ming called Xia Bingbao in the car. For this kind of thing, it was better to discuss it with Xia Bingbao first. Anyway, it was quite strange. If he could use the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to kill Elder Yu, it would be wonderful. Yang Ming. Xia Bingbao picked up the phone and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yang Ming to take the initiative to call him. On that day, he asked Yang Ming to join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He also used a semi-coercive method, so it was inevitable that Yang Ming would have a bad impression of him. "It's me. Where are you?" asked Yang Ming directly. "I'm at the Gubin Hotel," Xia Bingbao said. "Are you looking for me? And there's something. However, you have to come down and pick me up," said Yang Ming. "Okay, no problem. Call me when you arrive." Although Xia Bingbao didn't know what Yang Ming wanted, he agreed readily. The Guobin Hotel was the city government's guest house. It was generally not open to the public, but it was not unusual for Xia Bingbao to stay here with his identity. Yang Ming drove to the hotel's parking lot and called Xia Bingbao. After a while, Xia Bingbao stood at the entrance of the hotel. Yang Ming took Chenafu out of the car and walked towards Xia Bingbao. "No way, Yang Ming. You killed someone?" Xia Bingbao saw Yang Ming dragging the motionless Chenafu. He asked with some surprise, "You didn't really kill someone, right? This is a bit difficult. Although we have a right to act first and report later, we also need a good reason." Damn! When Yang Ming saw Xia Bingbao's gloating face, he knew that this kid intended to tie him firmly to his chariot. But how could Yang Ming let him do as he wished? He just said faintly, "This is the culprit of the traffic-haunted case." "What? You even made up a reason? It can't be, right?" Xia Bingbao was stunned and said, "But this is not very good. The traffic-haunted case is a big case. How can you be so careless? Besides, you can't just beat him to death casually, right?" Yang Ming was really dumbfounded. He waved his hand and said, "Who said that I beat him to death? I just knocked him out, but this person is really the culprit of the traffic-haunted case." "Really?" Xia Bingbao widened his eyes in disbelief. He squatted down and carefully examined Chenafu. After confirming that he was just unconscious, he was relieved. He said in surprise, "Yang Ming, you said that he is the culprit of the traffic-haunted case? You caught him just like that?" "AI, as a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, I can't do nothing. So, I reluctantly did a little thing for you," Yang Ming said with a righteous face. "However, it is very good to do one case a year. Don't look for me again if you have something this year." Xia Bingbao listened to the first half of Yang Ming's sentence and almost believed it. This Yang Ming is really serious and responsible for his work, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, Xia Bingbao almost fell down. This kid is serious for a while and not serious for a while. I don't know which sentence is true. However, he also knew that Yang Ming had real skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have strongly invited Yang Ming to join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Xia Bingbao nodded and helped Yang Ming drag Chenafu into the hotel. Although they saw Xia Bingbao and Yang Ming dragging a person into the hotel, no one asked questions. The leaders of the Municipal Bureau had already explained that Xia Bingbao was an investigation team sent by the higher-ups to investigate the case. In the Guobin Hotel, there are often Municipal Bureau and discipline inspection departments that temporarily handle cases here, so it was normal to arrest people. They were already used to it. "Yang Ming, you said that he is really the culprit of the traffic-haunted case?" After entering the room, Xia Bingbao couldn't wait to ask. "Whether it is or not, you can wake him up and ask him yourself," Yang Ming said indifferently. Is there a drink? I'm a little thirsty. There are a lot of drinks on the shelf over there. Take whatever you want to drink. Xiao Bingbao pointed to a food shelf in the direction of the door. Chapter 1009. Yang Ming casually took a bottle of green tea, opened it, and drank a few mouthfuls. Xiao Bingbao couldn't wait to wake Chen Afu up. Chen Afu asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Xiao Bingbao flashed his ID in front of Chen Afu. Of course, it was a military ID. Otherwise, most people wouldn't recognize the other ID. Yang Ming was a little amused. Xiao Bingbao's procedures for handling the case were meticulous. He walked over and yelled at Chen Afu. "Chen Afu, tell me in detail what you have done." Chen Afu was shocked when he heard Yang Ming's voice. His face was ashen, and he didn't dare to hide anything. He recounted what he had done, including the incident of pretending to be a ghost in the hospital to scare people. However, Xiao Bingbao listened with a dignified expression. "Voodoo, can you ask the person behind you to come out?" Yang Ming saw that Xiao Bingbao was determined to continue digging, and he was happy. If Xiao Bingbao directly solved Elder Yu, it would be wonderful. "I say, old Xia, there is nothing for me to do. I will go first." Yang Ming said, "However, if this kid doesn't cooperate, you can call me. I guarantee that I have a way to make him cooperate." Chen Afu shuddered. His fear of Yang Ming was from the bottom of his heart. Since Yang Ming had something to say, how could he dare not cooperate? He nodded again and again. "Brother Yang, I know. The matter involved mysterious voodoo, so it couldn't be determined by a general criminal case." Xiao Bingbao also realized the seriousness of the matter, so he was ready to directly intervene in the investigation in the name of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, Yang Ming was not proficient in these things. It was already a great contribution to catch Chen Afu, so Xiao Bingbao didn't insist. He said, "Well, leave the rest to me. Yang Ming, you just joined, and you have made such a great contribution. I really didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get the credit. You'll definitely get it." Yang Ming didn't care much about fame and fortune. If he wanted to be a hero, he wouldn't have kept such a low profile when he killed Ji Shueishan. He smiled and said, "Forget about it. I don't want to be promoted and get rich. If there is really any merit, then let Xia Shui have it. You won't object, right?" "Xia Shui?" Xiao Bingbao was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming, and there was a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. "Well, after our case is done, we have to transfer it to the local police station, so the external credit will be credited to them. But your suggestion is good. Xia Shui is also my sister." Yang Ming was stunned. "All right, let's go. You do as you see fit." Yang Ming had already given Xia Shui a credit last time, so he didn't need another one. With Xiao Bingbao's cooperation, Chun Fei wouldn't say anything. In any case, it was the Supernatural Investigation Bureau that solved the case. Whoever the credit was, it was up to them. "Wait, Yang Ming, this is your ID." Xiao Bingbao handed a portfolio to Yang Ming and said, "It was delivered by special delivery. It just arrived today." "Oh." Yang Ming took it in his hand. He didn't really care. Did Yang Ming still need these things to do things? For example, if he caught Chen Afu, wouldn't he still be caught without the ID? After leaving the Gobin Hotel, Yang Ming went straight home. He still had to help Zhao and move tomorrow. It was already very late, so he had to go back and have a good rest. On the other side, Xiao Bingbao didn't neglect at all. He quickly finished Chen Afu's transcript and asked detailed questions about some details. However, the things that Chen Afu knew were indeed limited. He repeated those things over and over again. Chen Afu was the culprit of this case, but the person behind him was even more suspicious. He actually used the corpse of a dead person to practice martial arts. Since the Supernatural Investigation Bureau knew about this kind of person who endangered the safety of society and the public, it was impossible not to solve it. However, the seriousness of the matter had exceeded expectations. Xiao Bingbao had to call the bureau chief for instructions. After the bureau chief heard it, he was also very surprised. He didn't expect it to be like this. He couldn't make a decision immediately. He would give Xia Bingbao a reply after tomorrow's meeting. Xia Bingbao was not in a hurry. It was simply a fantasy to catch Elder Yu with his own strength. He must have a large number of people to cooperate with him. Yang Ming returned to the villa, but he unexpectedly found that the lights in the villa were still on. He looked at the watch. It was already past 12 o'clock. At this time, are the three girls still awake? Yang Ming walked to the door of the villa and tried to press the doorbell. It didn't take long for the door to be opened. It was Ani Li who opened the door. "Mr. Yang, you're back. Judge's mother is here." Ah, Yang Ming was stunned. Judge's mother hasn't left yet? No, she's chatting in the living room. "Miss Chun and Miss Lin are with her," said Auntie Li. Yang Ming had mentioned Auntie Li's Mr. and Miss many times. However, when he said it, Auntie Li would agree. When he turned her head, she would return to her original state. Yang Ming had no choice but to let her be. It may be a habit formed during the unified training. Yang Ming didn't deliberately correct it. Yang Ming frowned. He and Zhou Judge's mother, President Hua, had no common topics. President Hua's aggressive appearance was still fresh in Yang Ming's memory. Originally, Yang Ming planned to go out and hide. After President Hua left, he would come back. However, he thought about it again. This is my home. Why should I hide? Thinking of this, Yang Ming lifted his leg and walked in. He saw President Hua sitting on the sofa not far away and chatting with Zhou Jujia. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were also sitting on the side with smiles on their faces. It seemed that the four of them were chatting quite well. Ani Hua, although Yang Ming had some resentment towards her, she was still an elder. She would be one of his mothers-in-law in the future. Yang Ming had to call her respectfully. Yang Ming is back. President Hua saw Yang Ming. She was very happy to turn her head and said, "Ani has been waiting for you for a long time. However, I heard that you had something to do, so I didn't ask Jia to call you." Yang Ming responded faintly. He smiled and said, "Ani Hua." However, when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Yang Ming realized that he really didn't have any common topics with President Hua. Perhaps because of the previous estrangement, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He had to find a topic casually. "Ani Hua, you left. Is the company okay?" "It's okay. The vice presidents are following. It's the same even if I'm not there. Besides, the recent projects are on track. It's fine even if I don't go." President Hua smiled and said, "After Judge's accident, I thought it through. Business is really not very important. What is the reason for me to work hard all my life? Isn't it for Judge to have a happy life in the future? Therefore, when I see Judge's happy appearance now, I am satisfied. I don't need that money. Moreover, Judge is with you. She doesn't lack money." President Hua's last sentence was very strange. Yang Ming was embarrassed. President Hua was probably complaining that Yang Ming didn't reveal his identity in front of her. If he revealed his identity early, she wouldn't treat Yang Ming like that. After listening to President Hua's heartfelt words, Yang Ming's resentment toward her faded a lot. He sat on the sofa opposite and said, "Ani Hua, it's great that you can think like this. Yang Ming, through the contact just now, I feel that Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun are also very good girls. They're also very good to Jia, so I also believe that they won't bully Jia. But you don't waste Jia's feelings for you." President Hua smiled and sighed. Yang Ming didn't expect President Hua to suddenly mention this. Listening to her tone, it seemed that Zhou Jia was officially betrothed to him. Yang Ming's heart was suddenly excited. Although Yang Ming didn't care so much about President Hua's opinion, even if she objected, she couldn't stop the fact that he and Zhou Jia were together. However, with President Hua's approval, there was a lot less resistance. Yang Ming didn't care, but it didn't mean that Zhou Jia didn't care at all. Although Zhou Jia had said before that she didn't care about the opposition in her family, it was inevitable that there would be some discomfort in her heart. Now, all these problems no longer existed. You can rest assured, Ani Hua. I will be good to Jia. Yang Ming had never encountered such a scene, and he didn't know how to deal with it. However, he still learned from the TV and promised to Ani Hua. Obviously, Anihua didn't care about what Yang Ming said. She just nodded with a smile. Since she had figured it out, then what Yang Ming said didn't make much sense. She just cared about whether Zhou Jijia would be happy in the future. Anihua nodded and took Zhou Jijia's hand. She extended it in front of Yang Ming and said very solemnly, "Yang Ming, then I will hand Jijia over to you. If you don't treat her well, I won't spare you." Yang Ming stood up in fear and trepidation. He took Zhou Jijia's hand from Anihua's hand and held it tightly in his hand. He was excited. "Anihua, I know." Zhou Jijia was already shy at the moment. Her small face was red like a cooked crab shell. She lowered her head and didn't dare to make a sound. She was at the mercy of Yang Ming and Anihua. "Jijia, let's have a hug to prove our love." As Yang Ming said this, he reached out his big hand and hugged Zhou Jijia. Zhou Jijia groaned and hurriedly got out of Yang Ming's arms. "What are you doing? Mom is still watching. I just want her to see it. Don't you see that Anihua is worried about us? So we have to be lovey-dovey to make her feel at ease." Yang Ming said seriously. Anihua looked at Yang Ming and her daughter, who was full of happiness. She sighed slightly. After this incident, Anihua was already very open-minded. Other things were secondary. As long as Jijia liked to do something, let her do it. Chapter 10:10. "Well, I won't disturb your rest," President Hua said as she stood up. "It's getting late. I should go back." "Mom." Zhou Jijia looked at her mother with some worry. "Mom, it's already midnight. If you go back now, yeah. Anihua, stay here for a night. It's good to accompany Jijia. Anyway, there are many rooms here." Yang Ming's impression of President Hua had changed a lot since just now. It wasn't as bad as before. President Hua was also afraid that Yang Ming would have a problem with her, so she was anxious to go back. Through the recent contact with the senior management of the Ming-Yang Group, President Hua also discovered that Yang Ming wasn't simple. Just the fact that Yang Ming's father suddenly changed from an ordinary worker to the president of the group was somewhat unusual. President Hua wasn't a fool. No matter how capable an ordinary worker was, it was impossible for him to suddenly become the president of a group. No one would believe that there was no story behind it. Moreover, after the restructuring of Mingyang Heavy Industry from the Songjiang Machinery Factory, it became a private enterprise. At this time, the chairman was different from the previous state-owned enterprise. At this time, the chairman was generally the one who had the most shares, which was the largest contributor. Since Yang Dashan could become the chairman, the ability of Yang Ming's family couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, through the recent project cooperation with the original Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group, it was now under Mingyang Entertainment. In the contact with Ho Jinhan, President Hua found that when Ho Jinhan knew that his daughter was Zhou Jijia, he became indifferent to the project negotiation. Of course, this indifference wasn't the kind of indifference, but indifference to the benefits. Ho Jinhan simply gave up the negotiation. "How much benefits are you willing to give? How much money you say is how much? How do you want to do it?" Just like a sucker. This made President Hua really understand the influence of Yang Ming. What kind of person was Ho Jinhan in Songjiang? President Hua had already investigated very clearly. It could be said that he was similar to the Tian family and Sun family in Donghai. They were all very arrogant, but only when they negotiated with him. They showed rare easygoing and concessions. Not only that, but the Sun family was not very happy about the original plan to invest in the Sea Bright Moon Hotel in Donghai, because the Sun family's hotel resort was not far from the Sea Bright Moon Hotel. There would definitely be a conflict of interest between the two in the future. However, since the cooperation with Mingyang, the resistance on the Sun family's side had disappeared in an instant. Even the previously vicious Sun family's underlings had become kind. All these changes had to be attributed to his daughter's boyfriend, Yang Ming. Although President Hua was quite critical about the fact that Yang Ming had other girlfriends, now, after weighing the pros and cons, it wasn't so important. Moreover, after the incident of Zhou Jijia being shot, President Hua also thought it through. No matter how much money he had, Could he buy his daughter's health and happiness? His daughter could do such a stupid thing like blocking a bullet for Yang Ming. What else couldn't she do? If he forcibly separated her and Yang Ming, it was possible for Jia to commit suicide. Therefore, President Hua didn't dare to take this risk again. Yang Ming was indeed a good person. Although he was a bit fickle, his daughter didn't care. Why should he care? Everything was for the sake of his daughter's happiness. Other things were secondary. In summary, it made President Hua make up his mind and say the previous words. Seeing that his attitude was exchanged for Yang Ming's understanding, President Hua was very happy. He said with a smile, "I really miss Jia. Then I will sleep with Jia tonight. Yang Ming, don't be unhappy. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay." Yang Ming smiled, but he said in his heart, "Even if you don't come, I can't sleep with Jia and the others. This kind of sexual happiness plan still needs to be considered. If there's a chance, I should call Sun Jia, that coquettish fox, and Xiao Qing's godsister to demonstrate it on the spot, so that Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jia can learn from it. However, if they really came, there would be a world war in the family. Forget it. Zhou Jia had her own room. President Hua and Zhou Jia stayed there together. But Chen Mingyan took Lin Jiyun away. Yang Ming could only sigh. This matter was really not good. According to Chen Mingyan's character, it seemed unrealistic to have 3P, 4P with others. It was really challenging my IQ. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He returned to his room and was alone again. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He originally thought that his happy life was about to begin, but he didn't expect that it was still so far away. After lying on the bed for a while, Yang Ming's heart was itching, but he couldn't do anything. He put on a coat, pushed open the door, and came to the corridor. However, he heard a slight sound of the door opening. Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. He looked up and saw Zhou Jia wearing pajamas coming out of the room. Little Jia still cares about me. She knows that I am lonely, so she specially came out to accompany me. Yang Ming thought so in his heart, so he strode toward Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia also saw Yang Ming. Her face suddenly turned red. It was like a little rabbit in her arms. Her heart was beating fast. She whispered with some surprise, Yang Ming, Jia, is your mother asleep?" Yang Ming ran over and didn't care so much. He directly gave Zhou Jia a bear hug. No, Zhou Jia was hugged by Yang Ming. She was very nervous. Her breathing became rapid. She struggled slightly, but she didn't dare to make a big movement. "You dare to come out and date me when you're not asleep. Haha, you are really amazing." Yang Ming had to admire this chick's boldness. She was so open about having an affair. Date? Zhou Jia was stunned. When she saw Yang Ming's expression, she immediately knew that he misunderstood. She was dumbfounded. "Yang Ming, I want to go to the bathroom. Hey." Yang Ming suddenly opened his mouth wide after listening. "Bathroom? You came out just to go to the bathroom?" Zhou Jia nodded shyly. "Didn't you come to date me?" Yang Ming was embarrassed and asked without giving up. "No." Zhou Jia lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. She was afraid that Yang Ming would be angry. "Haha, it's fine. It's fine." Yang Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. "Then you go to the bathroom. I will go back to my room by myself." "Right. Do you need me to accompany you to the bathroom?" "It's so dark, no need." Zhou Jia blushed and ran away quickly. Yang Ming thought, "Motherfucker, I am really self-righteous this time. It is so shameful." However, when did Zhou Jia, this chick, become so shy? She used to be very bold. She even took the initiative to kiss me. It is all because of that bullet. It must have changed Zhou Jia's brain structure and made her become a shy person. Yang Ming thought gloomily. He returned to his room, lay on the bed, and fiddled with a bag of things that Xia Bingbao gave him out of boredom. He didn't know if he didn't look, but he was shocked when he saw it. There were not only 2 documents, but also a dedicated satellite phone. It was probably worn during the mission. On the side of the satellite phone, there was an internal contact list. It was the phone number of several important people in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Among them was Xia Bingbao. It seemed that Xia Bingbao should be one of the core figures of the investigation bureau. He was not as simple as an ordinary investigator. However, this had little to do with Yang Ming. The reason why Yang Ming joined this organization as a peripheral investigator was actually to contribute to society. That was all. Although it seemed that Xia Bingbao had great privileges and excellent treatment, these were not what Yang Ming wanted. Yang Ming was used to being unrestrained. He still preferred a free life. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a click sound from his room door. It was pushed open from the outside. Could it be that Wang Xiaoyan? That chick couldn't help but come again? But that's not right. Wang Xiaoyan should have come in through the window, not through the door. Yang Ming quickly pretended to be asleep, but his attention was completely focused on the door. At this time, a black shadow crept in. It was actually Zhou Jiejie. It can't be. She is distressed for her husband again. So she took the initiative to come here? Yang Ming thought lustfully. Zhou Jiejie's heart was beating fast at the moment. Just now, when she was hugged by Yang Ming, Zhou Jiejie's longing for Yang Ming became stronger. After going to the bathroom, Zhou Jiejie thought of Yang Ming's disappointed look. She suddenly couldn't bear it. So, she gritted her teeth and walked directly to Yang Ming's room. Seeing that Yang Ming was lying motionless on the bed with even breathing, Zhou Jiejie breathed a sigh of relief. She thought, this Yang Ming only knows how to be mischievous. He just said some ambiguous words to me, and now he actually fell asleep so quickly. Zhou Jiejie was slightly disappointed. It was not easy for her to make up her mind. She wanted to talk to Yang Ming secretly, but Yang Ming was in deep sleep. Looking at Yang Ming's sleeping face, Zhou Jiejie was a little absent-minded. Am I really his girlfriend? Then where did the memories from before go? However, in any case, I got what I wanted, but it felt unreal. In fact, in Zhou Jiejie's heart, she still wanted to be close to Yang Ming. However, these days, she was with Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. Zhou Jiejie was embarrassed to say that she missed Yang Ming and wanted to be close to him. Now, there was an opportunity. Yang Ming, this dead person, was still sleeping so soundly. Zhou Jiejie couldn't bear to wake him up. She hesitated, leaned down, and kissed Yang Ming's face. Then, she quickly left, fearing that Yang Ming would find out. Looking up and seeing that Yang Ming was still sleeping soundly, Zhou Jiejie was relieved. She turned around and was ready to leave Yang Ming's room quietly. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Chapter 10:11. You want to leave after stealing food? You are not a good child. Zhou Jiejie was shocked. She felt that she was hugged from behind. She suddenly turned her head and saw Yang Ming looking at her with a smile. His eyes were bright. Where was the trace of sleepiness? You didn't fall asleep? Zhou Jiejie was like a child who was caught doing something wrong. She blushed and couldn't speak. I fell asleep, but I was woken up by your kiss. Yang Ming smiled. Zhou Jiejie pursed her lips. Apparently, she didn't believe that Yang Ming would misbehave. In the past 2 nights, Chen Mingyan had told her a lot of things about Yang Ming's mischief, so she wouldn't believe the reason of woke up by the kiss. What I said is true. Haven't you heard the story of Snow White and Prince Charming? Yang Ming continued indifferently. Oh, Xiaorue, I was wrong. It should be the story of Snow White and Princess Charming. Snow White fell asleep. When Princess Charming kissed him, he woke up. Stop it. Zhou Jiejie blushed and complained. How am I Princess Charming? Why aren't you? If I say you are, then you are. Yang Ming smiled. I mean, Princess Charming sounds so bad. I don't want to be. Zhou Jiejie said shyly. Yang Ming laughed after listening and took Zhou Jiejie into his arms. They fell on the bed together. What are you going to do? Zhou Jiejie was shocked. Although she was already prepared in her heart, when it really happened, Zhou Jiejie was a little timid again. Weren't you very bold just now? You even took the initiative to kiss. Yang Ming smiled and said, come on, let's practice again. Kissing is like drinking water. It needs to be practiced often. Zhou Jiejie listened in confusion. Why we need to practice drinking water? What is this nonsense? However, As she was distracted thinking about these inexplicable things, her small mouth was sealed by Yang Ming's big mouth. Whoa. Zhou Jita struggled subconsciously, and then fell into Yang Ming's arms softly. I haven't felt this for a long time. I remember that the last time I kissed Yang Ming was at the class reunion. However, that was unintentional. Only this time, Yang Ming really took the initiative. Although Zhou Jia was very shy, she was very happy. Unintentional and Yang Ming taking the initiative were two different concepts. Zhou Jia trembled. She grabbed Yang Ming's back and let him do whatever he wanted to her. Yang Ming's mouth wasn't idle, but his hands weren't idle either. He directly reached into Zhou Jiajia's loose pajamas and climbed all the way to her chest. Zhou Jiajia suddenly trembled and opened her eyes. However, her mouth was completely sealed by Yang Ming. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't say anything, so she closed her eyes again and let Yang Ming do whatever he wanted to her body. Hee, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have grown a lot. I remember that last time in the hotel room. Yang Ming saw Zhou Jiajia's chest. At that time, it didn't seem to be as big as now. Could it be that during this period of time in the hospital, the nutrition went to the chest because of the nutrient solution every day? Yang Ming thought evilly. However, while one of Yang Ming's hands was mischievous, the other hand was not idle. He nimbly unbuttoned Zhou Jiajia's pajamas and stripped her upper body directly. Anyway, the heating in the villa was 24 hours. She didn't feel cold at all. Even if she didn't wear anything, she wouldn't catch a cold. Sister Lin, do you think we have neglected Yang Ming a little these days? Chun Mingyan hugged her legs and sat on the bed. She curled up in the quilt and asked Lin Jiyun, who was in the same position. I don't know. Lin Jiyun shook her head. You are too indecisive. You will be bullied by him in the future. Chun Mingyan smiled helplessly. Do you want to go to Yang Ming now? I don't. Lin Jiyun suddenly blushed and shook her head quickly. You little traitor. Chun Mingyan smiled and tickled Lin Jiyun's armpit. Ugh. Sister Mingyan, don't mess around. I can't help it, huh? Lin Jiyun was not to be outdone. She reached out and touched Chun Mingyan's chest. Yang Ming likes to touch you here the most. You're being sarcastic, aren't you? How did you know? You must know because Yang Ming likes to touch you. Chun Mingyan directly exposed Lin Jiyun's lie. The two girls laughed and played together. After a long time, they were tired and stopped. They lay on the bed on each side. Sister Lin, why don't you accompany Yang Ming tonight? He is quite pitiful by himself. When we went upstairs, I saw his disappointed expression. I couldn't bear it. Chun Mingyan sighed, and her tone returned to normal. She said to Lin Jiyun, Sister Mingyan, you should go. Lin Jiyun missed Yang Ming, but she felt that it was better to let Chun Mingyan go. Why should I go? Chun Mingyan smiled and said, Can I go to him when I want to? In Yang Ming's mind, I am probably a very stingy and narrow-minded person. If I always monopolize him, even if he doesn't say it, he will definitely blame me in his heart. How can that be? Sister Mingyan, I think you are very tolerant. Lin Jiyun thought so from the bottom of her heart. When you knew about the matter between me and Yang Ming, you didn't stop it. I am very grateful. Speaking of which, it was you and Yang Ming who had that relationship first. Yang Ming is a very soft-hearted person. I want to thank you for not using this to threaten Yang Ming to break up with me. Chun Mingyan sighed and said faintly, Of course I won't. Lin Jiyun shook her head and said affirmatively, I'm already very satisfied with what I have now. Sister Mingyan, can we be good sisters for life? Okay, and Jiajia too. I brought her home. I didn't discuss it with you. I was afraid that you would have an opinion. Chun Mingyan nodded and said, These things, Sister Mingyan, you can make the decision. I have no opinion. Lin Jiyun said indifferently, Okay, let's not talk about this. Go quickly. Yang Ming is probably anxious waiting for you. He will be angry with me later. Chun Mingyan patted Lin Jiyun and urged her. I go. Lin Jiyun was a little uncertain. Am I really going? If I ask you to go, then go. You clearly want to go, but you are still overcautious. You have to change this bad habit in the future. Chen Mingyan said with a straight face. If you don't go, I will be angry. Then I will go. Lin Jian hesitated and got up from the bed. Then she turned her head and said to Chen Mingyan, Sister Mingyan, why don't we go together? Together? Chen Mingyan was stunned. Then she looked at Lin Jiyun stupidly. How can we go together? We are good sisters. We should be together. Lin Jiyun said with a red face. If Yang Ming was at the side, he would definitely be overjoyed. He would praise that Sister Lin was simply a goddess. She could come up with such a great idea. It was worthy of praise. That's not good. Chen Mingyan's face was also red. Although she and Lin Jiyun were really close like sisters now, they slept together for a few nights. Even when they took a shower just now, they took a shower together. It could be said that there was nothing to avoid between them. However, doing that thing was different. Yang Ming could only do it with one person at the same time. What about the other person? Watch by the side? Chen Mingyan felt shy when she thought about it. If I watch Sister Lin and Yang Ming do it, it's still okay. If I am watched by Sister Lin, how can I live in the future? This damn girl, she can even think of such a fierce idea. Chen Mingyan was really shy. She nodded Lin Jiyun's head and said, I don't know what is in your little head. You must have been influenced by Yang Ming, that pervert. How can that be? Lin Jiyun was somewhat aggrieved. I just think that we are sisters. We have to share good things together. Yang Ming is doing bad things to you, and you still say that it's a good thing. Chen Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. I don't know what kind of bewitching drug he gave you. Then he is doing bad things to me. I also like it very much, and it's very comfortable. Lin Jiyun whispered, Sister Mingyan, aren't you like this? Chen Mingyan was suddenly speechless. Lin Jiyun was right. I thought I could get an ally, but I didn't expect Sister Lin to be a little traitor no matter what. Chen Mingyan had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, well, then let's do it together. But let's make a deal. I will only let Yang Ming do bad things to you. I will just be by the side with you. Sister Mingyan, you are even worse. Lin Jiyun was suddenly shy after listening. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was curious. She wanted to see what Sister Lin and Yang Ming were like when they were together. She pulled Lin Jiyun up without any explanation. The two walked to Yang Ming's room. At first, Lin Jiyun was still a little shy, but after 2 steps, she didn't feel anything. Anyway, she had agreed with Sister Mingyan that they would be good sisters for life. What was there to be afraid of? Sooner or later, there would be a day when she would return. The two tiptoed to the door of Yang Ming's room. Chen Mingyan just wanted to knock on the door, but Lin Jiyun pulled her. Sister Mingyan, what if Yang Ming is already asleep? It's not good for us to disturb him, right? Chen Mingyan was amused. No one knew Yang Ming's temper better than her. She thought, he can't wait for us to disturb him. It's best to disturb him every day. However, it was fine not to knock on the door. Chen Mingyan decided to push the door and go in. If Yang Ming was asleep, it was good to scare him. So, he nodded, gently grabbed the doorknob, and opened it. Chapter 10:12. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun both opened their mouths in surprise at the same time. Chen Mingyan reached out to cover Lin Jiyun's mouth to prevent her from making a sound, while Lin Jiyun subconsciously covered Chen Mingyan's mouth. The two of them released their hands at the same time and smiled at each other. In fact, Yang Ming had already noticed the movement outside, but after taking a look with his special ability, he didn't care. Instead, he was a little surprised. What happened today? Usually, none of them came, but now all 3 of them came. Looking at the appearance of the 2 girls, he knew that they wanted to peep. But peeping is just peeping. Whatever. Anyway, they're my wives. I'm not afraid of them. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun anymore. Zhou Jiajia, on the other hand, was mesmerized by Yang Ming. She really didn't notice the things outside her body. It turns out that someone got there first. Chen Mingyan looked at Lin Jiyun with a smile and whispered, "Oh, Sister Jiajia is so bold." Lin Jiyun looked at Zhou Jiajia's exposed chest and said with a blush, Hee hee, Sister Lin, you're the pot calling the kettle black. I'm afraid that if you were in Yang Ming's arms, you would do the same, right? Chen Mingyin joked. I didn't. Lin Jiyun denied with a blush. Yang Ming is really bad. Chen Mingyin looked at Yang Ming kissing Zhou Jiejia, but his hands weren't idle on Zhou Jiejia's chest. She said with some embarrassment, his hands aren't idle. Lin Jiyun thought in her heart. This is not bad. When Yang Ming and I did that, his hands weren't idle either. But she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She didn't know that Chen Mingyin also had the same idea at the moment. Sister Lin, do you think that Yang Ming will push Jiejia down today? Chen Mingyin didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually said such evil words. Lin Jiyun was stunned for a moment. Then she blushed and said, It shouldn't be. Jiejia's memory hasn't been restored yet. She lost her virginity in a daze. It shouldn't be what Yang Ming wants to see, right? Because she had a similar experience. Lin Jiyun felt that Yang Ming wouldn't be so reckless. So I think so too. I wanted to take a look. Chen Mingyin was a little disappointed. Sister Mingyin, why are you so perverted? Lin Jiyun blushed and giggled. I'm not. You're the pervert. Drag me along with you. Let's accompany Yang Ming together. Chen Mingyin retorted, embarrassed. Listening to the conversation between the two, Yang Ming felt great. It seems that my 3P or even 4P career is expected to be realized. This Lin Jiyun is really a wonderful person. She actually has such an amazing idea. It's worthy of praise. However, Lin Jiyun was right. Although Zhou Jiejia took the initiative to come today, Yang Ming really didn't have much other thoughts besides kissing and hugging her. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun had similar thoughts. After all, Chen Mingyin's lie could only be hidden for a while, but it couldn't be hidden forever. If Zhou Jiejia recovered her memory one day and remembered the past, would she regret it if he pushed her down so recklessly? Therefore, Yang Ming still gave this decision to Zhou Jiejia. Everything would wait until she recovered her memory. He didn't want her to have regrets in her life. Zhou Jiejia was panting in Yang Ming's arms. She suddenly remembered that her mother was still waiting for her in the room. She came here just to hug Yang Ming, but she didn't expect to be kissed and touched by him for so long. In a shock, Zhou Jiejia quickly struggled to jump away from Yang Ming's arms. She buttoned up her pajamas and rushed out of the door. Ugh! Yang Ming wanted to stop her, but it was too late. It's over. It's a crash. Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun were watching enthusiastically, but they didn't expect Zhou Jiejia to suddenly rush to the door. Sister Chen and Sister Lin were shocked. What happened to Sister Zhou? Did she find out that we were peeping, so she came to take revenge? But it didn't seem like it. Looking at her shy face, it seemed that she didn't notice them. However, even if she didn't notice it now, she would notice it soon. Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun wanted to hide, but it was too late. Yang Ming's room was at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Where could they hide? At this time, Zhou Jiejia had already noticed them. She was stunned on the spot. After a while, she said, Sister Mingyin, Sister Yun, you guys, we didn't see anything. We just came to talk to Yang Ming. We just arrived. Chen Mingyin was afraid that Zhou Jiejia would be embarrassed, so she quickly explained. Who knew that even an idiot wouldn't believe her explanation? Didn't see anything? Isn't this just giving away 300 taels of silver? Zhou Jiejia was embarrassed. She screamed, covered her face, and ran away quickly. Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun were also helpless. They could only talk to Zhou Jiejia tomorrow. Mingyin, Jiyun, since you are here, come in. Let's play a game together. Let's play the game of pushing the train. Yang Ming lied on the big bed in the room and shouted shamelessly. Play a game? Chen Mingyin snorted. Who wants to play with you? Dream on. I came to accompany you with good intentions, but I didn't expect you to bring Zhou Jiejia here. Looking at Zhou Jiejia, she must have been pulled by Yang Ming halfway. Sister Lin, let's go. Let him play the game of pushing the train alone here. Chen Mingyin turned and walked to her room. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming pitifully and sighed sympathetically. Then, she looked at Chen Mingyin, who had gone far away, and chased after her. AI. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. I'm really unlucky. What is this? Come together, go together, leave together. Isn't this asking for my life? No, in the long run, how can I handle it? When I am free tomorrow, I must arrange a rotation of days and set a time and date for them. Every day, one. Yangming thought very evilly. Zhou Jieji ran back to her room. Her heart was still beating. She closed the door and covered her chest. She couldn't catch her breath. Jieji, what's wrong with you? Mother Zhou looked at her daughter strangely. Why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? No, nothing. Zhou Jieji quickly waved her hand. She tried to pretend to be calm, but she couldn't hide the blush on her face. Mom, okay. Mom won't ask. Mother Zhou was also a shrewd person. She guessed that her daughter was lovesick and did something ambiguous with Yangming. Mom! Zhou Jieji saw her mother's strange eyes and couldn't help but complain. Silly girl, Mom is also an experienced person. I won't scold you. Mother Zhou stroked Zhou Jieji's hair lovingly. Besides, you have grown up. Mom isn't an unenlightened, old antique. When her mother said this, Zhou Jieji was even more shy. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Chapter 10:13. Mom, don't talk about it. Zhou Jieji was very shy. In the past, she was full of resentment for her mother's self-assertion. She even almost ran away from home because of it. She didn't like Wang Jitao at all, and she wasn't willing to accompany Wang Jitao to eat at home according to her mother's wishes. If it weren't for the shooting incident, Zhou Jieji would probably have run away from home. Well, then Mom won't talk about this. Mother Zhou smiled and patted the bed next to her. Come, Jieji, come and lie with Mom. We haven't talked about intimate things for a long time. Today is a good opportunity. Let's talk together. Talk about what? Zhou Jieji was nervous. Her mother's topic today mostly revolved around Yangming, which made Zhou Jieji blush. Just talk about you and Yangming. Mother Zhou smiled. Mom, didn't you say that we won't talk about this? Why are you still talking about it? Zhou Jieji blushed and acted like a spoiled child. Yeah, Mom means that we won't talk about the previous one. Let's talk about what you did just now. Mother Zhou smiled. Let's talk about other things. Aya. Zhou Jieji's face was red, like a child who was caught by her parents for telling a lie. This child, you are so big and still shy. Mother Zhou smiled. Jieji, is Yangming good to you? Very good. Zhou Jieji lowered her head and said carefully. Then do you have that? Mother Zhou looked at Zhou Jieji and asked with a smile. What? Zhou Jieji was stunned, and then she understood her mother's meaning. Her face was even redder as she didn't dare to look up. Looking at your appearance, you shouldn't have it yet. However, according to my observation, the other two girls should have had that kind of relationship with Yangming. You and him will have a problem sooner or later. Mother Zhou said seriously. So, as an elder, I still have to remind you of some things. I don't object to this kind of thing, but I don't support it either. You could decide for yourself, but you must be careful and don't get pregnant. Mom, what are you talking about? Zhou Jieji covered her ears and didn't dare to listen anymore. She never thought that one day she would talk about this topic with her mother. Suddenly, Zhou Jieji realized that something was wrong and asked her mother strangely, Mom, you said that I haven't done that with Yangming? Although it was a bit embarrassing, Zhou Jieji was eager to know the truth, so she asked, What's wrong? Was his mother's judgment wrong? Could it be that you and Yangming have already? Mother Zhou glanced at her daughter and asked strangely, I don't know. After I was injured, I seemed to have amnesia and disappeared, so I don't know how far I have progressed with Yangming. Zhou Jieji shook her head. She didn't know much, so she didn't know if she was still a virgin. But when her mother said this, Zhou Jieji suddenly had some doubts. Amnesia. Is there any serious problem? Mother Zhou was immediately shocked after hearing it. Her expression changed, and she looked at Zhou Jieji anxiously. Why didn't you tell your mother before? Mom, the doctor said that it's just a partial amnesia. It's a period of time before the injury. It doesn't affect other things. Zhou Jia said, "It's not a big problem, so I didn't say it." "So that's the case. You scared your mother." Mother Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're fine." "Mom, then about me and Yang Ming." Zhou Jia was eager to know the answer, so she quickly reminded her mother. "Then, let me check it for you." Mother Zhou looked at her daughter's anxious look. Although she didn't know what she was anxious about, she still said so. Then let's check it." Zhou Jia nodded with a red face. "Sister Mingyan, why are we back again?" Lin Jiyun followed Chun Mingyan back to the room and asked with some disappointment. "This guy, Yang Ming, makes me angry just by looking at him." Chun Mingyan snorted. "Zhou Jiajia's mother rarely comes here. Jiajia still has to accompany her mother, but she was pulled away by Yang Ming to do bad things. This person, really, let him reflect on himself." Lin Jiyun sighed, but it was no wonder that Sister Mingyan would be angry. Yang Ming couldn't bear it for such a night. He even wanted to harass Jiajia. Wasn't he afraid of being found out by Jiajia's mother? Seeing that Lin Jiyun didn't speak, Chun Mingyan thought about it, and her anger disappeared. She looked up at Lin Jiyun and asked hesitantly, "Sister Lin, did I go too far? For the past 2 days, the 3 of us were together. Even if Yang Ming wanted to, he couldn't get close to us. Today, Jiajia was finally alone. How could he let go of this opportunity? It seems that his approach is reasonable." "I think so too. Yang Ming didn't know that we would go to him." Lin Jiyun nodded. You little traitor. You only know how to speak for Yang Ming." Chun Mingyan tapped Lin Jiyun's forehead and smiled helplessly. "You must be blaming me in your heart just now, right?" "I didn't." Lin Jiyun shook her head quickly. "You're my sister. What you do, I naturally follow you. You see, you said what's in your heart, didn't you? Obviously, you didn't want to come back, but just because I'm your sister, you follow me back, right?" Chun Mingyan smiled and pinched Lin Jiyun's hand. Lin Jiyun bowed her head. She really wanted to stay just now. "Well, you should go. Yang Ming will be anxious in a while. He will blame me again." Chun Mingyan pushed Lin Jiyun's shoulder and wanted to push her off the bed. "Sister Mingyan, let's go together." Lin Jiyun blushed and said shyly, "I won't go. I was the one who took the lead to leave. If I go back now, wouldn't he laugh at me?" Chun Mingyan smiled bitterly. "It's better for you to go by yourself, but..." Lin Jiyun saw that Chun Mingyan didn't go, and she was somewhat uneasy. "You go today, and I go tomorrow. Is this okay?" Chun Mingyan saw Lin Jiyun hesitating, so she added a sentence. "Well, then, Sister Mingyan, I'm going." Lin Jiyun still couldn't put down her face. "Okay, don't dawdle here." Chun Mingyan saw Lin Jiyun's look and urged her. Lin Jiyun then put on her slippers and walked out of the room while looking back every 3 steps. Looking at Lin Jiyun's back, Chun Mingyan sighed. For a long time, she always considered herself as Yang Ming's real girlfriend. She always wanted to fight for the first place. But when she fought for it, she found out that it was so difficult to be the first wife. She couldn't be too indulgent with Yang Ming, but she couldn't be too cold to Yang Ming. She also had to balance the relationship between other girls and Yang Ming. For example, today, how could Chun Mingyan not want to be with Yang Ming? But if she didn't set a good example, it was estimated that the family would be in chaos in the future. She didn't want Yang Ming to be addicted to beauty too early and neglect his business. Therefore, Chun Mingyan wanted to give Yang Ming a limit. She couldn't let him do whatever he wanted, but she was afraid of giving Yang Ming the impression that she was spoiled. Chun Mingyan had to sacrifice her own interests and give some opportunities to others. Chun Mingyan sighed. She curled up in the quilt alone, and there was a trace of tears in her eyes. This was probably what they meant by "you win some, you lose some." Lin Jiyun carefully came to Yang Ming's room. She wanted to push the door directly, but she hesitated and knocked on the door. Yang Ming was depressed. Suddenly, he heard footsteps in the corridor again. He quickly looked over with his special ability. When he saw that it was Lin Jiyun, he was overjoyed. Little Yun is still the one who cares about me. It's not in vain that I usually treat her so well." Yang Ming jumped up from the bed. When Lin Jiyun knocked on the door, he opened the door abruptly. "Yeah." Lin Jiyun was shocked. She covered her chest. When she saw that it was Yang Ming, she was relieved. What are you doing? You want to scare me to death. Hey, it turned out to be Ji-yoon. I didn't know that you were outside the door. Yang Ming said innocently. I didn't want to sleep in the long night. I wanted to come out and walk around to see if I could gain anything. But I didn't expect that before I went out, the harvest came. Lin Ji-yoon's face was slightly red. She said softly, I just wanted to see if you were asleep. There is no other meaning. Then I will go back. Yang Ming smiled and pulled Lin Ji-yoon. Have you seen a sheep spit out after entering the wolf's mouth? How could Lin Ji-yoon really want to go? She was just a little shy. After being pulled by Yang Ming, she was pulled into Yang Ming's room and went to Yang Ming's bed for a long time. Lin Ji-yoon lay on the bed lazily. She didn't want to move, but when she thought that Chen Mingyan was still alone in the room while she had fun with Yang Ming, she couldn't bear it. Looking at Yang Ming, who was breathing evenly beside her, she sat up gently. Ji-yoon, what are you doing? Although Yang Ming was asleep, he was still very sensitive to the things around him. When Lin Ji-yoon moved, Yang Ming woke up. I'm going back to sleep. Lin Ji-yoon saw that Yang Ming woke up and said apologetically, Why are you going back to sleep? Isn't it good to sleep here? Yang Ming held Lin Ji-yoon's hand and didn't let her go. Sister Mingyan is still alone. Lin Ji-yoon sighed and explained, Just now, Sister Mingyan was too embarrassed to come. She asked me to find you, but I can't be ungrateful. Yang Ming listened to Lin Ji-yoon's words and understood everything. It turns out that Chen Mingyan is too embarrassed. It's really hard for her. What's so good about being the master of the harem? Chapter 10:14. Throughout the dynasties, the emperor's harem was the most troublesome place, and the empress was also the most difficult. It wasn't difficult to be a dictatorial empress, but it was difficult to be an empress that the emperor liked. Balancing the relationship between the concubines was the most difficult, and doing so would sacrifice a lot of her own interests. Although Yang Ming wasn't the emperor, Chen Mingyan's duties weren't much different from that of the empress. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It was really difficult for Chen Mingyan. Why bother? However, Yang Ming also knew that there had to be a woman who had the final say in the family. Otherwise, when he wasn't at home, the family would be in chaos. However, listening to Lin Ji-yoon's words, Yang Ming couldn't help but find it funny. Ungrateful? It was lucky that she could say it. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Then, can you sleep here? I'm going to find Mingyan. You're going? Lin Ji-yoon was stunned, and then she said happily, Okay, that's great. Sister Mingyan will be very happy. Then, my little Yun will have to be alone in an empty bed. Yang Ming pinched Lin Ji-yoon's face and smiled. Chen Mingyan tossed and turned, but she couldn't sleep. Looking at the empty bed beside her, she felt a little lost in her heart. Suddenly, there was a sound of the door being opened. In the darkness, Chen Mingyan couldn't see clearly. She thought that Lin Ji-yoon came back. She was suddenly happy. She thought, this girl didn't forget to come back to accompany me after having fun. She still has a conscience. However, thinking that there was no one accompanying Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan still said, Sister Lin, why are you back? Go back quickly. If Yang Ming finds out that you're missing, what should we do? I'm not your sister Lin. I'm your brother Yang. Yang Ming smiled and went to Chen Mingyan's bed. He said shamelessly. Chen Mingyan was shocked. Yang Ming, why are you here? After your little sister Lin had her fun, she thought that her big sister Yin hadn't had her fun yet. So she sent me over. Yang Ming said with a mischievous smile. She thought to herself, only men have it the hardest. At this time, they should be sleeping, but they still have to go back and forth between the rooms. You're so annoying. What are you saying? It's so unpleasant. Chen Mingyan suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. What did he mean by pleasurable? This Yang Ming was really getting more and more outspoken. Nothing, but you will know soon. Yang Ming hugged Chen Mingyan and kissed Chen Mingyan's red lips. Because he was in his own home, Yang Ming slept very soundly and did not deliberately wake up early. When he woke up, he found that it was already late in the morning. He looked at both sides of his body. There was no sign of Chun Ming-yin and Lin Jiyun. Last night, while Chun Ming-yin was asleep, Yang Ming tiptoed back to his room. He carried the sleeping Lin Jiyun and put her in the master bedroom on his other side. Haha, I don't know what expression these two little girls will have when they wake up and see each other. Yang Ming put on his clothes and went downstairs, but he saw the three women sitting in the hall downstairs, chatting with Mother Zhou. Yang Ming, you're really too much. How can you sleep so much? Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming coming downstairs and couldn't help but blame. Ani Hua's been waiting for you for a long time. I'm sorry. I've been fucking too much recently, huh? Yang Ming laughed and said. Chen Mingyan didn't understand the implication in Yang Ming's words. She glared at him and said, Auntie Hua is going back to Donghai in a while. Jia wants to send Auntie Hua back to Donghai for 2 days. Are you free? Let's go together. Go home. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jia in surprise. Jia, school is about to start. Are you going home? I just miss my mother a little. I will be back after 2 days. Zhou Jia lowered her head and whispered. Last night, after Zhou Jia let her mother check, she found that she was still a virgin, which meant that she hadn't had that kind of relationship with Yang Ming. However, if this was the case, then according to what Yang Ming said, she used to be Yang Ming's girlfriend, which was somewhat inconsistent with the reality. Did my whole person, including my body, cross over? Thinking of this, Zhou Jia began to have some doubts because this possibility was too small. At least, except for online novels, she hadn't seen any other precedents. Zhou Jia decided to go home first and think about what had happened recently. Since Zhou Jia said so, Yang Ming naturally had no reason to stop her. He looked at the time. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning. A round trip to Donghai would take more than 2 hours. It shouldn't delay Zhao Ying's move in the afternoon. So he nodded. Let's go. Let's go together. We can visit Ani Hua's company. Ani Hua's company is far worse than your family's. Ani Hua smiled. However, it's good to visit in advance. Anyway, it will be Jiajia's dowry in the future. Mom. When Zhou Jia heard Mother Zhou's words, her face suddenly blushed. The 5 people packed up and ate some porridge made by Ani Li. Then, they were ready to go. President Hua had her own car. After a call, the driver came. It was a Toyota 4700, which was more suitable for long-distance driving. Yang Ming's car was also off-road. The 2 cars, one in front and one behind, didn't have any difference in speed. Zhou Jia and President Hua sat in one car. Yang Ming, Chun Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun sat in another car. They went to Donghai one after another. Yang Ming hadn't come to Donghai for some time, but he was already very familiar with this road. President Hua's company was located not far from the commercial center of Donghai. She bought an entire floor of a building. The scale was relatively large, but there was still some gap between it and the previous Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group, let alone Yang Ming's current industrial scale. Hee, Yang Ming, I'll let you see a joke. The company isn't big. President Hua now knew about Yang Ming's property, so she became humble. Ani Hua, I have to admit that you are a strong woman. The scale of the company is already very good. My friends are just helping to take care of it. I can't do anything myself. Yang Ming looked at the company, the employees who handled the affairs in an orderly manner, and he couldn't help but sigh. Yang Ming skimmed through it, but Lin Jiyun was very attentive. She walked and stopped. She kept taking notes in her notebook. If there was something she didn't understand, she would ask Ani Hua. In the end, when she left, she didn't forget to ask for some company information and employee management system documents. Yang Ming sighed. Lin Jiyun, you don't have to work so hard. However, since she has her own pursuit and ideas, Yang Ming shouldn't stop her. He should support her to do it. At noon, President Hua entertained Yang Ming and the others at her company's hotel. In the afternoon, when they were preparing to return to Songjiang, Lin Jiyun was hesitant. She seemed to want to say something. Jiyun, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Yang Ming, can I talk to you about something? Lin Jiyun asked carefully. What's the matter? Do we still need to do this between us? Yang Ming faintly guessed the reason why Lin Jiyun was doing this. Yang Ming, I want to stay in Donghai for a few days. Lin Jiyun thought about it and said, First, I want to accompany Jiejia. Second, I want to stay here and learn from Ani Hua about the company's management. Hee. If that's the case, then no problem. Yang Ming agreed without thinking. He had already guessed the matter, so Yang Ming agreed directly. However, he asked, I don't know if Ani Hua is willing to teach our family Jian. Ani Hua was now building a good relationship with Yang Ming. Naturally, she wouldn't disagree. Moreover, her daughter had married into the Yang family. The rise and fall of the Yang family in the future was related to her daughter's lifelong happiness. Since someone in the Yang family was willing to learn how to manage, she was naturally eager to do her best to teach. Ani Hua was also very clear about her daughter's personality. She wasn't a person who liked to do business. Her interest was in computer programs. She wasn't interested in doing business, so she couldn't force her. Now that there was a ready-made successor for her to cultivate, Ani Hua naturally agreed. Seeing that President Hua agreed, Lin Jiyun said happily, Ani Hua, thank you. Don't be so formal. You're not an outsider. Ani Hua waved her hand and said, Then Jiyun will stay here to accompany Jiejia. I'm just afraid that Jiejia will be lonely. Therefore, Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia stayed in Donghai together. Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan drove back to Songjiang. Yang Ming, you're willing to leave Sister Lin in Donghai? On the road, Chun Mingyan asked curiously, so that she can accompany you. No one will be jealous. Yang Ming smiled and teased. You're so annoying. How am I such a stingy person? Chun Mingyan said, You're not serious. I haven't told you about the bad things you did last night. Why did Sister Lin sleep here when you woke up in the morning? Ugh. Probably she was afraid that you would be lonely, so she came back to accompany you? Yang Ming lied without blushing. Nonsense. Chun Mingyan naturally didn't believe it. Sister Lin obviously knew that you were coming over. How could she be afraid that I would be lonely? It must be you who secretly did something bad in the middle of the night and brought Sister Lin here. Yang Ming sweated. He thought, Mingyan, you're really a roundworm in my stomach. How do you know everything I do? He laughed twice and said, Let's not talk about this. I agreed to let Jiyun stay in Donghai because I was thinking about her. Why do you say that? Asked Chun Mingyan. Jiyun has her own ideals and pursuits. She wants to be a successful entrepreneur, so she is working hard now. I can't stop her pursuit of her ideals, so I will support her no matter what she chooses to do, said Yang Ming. After Chun Mingyan listened, she nodded with some emotion. Yang Ming should be right. This is true love. However, thinking that it was only Yang Ming and herself left in these few days, Chun Mingyan couldn't help but be a little happy. Chapter 10:15. Right, Mingyan, I have something to do in the afternoon. I have to go out. Yang Ming thought about it and felt that it was better to inform Chun Mingyan in advance about helping Zhaoying move. Otherwise, with this girl's character, if she found out, it wouldn't be good if something happened. Oh, what are you going to do? Asked Chun Mingyan. This is the case. Sister Ing is going to move in a while. I'm going to find some people to help. Yang Ming said truthfully. So that's the case. Although Chun Mingyan was wary of Zhao Ying in her heart, she didn't stop Yang Ming when she saw that he was serious. Come back early. With Chun Mingyan's approval, Yang Ming was naturally relieved. After all, Zhao Ying was also moving to the Huashang district. If Chun Mingyan saw it, it wouldn't be good. Shortly after the two returned to Songjiang, Yang Ming received a call from Zhao Ying. Yang Ming, my class is over. Zhao Ying thought for a long time and decided to call Yang Ming. To be honest, Zhao Ying didn't want to move. After all, her relationship with Yang Ming was unclear. If she really lived in the house bought by Yang Ming, Zhao Ying wouldn't be at ease. However, if she didn't move, Zhao Ying was very unsure what Yang Ming could do. Maybe Yang Ming would take advantage of her not being at home and help her move directly. Therefore, Zhao Ying had no choice but to call Yang Ming. Sister Ying, where are you? I'm going to find you. Yang Ming heard Zhao Ying's voice and asked quickly. I'm at school. I haven't gone home yet. Let's meet at my house later. Zhao Ying said. It just so happens that I'm near the school. You wait for me at the door. I'll pick you up now. Yang Ming said. Then, Zhao Ying returned to Zhao Ying's original home. The two people began to get busy. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to call Bao Sanli to send a few people, but Zhao Ying disagreed. She said that it was inappropriate to ask others to do some private things. Therefore, Yang Ming had no choice but to help Zhao Ying personally. You go out for a while. Yang Ming helped Zhao Ying put the computer in the box, but he heard Zhao Ying's shy voice. Go out? What for? Yang Ming was stunned. I want to pack up my underwear, Zhao Ying said with a blush. Oh. Yang Ming scratched his head and turned out of the room. He thought, no wonder Zhao Ying didn't ask others to help. It turns out that there are these things. Zhao Ying was living here temporarily. There weren't many things. The furniture was originally in the house. It wasn't Zhao Ying's own, so it was only a dozen cardboard boxes to pack it up. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Zhao Ying's new home had no furniture, so he quickly called Bao Sanli and asked him to buy some furniture as soon as possible. The sooner the better. It was best to get it done within an hour. Bao Sanli had many underlings, and it was something that Yang Ming personally instructed. Naturally, after hanging up the phone, they went to the furniture market. They selected, paid, and directly loaded it into the car. It was done in one go. The underling security guards were free porters, so they were very efficient. After all this, Bao Sanli took his people to drive a truck to Zhao Ying's house downstairs. At this time, Yang Ming was also ready. When Bao Sanli's people came, they began to move the cardboard boxes downstairs. Zhao Ying had seen Bao Sanli before. She knew that he was working for Yang Ming, so she wasn't too polite because these people were giving face to Yang Ming. Yeah. In the car, Zhao Ying suddenly exclaimed, Yang Ming, it's broken. What's wrong? Yang Ming saw Zhao Ying's shocked look and wondered, what's broken? We didn't prepare the furniture. Zhao Ying said with a sad face, it's all your fault. You were in a hurry to move. I just remembered that there is no furniture in the new house. After moving over, how can I live? Haha, it turned out to be this matter. Yang Ming didn't care and laughed. You're still laughing? Zhao Ying was slightly annoyed. What's so funny about this? You can rest assured. I have already prepared these things. After you move over, you can live there directly. Yang Ming smiled. Then why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry. Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, after arriving at the new house, Zhao Ying looked at the new house incredibly. From the bed, wardrobe to home appliances, TV, and refrigerator, everything was available. It couldn't be more thoughtful. Yang Ming just told Bao Sanli that they were going to buy furniture. Bao Sanli didn't know what specifically was needed. He was afraid that he would miss something, so he bought everything that could be used. After putting Zhao Ying's things in the house, Bao Sanli left, leaving only Zhao Ying and Yang Ming. Sister Ying, how is it? Are you satisfied? As Yang Ming spoke, he also looked around at Zhao Ying's new house. Bao Sanli's work was still very reassuring. Seeing that he even bought things like an induction cooker and a soy milk machine, Yang Ming couldn't help but nod slightly. Yang Ming, thank you. Zhao Ying looked at the new house that was fully equipped and was filled with emotion. Yang Ming's consideration was so thorough and detailed that it was even a little beyond her expectations. When Zhao Ying graduated, she came to Songjiang to teach alone. She was poor. After struggling for many years, she couldn't save any savings, let alone buy a house. Although there were cheap economic houses for rent, it wasn't her own home. This feeling of drifting made Zhao Ying very uneasy. Zhao Ying sometimes dreamed that when could she have her own house and a place to stay? She didn't expect that Yang Ming would help her get what she wanted. What are you thanking me for? Yang Ming smiled and said, this is what I should do. Sister Ying, you don't have to be polite to me. Anyway, I am very happy. Zhao Ying shuttled back and forth in each room. Although she knew that it was inappropriate to accept such a big gift from Yang Ming for no reason, she was reluctant to refuse. I thought you would be happy to give me a hug. Yang Ming sighed and said with some disappointment, what? Don't talk nonsense, Zhao Ying said with a red face. Hee, it's just a pure hug to show that you are very excited. I don't mean anything else. Yang Ming laughed twice. Together, the two unpacked the things that had been moved before and then put them in place according to category. When Yang Ming saw the oversized round bed in the bedroom, he couldn't help but smile. Bao Sanli is very good. He knows to buy such a big bed. When all the things were arranged properly, the two were so tired that they sat on the sofa and couldn't move. Zhao Ying was physically tired, while Yang Ming was mentally tired. He spent a lot of effort to help Zhao Ying design the layout of the new house, which gave him a headache. Yang Ming, I suddenly feel like I am dreaming. Is this my home? Zhao Ying looked at the chandelier on the ceiling and muttered to herself. Hee, this is our home, Yang Ming said shamelessly. We? Zhao Ying's face suddenly turned red. Well, I didn't say it. It was Ani Wang who said it. She said that she wanted to buy a house for us to live in. Yang Ming said with a smile. How can you believe what my mother said? She's like that. She always says something inexplicable. Zhao Ying quickly explained. Zhao Ying knew her mother's thoughts better than anyone else. However, this thing of love also depends on fate. What would the future of Yang Ming and her be like? Only God knows. Hee, let's not talk about her, Yang Ming said with a smile. Right? You still have a car in the car dealership. You even called me that day and asked me when I would pick it up. Zhao Ying was stunned and suddenly remembered that when her mother was in Songjiang, she actually spent Yang Ming's money to buy a BMW for herself. She was a little annoyed. My mother is really a person. How could she buy it so casually? Otherwise, let's sell the car. You will lose money if you sell it. It's not cost-effective to sell a new car as a second-hand car. Yang Ming said, it's better for you to keep it and drive it yourself. But after moving here, I am closer to the university. I don't need a car, right? Zhao Ying also understood that no matter how new the car was, it would be a second-hand car once it was bought. She would lose a lot of money if she sold it. There will always be a use for it. Yang Ming said, you are a graduate student who finishes class late. Our community is big. I am more assured to drive back and forth. Zhao Ying knew that it was difficult to change Yang Ming's decision, so she no longer made futile efforts. Sometimes it was really annoying to think about it. Yang Ming was really overbearing. Right, Sister Ying, have you seen the gift I gave you? Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying was not special today, so he couldn't help but ask. After you left last night, I went to sleep. I just came back today and was moving. I haven't had time to see it yet. Zhao Ying said, why? Is there anything wrong? Nothing. Yang Ming quickly waved his hand and said, I just suddenly remembered. I just asked casually. Since Zhao Ying hadn't seen it yet, Yang Ming couldn't say anything. If he said too much, it would cause Zhao Ying's suspicion. Zhao Ying was a bit puzzled, but when she saw Yang Ming say nothing, she no longer asked, Yang Ming, what do you want to eat later? I will go and prepare. Sister Ying, we are very tired today. We just cleaned up a new house, so we won't cook. I will cook the bottom of the pot another day. Today, let's go out and find a restaurant to eat. Yang Ming suggested. Zhao Ying thought about it. It was indeed so. Her arms and legs were still sore, so she nodded and said, okay, then we will go out and eat later. Looking at Yang Ming next to her, Zhao Ying suddenly had an illusion that she was like a newly married wife, happily sitting with her beloved. Chapter 10:16. The two people rested for a while and looked at the time. It was about time for dinner. Yang Ming stood up and asked Zhao Ying on the sofa, where are we going to eat? There are a lot of snacks nearby. Let's just walk around. Zhao Ying didn't have a clear place to go, so she could only look around. The two packed up and went downstairs. Zhao Ying was now more and more like a student. Although she was a few years older than Yang Ming, it was hard to tell who was older when she stood with Yang Ming. What's more, Yang Ming was tall and big. In contrast, Zhao Ying was cute and lovable. The two were a match made in heaven. The two went downstairs and came to the door of the unit. Yang Ming was ready to start the car, but Zhao Ying stopped him. Yang Ming, let's walk. It's not far anyway. I'm not used to sitting in the car all the time. Zhao Ying suddenly missed the feeling of strolling on the street with Yang Ming every night in high school, but she was embarrassed to say it, so she had to find an excuse. Yang Ming didn't care anyway. Since Zhao Ying liked to walk, there was no problem. So the two walked side by side in the direction of the entrance of the community. The winter night was still very cold. Zhao Ying had just been busy and sweaty. When the cold wind blew, she couldn't help but shiver. What's wrong? Sister Ying, are you okay? Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying seemed to be cold and asked with concern. I'm fine. I just went out, so I'm not used to it. Zhao Ying smiled slightly and shook her head. But when she wanted to say something, she suddenly felt that there was something more on her body. When she looked back, she saw that Yang Ming put his coat on her body. Yang Ming, what are you doing? Put on. Zhao Ying was shocked and quickly wanted to stop Yang Ming. You will catch a cold like this. Yang Ming firmly pressed the clothes on Zhao Ying's body. He smiled indifferently and said, I'm not cold. My body is fine. Don't you remember? When I was in high school, I often did this and I didn't catch a cold. Yang Ming's physical fitness was very good, and he had undergone special training. When he was training in Europe, what kind of bad environment had he not been in? If he caught a cold so easily, why would he be an assassin? He should just go home and sleep. After being reminded by Yang Ming, Zhao Ying also recalled that night in early spring when the two of them were walking side by side on the street. Yang Ming had helped her put on his coat. Only in the dead of night would Zhao Ying remember this kind of beautiful memory, and she would slowly recall the sweetness of it. However, that was April when spring had already begun, and now it was the cold February. How could it be compared? Thinking of this, Zhao Ying hurriedly said, Yang Ming, quickly put it on, otherwise I will get angry. I'm really fine. Seeing that Zhao Ying was really insistent, Yang Ming took the coat off of Zhao Ying's body and put it back on his own body. While the two of them were arguing, they arrived at the entrance of the district. However, they saw a petite and delicate figure walking towards them. It was actually Wang Xiaoyan. This girl was probably jogging. No wonder his body was so strong and didn't have any fat at all. It turned out that he paid so much attention to training. Yang Ming couldn't help but lewdly think of the night before yesterday when he and Wang Xiaoyan made love with each other. Wang Xiaoyan obviously also saw Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. While Zhao Ying wasn't paying attention, she secretly glared at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming didn't care at all and calmly accepted it. The two of them were only in a cooperative relationship. Why would you care who I was with? Wang Xiaoyan saw Yang Ming's coquettish appearance and obviously thought of this point. She turned her head away and didn't look at him. On the other hand, Zhao Ying, seeing Wang Xiaoyan coming over, was very embarrassed. It was as if he had stolen someone else's things and felt a little guilty. Just as she didn't know what to say, Wang Xiaoyan greeted her generously. Sister Ying, what a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Zhao Ying said quickly, and her face squeezed out a few unnatural smiles. Sister Ying, why are you here? Are you going to visit Yang Ming's house? Wang Xiaoyan was very natural. There was no trace of pretentiousness and inappropriateness in her words. However, it was no wonder. As an assassin, she usually had many layers of disguise. It was normal for her to not express her emotions. Xiao, I bought a house here. Zhao Ying hesitated for a long time. In the end, she didn't say the fact that the house was bought by Yang Ming because it was too embarrassing. Really? That's great. Wang Xiaoyan said with some excitement. After I moved, I missed you. In this way, we are neighbors again. Sister Ying, you have to come to my house often. It's boring for me to be alone. Okay. Zhao Ying nodded guiltily. She thought, if I bump into you and Yang Ming, let's see if you still welcome me. Hee, Sister Ying, then I won't delay you and brother-in-law. I'm leaving. Wang Xiaoyan originally wanted to satirize Yang Ming with a few words, but now that the two had become a cooperative relationship, Wang Xiaoyan held back. Brother-in-law? Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were stunned at the same time, but the two people's thoughts were different. Zhao Ying thought, why did Wang Xiaoyan call Yang Ming brother-in-law? Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's natural appearance, Could it be that I really thought wrongly? There is no other relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. Thinking that Wang Xiaoyan was a carefree person, it wasn't strange to eat a bowl of noodles with Yang Ming. Yang Ming's thought was very evil. Brother-in-law. Then, didn't Wang Xiaoyan become my sister-in-law? The night before, the two were still crazy for a night. Thinking about it makes me excited. Zhao wanted to say something, but Wang Xiaoyan had already run away. Zhao Ying had to shake her head helplessly. Perhaps I really thought wrongly? Although she was suspicious, Zhao Ying was absolutely embarrassed to ask Yang Ming about this, so she just passed it by confusedly. Anyway, it didn't have much to do with her. It was Chen Mingyin who should worry about it. What did it have to do with her? As long as her relationship with Yang Ming didn't change. As for the other things, she didn't care. I don't know if there is any delicious food around here. Yang Ming knew Zhao Ying's thoughts, so he changed the topic from Wang Xiaoyan to food. You have lived here for so long, and you still don't know what is delicious? Zhao Ying was somewhat helpless. I seem to be a newcomer, right? I just live here for 3 or 4 days. Yang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. But it's okay. This place is close to the school. If it doesn't work, we can go to the snack street near the school. Zhao Ying nodded, and the two wandered around the community aimlessly. Yang Ming, can you eat spicy food? Zhao Ying suddenly pointed to a Sichuan restaurant not far away and asked. Yes, the Anhui beef plate noodles are so spicy. Didn't I eat it with relish? Yang Ming looked in the direction Zhao Ying pointed and found a Sichuan restaurant with good decoration and scale. There were several cars parked in front of it. It seemed to be quite popular. Then let's try it. Zhao Ying nodded and said, it's quite cold. I want to eat something spicy. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming smiled and said, however, fortunately, you're not my girlfriend yet. Otherwise, things will be big. What do you mean? Zhao Ying listened to Yang Ming's words. She was somewhat inexplicable. What does he mean by fortunately? I'm not his girlfriend yet. What does he mean by this? Is he hinting at me? Or is he just saying it casually? However, how did things become big? That day I saw a forum. There was a guy who posted a post saying that his girlfriend liked to eat spicy food. They always went to the Sichuan restaurant to eat. As a result, every time they finished eating, he could deeply understand what is burn, firebird. Yang Ming explained with a smile. Burn, firebird? Zhao Ying obviously didn't understand. What does this have to do with a burn, firebird? Bird? It's the abbreviation for chicken. Yang Ming smiled. So the firebird is... Zhao Ying wasn't a pure little girl. When Yang Ming said this, she immediately understood the meaning of the forum post that Yang Ming said. She suddenly blushed and said angrily, Yang Ming, why do you think about these messy things? How can I think about it? I just felt it. Yang Ming spread his hands innocently. That was what the guy on the forum said. What does it have to do with me? Zhao Ying snorted and said, even if I am your girlfriend, I won't do that kind of thing for you. Or, I will eat spicy food every day. Yang Ming saw Zhao Ying's look and couldn't help but laugh. He thought, this kind of great task should be handed over to Wang Xiaoyan. This chick is bolder. She dares to do anything. As for Zhao Ying, her relationship with Wang Xiaoyan was so good. It would be good to learn more from each other in the future. There was no hurry. The two entered the Sichuan restaurant together. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to a table for 2 people. The business here was very hot. Yang Ming originally wanted to find a quiet place, but now it seemed that it was good to have a seat. Fortunately, there are only 2 people. There was a group of 4 people who didn't have a seat before. What do you want to eat? The waiter was a Sichuan girl. She kindly put the menu in front of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Yang Ming pushed the menu to Zhao Ying and said, you order first. See what is delicious. When Zhao Ying and Yang Ming came in, a man in sportswear, sitting at a table not far away, looked at them with excitement and insidiousness in his eyes. I was thinking about how to retaliate against this kid. I didn't expect him to come to me and create a wonderful opportunity for me. It's really effortless. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.